A brief history of commercial capitalism. Jairus Banaji. Contents. Reinstating commercial capitalism. The infrastructure of commercial capitalism. The competition of capitals, struggles for commercial dominance from the 12th to 18th centuries. British mercantile capitalism and the cosmopolitanism of the 19th century. Commercial practices, putting out or the capitalist domestic industries. The circulation of commercial capitals, competition, velocity, verticality. Appendix, Islam and Capitalism. For Henry, Javed, M.J., and Sugosh. 1. Reinstating commercial capitalism. A notion of capital. I have shown elsewhere that in Muslim trading circles capital was invariably referred to by the term al-mal, which could also have the more generic meanings of property, assets, and so on. On the other hand, in Italy terminology stabilized only gradually. In a Venetian commercial agreement dated August 1073, the notary Domenico uses no fewer than 3 distinct terms for capital: the sum invested by Giovanni, whose contract this is called haberi; the total capital invested by him and his partners is called capitania, and if he violates the agreement then he promises to return everything in the double, both capital and profit. 1. The capital and the profit became a standard expression in Italian commercial contracts of the medieval period, and suggests a clear evolution since the 9th century, when a famous will had referred to his investments in overseas trade less straightforwardly as money put to work. 2. By the early 15th century, the Franciscan priest Bernardino could say that money which is not simply money or a thing but, over and above that, is meant to generate a profit is what we commonly call capital. 3. It was more or less at this time that a leading Florentine of the Peruzzi banking family tells his debtors, "I have no more capital remaining in the shop, it is all in the wool manufacturing, and indeed both businesses are ruined. I have made nothing or very little in the last 2 years because all our capital is tied up in debts which can't be called in, because the times are so hard." 4. And certainly by the start of the 16th century, the term capital was becoming common elsewhere in Europe. The Portuguese investment in Malabar pepper was standardly described as capital de pimenta. This could take the form of either goods or money, so that when the capital sent out to buy spices was dispatched in the form of cash, it could be described as capital do dinheiro, as Simão Botelho described it in 1552, when he complained that not enough money capital was being sent from Lisbon. 5. So too in 1585 when the factor Sassetti stated that the capital sent out to buy pepper consisted in reals. The same sense of the formal distinctions within capital is reflected in a Venetian report of 1603 where it is said, "Capital has always returned from the Levant in the form of merchandise." 6. That a notion of capital was present elsewhere as well is shown by the example of the weaver poet Kabir, who says about himself, "Kabir, the capital belongs to the and you waste it all." 7. In a late 16th century work, the Ottoman intellectual Mustafa Ali writes about rich merchants constantly enlarging their capital as their associates travel to India and beyond and return with precious rarities. About a Damascus merchant who had to rent an entire caravanserai to accommodate the goods he came back with, the same author says, his capital had produced a multitude of goods and immeasurable profit. 8. As Venice rapidly lost her commercial supremacy at the start of the 17th century, one observer wrote, "It is not that we lack capital, our nobility wants no part in trade," adding, "Nowadays the prosperous prefer to invest their money in the financial markets." 9. A few years later, in a widely read Directory of Commerce published first in 1638, Lewis Roberts described the East India Company as a great and eminent company, employing in a joint stock a great capital, by which trade and stock they have built many warlike ships. 10. And by the 18th century, when the French economist Turgot provided a clear description of the simplest form of capitalist accumulation, usage of the term capital was of course widespread. 11. In the late 1720s Bombay servants of the East India Company would complain that they had no large capitals to enable them to build large ships. 12. Again, in 1788 an English official notes that it is a general complaint among merchants that they are losers upon the capital invested in shipping. which they find it necessary to employ. 13 And in 1766 again, the same year that Turgot published his reflections on the formation and distribution of wealth, a French report on Portugal could refer to the Marquis de Pombal scrupulously fleecing Portuguese capitalists and shareholders. 14. Merchant capitalism, commercial capitalism. The Marxist reticence about merchants' capital stems not just from a failure to grasp Marx's method in Capital, it stems also and even more perhaps from the polemical divide that was created in the post-war tradition by the decisive rejection of Pokrovsky's work in Russia in the early 30s and the concomitant stigmatization of any general category like merchant capitalism. 17 But the transmission of this constructed orthodoxy was mediated, crucially, by Maurice Dobb, whose influential studies in the development of capitalism first appeared in 1946. Dobb himself was deeply ambiguous about the term. Thus, early on in studies he told the reader he was willing to accept merchant capitalism in the specific sense of an early period of capitalism when production was subordinated to the merchant manufacturer under the putting out system, but unwilling to see it as a characterization of the existence of large capitals and specialized merchants in the sphere of trade at any time before the later 16th century when, he claims, capital began to penetrate production on a considerable scale. 18 Yet, in the book itself Dobb goes on to note that in certain Flemish towns the capitalist merchant manufacturer had already begun to make his appearance in the 13th century. 19 And a few pages later he goes on to say, evidence not only of a fairly extensive capitalist-controlled putting-out system in the wool industry but also of manufactory production is to be found in the early part of the 14th century. 20 However, by 1950 when the debate on the transition was first aired in the pages of Science and Society, these nuances were entirely lost and merchant capitalism had, in Dobb's mind, degenerated into the Pokrovsky bog, that is, some hopelessly confused miasma that the great Russian historian had left half lurking in left-wing historiography. 21. Pokrovsky, of course, was forced to recant by 1931. Merchant capitalism, he said in the recantation, is an illiterate expression because capitalism is a system of production, and merchant capital produces nothing. 22 The prostration before Stalin could scarcely have been more complete. That its dismal legacy has survived for so long in Marxist scholarship shows how paralyzing the influence of political orthodoxies can be. In any case, a major upshot of this turn of events was that the whole field of early capitalism was left entirely vacant for other traditions of historiography to move into and occupy firmly. The best response to Dobb's work came not from other Marxists but from R. H. Tawney, who had just retired in 1949. Reviewing Dobb's book in 1950 he wrote, Mr. Dobb's limitation of the term to a particular system of production, under which labor is employed on the basis of a wage contract to produce surplus value for the owner of capital, might seem, at first sight, to escape some of the ambiguities inherent in less restricted interpretations, but it raises problems of its own. It is not merely that, as he would agree, financial and commercial capitalism have been highly developed in circumstances where the institution, as interpreted by him, has been a feeble plant, and that to exclude these varieties on the ground that they do not fall within the four corners of a 19th century definition is to beg the question. It is that, as his work shows, the origins and growth of the industrial species require for their elucidation to be considered in relation to other members of the family, some of which have been among its progenitors. Tawney went on to ask whether the restricted sense of capitalism favored by Dobb had not ceased to be the usage most convenient for the purposes of history. And in terms of English political history, he suggested that Dobb's definition of capitalism leads at times to a misconception of the significance of the part played by capitalist interests in periods when an industrial wage system was, in this country, in its infancy. 23. In some ways the closest counterpart to Pokrovsky in the West was the non-Marxist Tawney. Religion and the Rise of Capitalism was published in 1926. If no single concept was so identical with Pokrovsky as that of commercial capitalism, 24 Tawney, 2, explained British economic development in the 16th and 17th centuries through the maturing of a specifically commercial form of capitalism. 25 In religion, the most general characterization he offers is when he refers at one point to the phenomena of early commercial capitalism. 26 But Tawney's commercial capitalism embraced a very wide range of economic phenomena. Then, in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, had come the wave of commercial and financial expansion: companies, colonies, capitalism in textiles, capitalism in mining, capitalism in finance, on the crest of which the English commercial classes had climbed to a position of dignity and affluence. 27 Again, foreign trade increased largely in the first half of the 16th century, and, as manufactures developed, cloth displaced wool as the principal export. With the growth of commerce went the growth of the financial organization on which commerce depends, and English capital poured into the London money market, which had previously been dominated by Italian bankers. In industry, the rising interest was that of the commercial capitalist. 28 The age of Elizabeth saw a steady growth of capitalism in textiles and mining, a great increase in foreign trade, and the growth of a money market with an almost modern technique: speculation, futures, and arbitrage transactions in London. 29 On the whole, Tawney tended to eschew any special terminology, and decades later, when writing Business and Politics under James I, he would refer to the triumph of this commercial capitalism, but qualify the expression by adding, to use the conventional, if ambiguous, term 30. With one precocious and brilliant exception, commercial capitalism simply failed to resurface in the English language historiography till the 1980s. The exception was Eric Williams, who concluded capitalism and slavery with the argument, the commercial capitalism of the 18th century developed the wealth of Europe by means of slavery and monopoly. But in so doing it helped to create the industrial capitalism of the 19th century, which turned round and destroyed the power of commercial capitalism, slavery, and all its works. Without a grasp of these economic changes, the history of the period is meaningless. 31 In the 80s, Geoffrey Ingham 32, John Brewer 33, and P.J. Kane and A.G. Hopkins 34 all invoked a notion of mercantile or commercial capitalism as essential to any understanding of modern British history. In Capitalism Divided, Ingham showed how in the course of the 19th century the city's commercial capitalism had functioned as a prop for the economy as a whole, and how the country's ruling class survived on essentially pre-industrial forms of commercial capitalism which have persisted in the city. 35 In the Sinews of Power, Brewer's seminal argument about the nature of the British state began with his own implicit acceptance that Britain's aggrandizement was impelled by the powerful forces of commercial capitalism. And in British Imperialism, 1688 to 2000, Kane and Hopkins were willing to allow for various sorts of commercial capitalism in addition to their own overarching characterization of British capitalism as gentlemanly capitalism. In contrast to this disjointed evolution was a much tighter tradition of continental historiography where the major influences were those of the French. Villars, a Marxist, was circumspect, referring only once to European mercantile capitalism in a past and present paper from 1956.38, but Braudel's Mediterranean and his later work were very largely structured around a vision of commercial capitalism fluctuating between trade, industry, and the money markets, of a Mediterranean capitalism driven by a few powerful combines, and of industrial capitalism itself as largely merchant-dominated. 39 To Braudel, long-distance trade, Fernhandel, was the very lifeblood of commercial capitalism. 40 In his famous essay La Longue Durée, he suggested that merchant capitalism imparted a certain coherence to a whole 4 or 5 centuries of Europe's economic life down to the 18th century, and described the expression as a model that we can disengage from Marx's work. 41 Musnier's own conception of commercial capitalism seemed to stand halfway between Braudel and Tawney, both in underlining the interdependence between the grand commerce capitalist and the absolutisms of the 16th century, and in seeing Calvinism as exerting a major influence on capitalism, even if capitalism itself predated the Reformation, as Tawney had argued. 42. If we amalgamate these streams of historiography, then every decade since the 60s has produced substantial pieces of work in which commercial capitalism and merchant capitalism are in some way central to their argument. Manuel Nunes Dias's innovatory tomes on Portugal's monarchical capitalism 43, Charles Carrier's studies of the trade of Marseilles and of bills of exchange 44, Katharina Liss and Hugo Soli's monograph on the putting out system 45, the works by Beatrice Weiss-Sharad 46, Peter Creit 47, David Ormrod 48, Bob Shenton 49 and Joseph Miller 50 in the 80s. Ben Wang's comparative study of European and Chinese economic development 51, or Leo Nordigraf's paper on the new draperies 52, down to more recent work like Sergio Tognetti's monograph on the business groups involved in the silk industry of Florence 53, or Scott Marla's study of merchant capitalism in the U.S. South. 54. All of the authors cited above refer explicitly to commercial, merchant, or merchant and banking capitalism. And beyond them lies an even greater mass of writers who refer in passing to mercantile or commercial capitalism and capitalists. 55. Marxist reticence is thus strikingly at odds with much of the historiography that has evolved, and it can scarcely invoke orthodoxy when Lenin, for example, admired Pokrovsky's work and would himself use the term private commercial capitalism in the 1918 debates about the organization of Russian industry. 56. Left-wing academics and intellectuals who felt unconstrained by orthodoxies could posit forms of capitalism that Marx himself had never properly discussed. Among the historians listed in the previous paragraphs, only a handful were consciously working in a Marxist tradition. Bob Shenton is probably the best example of this group. A good example of an intellectual who made pointed references to mercantile capitalism is Sartre. In the Critique of Dialectical Reason he refers to the apparatus and structures of mercantile capitalism in the context of a discussion of Spain's struggle to retain its massive flows of American treasure. 57. Now one can always say that Sartre is merely summarizing Braudel's argument in Mediterranean, which is true, but the introductory essay Questions de Method has Sartre describing the long-standing commercial rivalry between the British and the French as a secular conflict of mercantile capitalisms, an apt description that stemmed purely from his own reading of history. 58. Constructing the case for commercial capitalism. A historian of English commerce has noted that in the 18th century London merchants invested in provincial manufacturing on a large scale. 59. What does one make of this? In Capital, Marx maintains an unbreachable separation between commercial capital and the production of capital. This is because the capital that embodies capital production is what he calls industrial capital. The industrialist can always sell his own commodities, but if he chooses to dispose of his commodity capital through a class of agents who specialize in the circulation of commodities, that is, through merchants, then the capital of the merchant can be treated simply as a transformed form of a portion of the capital in circulation. 60. The merchant is simply an agent of industrial capital, other functions are irrelevant. Yet there are clear indications scattered through the corpus of Marx's own writings to suggest that he would not have reacted with horror to the idea that merchant capitalists might dominate production directly, that is, subject it to their own expansion as capital. In the famous chapter of Volume 3 called Historical Material on Merchants' Capital, statements like commercial capital is confined to the circulation sphere and its sole function is to mediate the exchange of commodities, or commercial capital simply mediates the movement of these extremes. 61. Generate the tautology. The independent and preponderant development of capital in the form of commercial capital is synonymous with the non-subjection of production to capital. 62. But this is then almost immediately undermined by his fascinating but unexplored reference to the manner and form in which commercial capital operates where it dominates production directly. The two examples of this cited are, colonial trade in general, that is, the vast transatlantic commercial system which revitalized slavery as a modern world development, and secondly the operations of the former Dutch East India Company. 63. In short, two very substantial trade sectors in both of which Marx seemed to think commercial capital was active in new, more direct ways. Again, in Volume 2, Marx refers to the cottage industries in Russia that are already being pressed more and more into the service of capitalist production. For example, merchants supply the weavers with warps and weft, either directly or by intermediate agents, so that these rural subsidiary industries become points of vantage for the capitalist, who first intrudes in his capacity as merchant. 64 Even more explicitly, in the supplement that he added to Volume 3 shortly before he died, Engels described the merchant capitalist buying labor power which continued to possess for some time its instrument of production but had already ceased to possess its raw material. Since he could ensure regular employment for the weaver, the merchant could depress his wages and appropriate surplus value on top of his previous trading profit. 65 Both of these latter examples refer, of course, to the putting out system which became widespread by the later Middle Ages. In the same chapter where, fleetingly, he allowed for a more active role for commercial capital in the Atlantic and the Dutch trades, Marx went on to posit an overall contrast between forms of transition to capitalism by saying, either the producer may become a merchant and capitalist or the merchant may take direct control of production himself. 66 Again, there was no sense here of an archetypal separation between production and circulation, since merchants could take direct control of production. The example he cites is interesting. Right up to the middle of the century, for example, the manufacturer in the French silk industry was a manufacturer only in name. In reality he was simply a merchant, who kept the weavers working in their old fragmented manner and exercised only control as a merchant. It was a merchant they were really working for. 67 The reference here was to the lion silk industry and is particularly interesting because it helps to tie up with more recent work which I shall come back to in a later chapter. 68 A manufacturer only in name was an implicit acknowledgement that the industry involved accumulation of capital by the silk merchants rather than by any class of industrial capitalists in a more obvious sense. This form of capitalist industry, Marx wrote, transformed the direct producers into mere wage laborers and proletarians working under worse conditions than the workers in factory production and did nothing to alter the dispersed, domestic basis of production, that is, to revolutionize the mode of production, that is, the way production was organized. 69 In fact, however, more recent work shows that while the weavers of lions were rapidly subordinated to big merchants and merchant firms in the early 18th century, the silk industry itself was more innovative, even technologically, than Marx allowed for. There is no doubt that in most passages with statements of the form the merchant becomes an industrialist directly, 70 Marx tended to see the putting out system as involving an actual transformation of the merchant into an industrial capitalist. Thus in Theories of Surplus Value he writes both that the merchant as such becomes a producer, an industrialist, and that the transformation of the merchant into an industrial capitalist is at the same time the transformation of commercial capital into a mere form of industrial capital. 71 It was almost certainly this conflation that stopped Marx from positing a distinct form of accumulation that one could identify as merchant capitalism specifically, since putters out were no longer merchants but industrialists. In this respect, at least, Dobbs' own study moved beyond Marx. Not only did Dobbs see the putting out system as emblematic of a specifically merchant capitalism 72 and refer repeatedly to merchant manufacturers, merchant employers, and so on, but unlike Marx he was open to the idea that the capitalist merchant manufacturer had an increasingly close interest in promoting improvements in the instruments and methods of production. The very division of labor which is specially characteristic of this period prepared the ground from which mechanical invention could eventually spring. 73 This was a radically different perspective to Marx's, and one we owe to Dobbs' theoretical perspicacity in disentangling the much larger process of the subordination of production to capital from industrial capitalism as such. 74 The French historian Georges Lefebvre stated this perspective in a more dynamic way in his contribution to the debate between Sweezy and Dobbs when he argued that it was the collusion between commerce and the state that promoted the development of capitalism, and that merchants played a part in the historical mission of capitalism by their role in concentrating and rationalizing production. 75 All this was decades ago, of course, and since then studies like the one by Sven Beckert have been able to demonstrate the ways merchants contributed directly to the emergence of industrial capitalism in industries like cotton textiles when mechanization began. 76 The major breakthrough of theory, it seems to me, came with Chayanov in Russia. Responding to the accusation that his school looked at peasant farming in isolation from world capitalist circulation, he made the fundamental point that the penetration of capitalism into the countryside took the form of trading and finance capitalism, establishing an economic dictatorship over considerable sectors of agriculture, which as regards production will remain as before, composed of small-scale family labor peasant undertakings subject in their internal organization to the laws of the labor-consumer balance. 77. This was said in the introduction to Peasant Farm Organization. In Chapter 7, Chayanov went on to expand on this idea by reiterating that, while in a production sense concentration in agriculture is scarcely reflected in the formation of new large-scale undertakings, in an economic sense capitalism as a general economic system makes great headway in agriculture. 78. Agriculture becomes subject to trading capitalism that sometimes in the form of very large-scale commercial undertakings draws masses of scattered peasant farms into its sphere of influence. And, having bound these small-scale commodity producers to the market, economically subordinates them to its influence. 79. Chayanov then referred to large commercial firms like the NUPs using the advance system to convert the organization of rural production almost into a special form of the sweatshop system. 80. Commercial capital penetrates the countryside through trading machines that Chayanov described as leaving them free as regards production while entirely dominating them economically. 81. Finally, Chayanov allowed for an evolution of contract farming by suggesting that the same firms could actively interfere in the organization of production. 282. Chayanov's specific term for this form of capitalist penetration and control via commercial firms and their trading machines was vertical capitalist concentration. Vertical concentration was how commercial capitals established a degree of control over rural households and their labor powers. The concept developed here strikes me as an innovation in Marxist theory, and I shall return to the way it worked in Chapter 6. 2. The infrastructure of commercial capitalism. Trading colonies. The dispersion of networks was a major instrument of capital accumulation. If the characteristic mobility of capital is what Marx calls circulation, then for centuries the circulation of capital presupposed the physical movement of commercial agents, which in turn would mean their ability to establish more or less stable settlements in locations abroad. The term for such a settlement was factory. Factory, according to Dr. Johnson, means a house or district inhabited by traders in a distant country. Thus, the factory was the community of merchants of this or that nationality. In the Levant in the 17th century, the factories lived self-centered lives. Among other things, this meant that the Turks rarely appeared in the quarters too. The history of commerce is thus a rich tapestry of trading colonies that spanned the entire globe, wherever this was accessible. In Guangzhou in the later 11th century, the foreign ward is where those from various countries from across the ocean congregate and live. 3 Muslim merchants had been trading here since at least the 8th century and were both numerous and prosperous. In 1216 there were some 3,000 European merchants living in Alexandria. 2.5 centuries later, the Dutch traveller Joos van Gistel tells us, Alexandria swarms with rich merchants who have come from all nations imaginable. The majority of these have their own maison which they call fondigos, the Venetians having at least 2 establishments of this sort. 5 In the 12th century, Venetians were so numerous at Constantinople that thousands of them were rounded up in March 1171 when the Emperor Manuel Comnenus decided to curb their insolence after they attacked and plundered the newly established Genoese quarter in the city, tore down its houses and left it in ruins. 6 The Venetian quarter occupied a whole stretch of the southern shore of the Golden Horn, the district known as Parama, where there were 3 scali and a long row of officinae and ergasteria, that is, commercial establishments, workshops, and retail outlets. 7 Venetians maintained trading colonies in all the major cities of the Levant. 8 There were several thousand Venetians settled on Crete in the 14th century, with the greatest names of the Venetian aristocracy dominating the island's economy. 9 In Acre, Italian quarters were very crowded, with self-governing quarters for the Venetians and the Pisans close to the harbor, and a substantial Genoese section tucked behind them. 10 Here, in the late 13th century, After violent clashes with the Genoese, the Venetians decided to redevelop their quarter as a solidly fortified enclave, with their citizens and merchants encouraged to reside strictly within its walls. 11 By contrast, Palermo in the 12th and 13th centuries had a mixed quarter around the port, although in 1184/5 the Muslims were said to live in their own suburbs, apart from the Christians. 12. In Tunis, a suburb outside the eastern or sea gate was the home of Italian and Catalan merchants in the early 16th century. 13 When the French colonized the country in the 1880s, a more purely European city emerged next to the historic one, with a cathedral, markets, hotels, banks, and buildings of all sorts, sufficiently modern in character for one traveler to call it un cachet European as early as 1885. 14 In Istanbul, the old Genoese colony of Pera resurfaced in the 19th century as a purely European enclave dominated by Greek merchants and bankers, the nerve center of a new, but still largely commercial, bourgeoisie. 15 There were also large colonies of Spanish Jews in Istanbul and above all Salonika in the 16th century. 16 In the merchant's map Roberts described Salonika as a rich and large city. The present inhabitants are Greeks, Turks, and principally Jews, who are here found to be very rich and eminent merchants. 17 Further south, in Smyrna/Izmir the houses of the Franks were the best and most handsome buildings in the city. They were all in one street which ran along the shore. 18 The French botanist Tournefort described Smyrna in 1702 as one of the richest cities of the Levant, but noted that the Turks rarely appear in the Rue de France. 19 Smyrna, one writer has said recently, was both Ottoman and European. 20 There were thousands of Italian merchants in Lisbon toward the end of the 15th century. 21 And a conspicuous colony of English merchants in the 18th century, when English capital was very evident in the Brazilian and African trades. 22 In London, by 1860, there were some 86 Greek merchant houses. Almost all the London Greeks lived in Finsbury Circus, where they had luxurious residences and the company headquarters. 23 Likewise, 19th century Marseilles had a very large number of Greek houses, and was next to London the other main recipient in Western Europe of cargoes sent by Greek merchants from the eastern Mediterranean and the Black Sea. 24 Finally, between the Mediterranean and China were ports like Sahar, Muscat, Calicut, and Malacca, all of which had substantial settlements of foreign traders. Sahar, on the edge of the Indian Ocean and the only town in Oman with any real urban development, was closely linked with the Omani overseas community living in Basra. 25 The networks that extended across the Gulf to the east coast of Africa and to Al-Mansura in Sindh were inextricably religious and commercial, and dominated by religious dissidents known as Ibadis. Wilkinson has argued that as a cosmopolitan center with very close links with Basra, Sahar was the center of a number of vanguard philosophies which displeased the reactionary ulama of the interior in the 9th century. 26 There were numerous Sarafi merchants at Sahar. 27 As well as a sizable Jewish community. 28 The Gulf networks were characterized by high levels of internal mobility. The merchants of these ports regularly moved around between them and often had residences in more than one. 29 Muscat's own commercial life later came to be dominated by a succession of Banya communities. In 1765, when the Sindhi Bhattias were still strong, the Danish explorer Carsten Niebuhr reported, "In no other Mahometan city are the Banyans so numerous as in Muscat, their number in the city amounts to 1230 by 1840, with the ruling family moving house to Zanzibar. Kuchi Bhattias had emerged as the principal economic power in Muscat and the Banya population reached 2000. 31 The Banyas of Muscat retained a high degree of community solidarity. Accounts were kept in Gujarati, Indian dress styles were maintained, and, in general, the Muscati Hindu made no attempt to assimilate. 32 What was so striking about Calicut was the more or less stable presence of a substantial colony of foreign merchants from Cairo and the Red Sea ports as well as other parts of the Middle East from as early as the 14th century. 33 In 1502 it was claimed there were some 4,000 households of Muslims just from Cairo and the Red Sea in Calicut. 34 Barbosa described them as extremely wealthy since they dominated the crucial part of the circuits by which spices traveled to Venice via Aden, Jeddah, and Cairo. 35 Since Calicut was the chief base of Middle Eastern capital in the Indian Ocean, the Portuguese failure to turn the Zamorin, the ruler of Calicut, against them triggered a campaign of exceptional violence which caused a rapid flight of capital. Many nations used to have great factories here, Tomé Pires could say in less than 2 decades of the Portuguese coming. 36 On the other hand, even as late as the start of the 17th century Calicut was still said to be the busiest port in the whole of India and to have merchants from all parts of the world, and of all nations and religions, by reason of the liberty and security accorded to them there. The Zamorin, it was said, permits the exercise of every kind of religion, and yet it is strictly forbidden to talk, dispute, or quarrel on that subject, so there never arises any contention on that score. 37. East of Malabar, Malacca was the richest seaport with the greatest number of wholesale merchants and abundance of shipping and trade. 38 The value of goods passing through the port ca 1511 has been estimated to be a staggering 2 million cruzados. 39 Tomé Pires, who spent 2.5 years there, claimed that 84 distinct languages could be heard in the streets of Malacca and estimates the number of foreign merchants in the city in 1509 to be about 4,000.40. Thomas has argued that Muslims from Gujarat were the most powerful community there and lived in a section of the rich merchant quarter of Uppe. Next in importance were the Kalayangs or Coromandel Tamils who lived in Kampung Kalayang some distance away, near the sea. 41 Malacca's cosmopolitanism threw up a policy of broad religious tolerance under its 15th century sultans, so much so that the famous Muslim navigator Ibn Majid would actually complain about the frequency of mixed marriages. 42. Of course, trading colonies were not confined to port cities and were found in major inland centers as well. Isfahan in the 1640s was said to have a large number of strangers who usually frequent this Persian emporium on account of its flourishing trade and commerce. The Portuguese monk Manrique claimed that more than 600 caravanserais exist for these foreigners. 43 The suburb of Julfa contained a colony of 6,000 to 7,000 Armenians, transplanted there by Shah Abbasi, very wealthy because its residents follow trade in various parts of Asia and Europe. 44 Later in the 17th century, the Venetian-born writer Banaji describes Lahore as crammed with foreign merchants. 45 And Cairo in the 18th century had a wealthy and highly organized community of Faisai merchants from Fez in the Maghreb. They were substantial traders in coffee and Indian textiles, and tended to agglomerate in the same districts for their businesses and lived in proximity to each other. 46. Wholesale markets. Wholesale markets with a global reach are attested in various sources from the 7th to the 10th centuries. Resir-i Parson, from which come fine pearls, was how an Armenian geographer described one market of this sort in the 7th century, referring to Rishar on the southern coast of Iran. 47 Barda west of the Caspian exported vast quantities of raw silk to Fars and Khuzestan in the south of Iran. 48 Bizur in Middle Egypt was the leading wholesale market for flax. 49 In Kabul, the market for indigo was said to have an annual turnover of over 2 million dinars. 50 Marsa al-Kharaz on the Algerian coast specialized in coral fishing. At any given time 50 boats were active, each with roughly 20 men. 51 The coral is then polished in a special marketplace, and sold in bulk, at a low price. 52 Seville retained its dominant position as the chief European market for olive oil from the 10th to the 14th centuries. 53 And Barus in the far north of Sumatra was where merchants went to buy camphor. By the 12th century Ceuta was another major center of the coral trade. Al-Idrisi tells us it had a market where one cuts and polishes the coral and makes jewelry out of it. This was widely exported, the bulk of it to Ghana and the Sudan. 54 Tabarka, too, had numerous coral reefs, and again merchants came there from all over the world and exported a great deal of this precious commodity. 55 In fact, the Tabarka coral market is a striking example of how stable wholesale markets could be over time. In 1543 two major Genoese merchant houses acquired its coral island, and by 1584 one of them, the Lamellini, was selling 100,000 ducats worth of coral in Lisbon. As late as 1633 there were no fewer than 1,500 Genoese still based there. 56 Alexandria, too, had a wholesale market which was called Souk al-Murjaniyah, where a whole street of coral workshops was plundered by King Peter I of Cyprus in 1365.57. In the early 13th century, Al-Tafashi reports that a pound of raw coral cost 5 dirhams in the home ports, but the price could be 3 or 4 times as much once it was processed at Alexandria. 58. Flax and spices were likewise wholesale trades dominated by medieval Alexandria. In the late 11th century, it exported between 5,000 to 6,000 tons of raw flax to markets in the Mediterranean. 59. And under Saladin and the Ayyubids it became the leading spice market of the East Mediterranean. A major wholesale market could generate secondary ones elsewhere. For example, Abulafia notes, there was a famous market for Egyptian flax in Mazara on the west coast of Sicily. 60. Further west, Venice was Europe's largest bullion market before the arrival of American silver. 61. Which was doubtless the reason why the Florence merchant bankers decided to make the Rialto Europe's pivotal exchange market from the early years of the 14th century and make Venice the most predictable of Europe's banking places. 62. By the 15th century, Venice was also the chief distributor of both high-grade and middling varieties of Levant cotton to European industries. 63. And the key wholesale market for spices in the West. 64. Lisbon became the great spice market of Europe by the first decade of the 16th century, destroying the Venetian monopoly. Antwerp was the great international money market of the middle of the 16th century. The total value of financial transactions concluded on the Antwerp Bourse in the course of a single year was estimated in 1557 at 40 million ducats. 65. Danzig was a major grain market with massive shipments to the Iberian Peninsula. Almost 80,000 tons passed through the town in 1562.66. Gallipoli at the southern extremity of Puglia had a virtual monopoly over the export of high-quality olive oil. 67. It was said to influence olive oil prices as far away as Naples. 68. This trade is entirely in the hands of the merchants at Naples and Leghorn, particularly the former who have their agents at Gallipoli, and by making advances to the poor cultivator, keep him constantly in their chains. 69. The same writer adds, the orders for delivery of oil at Gallipoli are treated like bills of exchange, and have sometimes 5 or 6 endorsements. 70. Thus, next to its silk industry, Naples could count on being the great olive oil market of the whole southern region. 71. Patras in the Peloponnese was the chief market for the current trade, exporting £8 million annually at the end of the 18th century. 72. Beit al-Faqih in Yemen was described as the greatest market for coffee in the world. Coffee is always bought for ready money. 73. The biggest buyers, the Turkish and Arab merchants, shipped the beans to Jeddah using Yemen's northern ports, not Mocha where the European companies were active. Also, Egyptian merchants rarely dealt directly with their Yemeni counterparts. Instead, transactions were made through Jeddah. 74. The Jeddah market is thought to have been 10 times larger in volume than the Gulf market served by Mocha. 75. The size of this Ottoman trade can be glimpsed from the fact that by March 1720 the total Turkish capital amassed at Beit al-Faqih came to 1 million Spanish reals over a 7-month period. 76. In Cairo the coffee trade involved some 500 merchants importing roughly 100,000 quintals, of which half was re-exported to markets in the Ottoman Empire. 77. Muhammad al-Dada of the Sharabi family was described by the French consul in 1708 as the most powerful coffee merchant in Cairo. 78. He had come to Cairo from Jeddah following a plague that had wiped out most of his family. When he inherited management of the Sharabi family fortune at the end of the 17th century, this stood at 2.5 million para. By 1722 the sum had expanded to ca 37 million para, an enormous capital which was then rapidly fragmented in the division he arranged among younger Sharabis of the 4th generation. 79. In the second half of the 16th century most Iranian raw silk was traded in Aleppo. The wholesalers were Armenian merchants who recirculated the silver acquired from European buyers to finance purchases of high-quality indigo in the wholesale markets of Agra and Bayana. 80 Vast sums of capital poured into the Bayana region during the boom of the 1620s. 81 And Armenian and Mughal merchants were said to have advanced as much as 350,000 rupees as late as 1636.82. Benares was the center of the North Indian diamond trade in the 18th century. 83 And the main money market for Eastern India. 84 Mirzapur was the great mart for cotton. 85 And a very considerable trade in opium was carried on at Putna. 86 Salonika was described as the great mart for tobacco in the Levant. 87 In Europe the market was dominated by a handful of Glasgow firms who disposed of their Chesapeake cargoes in huge sales to French buyers in Scotland. 88 Kingston, 89 Kilway and Luanda were all major slave markets in the 18th century, the last of these easily the greatest concentration of Portuguese commercial investment in Western Central Africa. 90 In Kingston, Port Royal Street had extensive slave yards. 91 While Kilway was described by the French as the trade center for slaves on the coast of Africa. 92 In New Orleans, the citadel of Southern merchant capitalism, as Marler calls it, the city's slave markets were the largest in the U.S., contributing millions every year. 93 More crucially, slavery propelled Crescent City's rapid emergence in the early 19th century as Britain's largest supplier of cotton. Half of all the South's cotton production routinely passed through the hands of New Orleans merchants on its way to textile manufacturers in the North and Europe. 94 Making it the fourth largest port in the world in terms of value of exports by the 1840s. 95 Wholesale markets were as important as ever in the 19th century, which saw a new proliferation of commercial capitals as industrial accumulation massively increased the demand for industrial crops like cotton, silk, palm oil, teak, jute, and rubber, and for mass consumption goods like tea, coffee, sugar, cocoa, rice, wheat, and so on. The volume of international trade grew fivefold in the central decades between 1840 and 1870.96. Liverpool imported around three-quarters of Britain's palm oil throughout the first half of the century. 97 And 70% of total British port stock of raw cotton was in Liverpool. 98 Odessa was rapidly colonized by Greek merchant firms to become the greatest commercial port on the Black Sea, pure replica of a modern European metropolis. 99 With a strong representation of Jewish merchants. 100 All thanks to a sustained boom in the export of Russian grain. By 1846 the Odessa branch of Raleigh Brothers traded yearly in commodities worth more than 1.5 million rubles. 101 Le Havre was the epitome of commercial capitals linked to the colonial trades. In the early 1880s it controlled 72% of the stocks of coffee in France and was France's leading rubber importer and importer of U.S. cotton by the end of the century. 102 By 1937 Le Havre imports accounted for 9/10 of the country's total consumption of cocoa, 4/5 of its coffee, 2/3 of its raw cotton, 2/3 of exotic timbers, and half of the copper consumed in France. 103 On the other side of the Atlantic, the Buenos Aires and Rosario markets handled Argentina's humongous production of wheat at the end of the century. Sizable grain transactions were concluded on the floor of the Bolsa de Comercio, which was largely controlled by the export firms. 104 As the boom intensified, a handful of large companies, in reality branches of powerful European commercial interests, established a virtual monopoly of the export trade. 105 Like the biggest merchant capitals everywhere, the export firms were resentful of their dependence on the middlemen and sought to establish their own offices and agents in the Buenos Aires wheat zone, which only deepened tensions between the local grain merchants and the Big Four. Wholesale markets had always been characterized by a degree of specialization, but in the 19th century this became more obvious than ever. Beirut was defined by its exports of raw silk, Alexandria of cotton, Karachi of wheat, Rangoon of rice, Foochow of tea. The tea business in Foochow was generally on a grand scale. 106 Jardines made vast purchases on the Foochow market in the late 1850s and early 1860s. 107 On the whole, Western merchants obtained more tea by purchasing on the Foochow market than by contracting with teamen, that is, with the Big T contractors. 108 Rangoon was described as the world's premier rice port toward the end of the century. 109 By 1900 Karachi was the biggest wheat exporter in the east, the natural port for the immense grain production of the canal-irrigated tracts in the Punjab. 110 Alexandria's fortunes were built on cotton, a trade dominated by a largely Greek business oligarchy. 111 And Beirut's silk exports were controlled by a partnership between French firms and the mainly Christian Lebanese commercial bourgeoisie. 112 Bills of exchange. In addition to banknotes, wholesale trade has a second and far more important means of circulation, bills of exchange. Marx writes in Volume 3 of Capital. 113 Since banknotes only began to be issued from the second half of the 18th century, he was right to describe bills of exchange as the major means of circulation in wholesale trade. For example, from figures that he himself cites, the total sum of banknotes in circulation in Britain actually declined between 1844 and 1857, even though Britain's external trade more than doubled. 114 In a stricter definition, of course, Marx always treated bills of exchange under means of payment, that is, as a form of credit, and specifically of commercial credit as opposed to bank credit. 115 Bills of exchange were the very basis of the money market. This was as true of Venice in the 14th century as it was of London in Marx's day. 116 Bills of exchange were widely used in Venetian trade in the Levant. 117 There are numerous references to them in the ledger or account book of Giacomo Badoer, a Venetian banker who lived in Constantinople from September 1436 to early 1440. 118 As in Venice, bills in Constantinople were handled on current account in the local deposit banks. 119 In Europe the bill market was dominated by the Italians. Even in Bruges the exchange was merely the daily bourse assembly of the Italian merchants. 120 Subjects of other nations usually had to apply to them, if they wished to buy or sell bills. In Venice, huge sums of money were kept in constant circulation on the exchanges. For example, the Venetian branch of the Fugger firm is reported to have had a turnover of about 100,000 ducats in its exchange dealings with Antwerp alone. 121 By the late 16th century, the Piacenza Affairs acted as a clearing house for the vast amounts of money circulating in bills of exchange. 122 If your economizing on means of circulation appears in its most highly developed form in the clearing house, the simple exchange of bills falling due. 123 Then those fairs, dominated by a club of some 60 bankers, show us how advanced the financial markets still were under Italian dominance. However, by the 16th century bills of exchange were widely used in the Ottoman Empire as well. 124 And by ca 1700 the enormous stocks of silver in circulation in the Mughal economy formed the basis for a massive system of credit transfers through both treasury bills and the commercial bills known as hundis. 125 And in Europe itself in the 17th century, the discounting and sale of bills of exchange became a lively business in Amsterdam. In the trade of no other city in this period was the bill of exchange used so freely and flexibly. Amsterdam was described as the theater where all the world's exchanges are transacted. 126. The 18th century was when bills of exchange came into circulation in a big way. Charles Carrier describes the bill of exchange as the perfect instrument of commercial capitalism in the 18th century. 127 In other words, the bulk of money in circulation in the sphere of large-scale commerce took the form of bills of exchange. For example, in 1783, while Marseille's maritime trade reached or even exceeded 200 million livres, the actual cash in the hands of merchants was estimated to be a mere 1.8 million livres at most. 128 This was a time when the more substantial merchants numbered some 600 to 700 in France's leading port city. 129 By the end of the 18th century, bills of exchange were widely used in most trade sectors of the international market. In the British Atlantic, where the commission system began to be used from as early as the late 17th century, bills of exchange were the key link between the planter and his commission agent. 130 Barbados planters bought slaves with bills and sold their sugar not in the islands but by consignment to London. 131 In the so-called cargo trade, local merchants in both South Carolina and the West Indies imported dry goods on credit from the London commission houses and made their returns. either wholly or very largely. In bills of exchange. 132 In India, sales of hundis had become so widespread in Gujarat by the 18th century that commercial payments were seldom made in cash. 133 A small group of Surat bankers known as the Bengal Shrufas came to specialize in discounting and buying East India Company bills. 134 The Surat money market was a vital part of the financial operations of the company. More importantly, the Court of Directors allowed the treasuries at its settlements to receive money in return for bills of exchange payable in London at various dates at rates fixed by the company. 135 The company's bills thus became a major channel for repatriating fortunes from India, either directly from Calcutta or via Canton where capital was needed to finance purchases of tea. By the 1770s the Canton treasury was receiving very large sums from Calcutta, carried there by the country ships carrying opium and cotton. 136 Finally, in Britain itself the volume of inland bills grew from £2 million ca 1700 to £30 million ca 1775. 137 Sterling-denominated bills drawn on London became the pivot around which international trade revolved by the main part of the 19th century. Liquidity was the key here, fueling massive commercial expansion. The city became a short-term money market of unrivaled liquidity and security. 138 A wholesale market in the financing of trade. Trade finance or the discounting of bills of exchange was the glue that held the system together, the London merchant banks guaranteeing bills by accepting them, the bill brokers buying bills at a discount to face value, and the Bank of England acting as lender of last resort, prepared in extreme circumstances to rediscount the better quality bills, thus enabling the discount houses to finance their massive bill portfolios with money borrowed from the banks as call loans secured on first-class bills. 139 Joint stock bankers preferred commercial bills over government securities. 140 And, as the London banks built up their own liquid cash reserves, vast sums were held on call with the bill brokers. 141 By the 1850s it could be said, the bill brokers have been in the habit of holding probably from 15 to 20 millions of money at call from one day to the next. 142 The truly important innovation in the first 15 years of the 19th century was the emergence of the manufacturer who exported directly to distant markets. In consigning exports on their own account, with the assistance of Liverpool and foreign-based commission agents who in turn relied on the London acceptance houses. 143 These British cotton manufacturers were the first signs, historically, of what Marx would later call the subordination of commercial to industrial capital. Marx himself telescoped this process massively, projecting it back to a much earlier period, whereas in fact even in the 19th century commercial capital remained largely dominant down to the later decades of the century when an entirely new breed of industrial capital, the capital-intensive vertically integrated firms, would finally emerge to eliminate the old-style merchants by organizing their own sales networks. 3. The competition of capitals. Struggles for commercial dominance from the 12th to 18th centuries. Byzantium, the subordination of Greek capital. In Constantinople the early modern world inherited an urban monster, one whose trajectory had involved sharp fluctuations over the centuries, with a history going back, of course, to late antiquity. On the eve of its conquest by the Ottomans in 1453, the city's population had stabilized around 70,000, but at its early Byzantine peak in the 6th century it had been probably well over 500,000, and at the end of the 12th century was again somewhere in the region of 500,000, say, 400,000. 3 Between those peaks came a downturn reaching a low point, 40,000 to 70,000, in the 8th century and then a sustained renewal or expansion from the 9th century down to the end of the 12th. As the political base of an empire, however, the massive expansion of the internal market that occurred from the 9th to 12th centuries was true not just of the metropolis but to some degree of the whole empire including its various secondary urban centers as well as the islands. 5 What was in play here was a huge common market, the biggest in the world in the 12th century, and it was bound to exert considerable force as a commercial magnet. Constantinople is sandwiched between the Golden Horn to its north and the Sea of Marmara to the south. In the 6th century, as one scholar has argued convincingly, the plague of 542 triggered a major relocation of business and residents to the southern coast, because bodies were being dumped in the sea and any dumped in the Golden Horn would not have been washed away. 6 The Golden Horn had been abandoned well before the late 7th century, and it was the south coast that was more actively used in the 7th to 10th centuries. 8 The sustained expansion of the 9th to 12th centuries, however, saw a succession of Italian city-states starting to trade with the empire in a big way, and it was essentially their presence in Constantinople that revitalized the Golden Horn into the major commercial hub that it became from the 11th century down to early Ottoman times. 9 And then again, with the renewed colonization of Pera, in the main part of the 19th century. All the major Italian colonies were clustered in the lower Golden Horn, with jetties or landing stations where seagoing vessels could load and unload. The city center and the seashores were heavily built up with 3 or even 5-story houses. 10 In the 12th century, Constantinople was a densely populated cosmopolitan city, sharply divided in social terms, and prone to violent, uncontrollable fires. 11 John Tsetzes boasted he could speak to local residents in no fewer than 7 languages, including Persian, Arabic, Russian, and Hebrew. 12 Eustathius of Thessaloniki counted 60,000 Latins in the city. 13 And a keen observer, the Jewish traveler Benjamin of Tudela tells us, they say that the tribute of the city alone amounts every day to 20,000 florins, arising from rents of hostelries and bazaars, and from the duties paid by merchants who arrive by sea and by land. 14 It was the greatest commercial center of the eastern Mediterranean. 15 With a population by then not far short of 500,000. 16 Finally, even as late as 1192 the native, Greek, merchants of Constantinople were a large, influential, rich group. 17 Oikonomides cites the example of Kolomodios, a banker who accumulated a vast fortune through successful operations in large-scale trade, financing commercial trips undertaken by others. 18 Yet the most extraordinary fact about Byzantine commerce from the end of the 11th century to the 13th century and later was the severe discrimination Greek merchants were subjected to vis-a-vis foreign competitors by their own state. By the terms of the Treaty of 1082, Venetian merchants could buy and sell in every part of the empire, free of duty or customs examination. Many ports were opened and vast territories made accessible to them for free trade. 19 These privileges, renewed by the emperors of the 12th century, rendered the Venetians virtual masters of the commercial life of the empire. 20 By the 13th century, when the Genoese came into Byzantine economic life in a big way and similar wide-ranging concessions were granted, Italian merchants, whether Genoese or Venetians, became so entrenched in Constantinople that they controlled the economy of that city. 21 And by the end of the 13th century, the islands of the Aegean were being divided between Genoese and Venetian control. 22 The Aegean's east coast becoming the heart of Genoa's maritime domain. Greek merchants, meanwhile, continued to pay a duty of 10% and Byzantine access to markets in the west remained severely limited. Greek merchants rarely gained access to Italian markets. 23 The Italians discouraged Byzantine expansion west of the Peloponnese. 24 So that Greek capital was effectively shut out of the long-distance trade. 25 A major upshot of entrenched Italian economic dominance was the endemic hostility that grew up between the Italians and large sectors of the local population. 26 The violent Crusader occupation of Constantinople in 1204 and the long-standing division between the churches did nothing to abate that, of course. Every attempt to bring the two churches together was seen as a national betrayal and sparked riots. 27 Greeks living in territories under Latin control were looked down upon as a conquered people and suffered the economic and social consequences of that, even to the point of being denied the right to have their own bishops. 28 They treated citizens like slaves, wrote one 12th century chronicler. Their boldness and impudence increased with their wealth until they not only detested the Romans but even defied the threats and commands of the emperor. 29 On the other hand, as the left-wing historian Nicholas Oikonomides emphasized, none of this prevented Greek business circles from entering into partnerships with Italian capital. There was extensive collaboration, and Greek merchants even sought Genoese or Venetian nationality to enjoy the same benefits. The emergence of a Byzantine commercial middle class was a remarkable feature of the 11th century boom in the economic and cultural life of the empire, and its most striking political outcome was the 3 decades in the middle of the century when a strictly aristocratic model of government split wide open to allow the popular classes and commercially active strata access, for the first time ever, to the Senate and higher administration. 30 No less interestingly, the same rulers who brought about this revolutionary change responded to the economic needs of the middle class by allowing for a controlled devaluation of the gold coinage, a measure not of crisis but of the economic boom reflected by a growing demand for means of circulation and payment as Byzantium's markets were becoming more deeply integrated into the expansion occurring in the West. 31 What emerged briefly in the 11th century was a fascinating alliance of the absolutist power with a middle class hostile to the aristocracy. It was this capitalist dream of the 11th century that was shattered in 1081/2 in the violent reaction of a strongly pro-aristocratic dynasty that set about curbing the growing affluence and power of the Greek mercantile class by abolishing all the privileges the businessmen had just acquired. 32 And granting extensive concessions to Venetian capital, effectively allowing a wholesale takeover of Byzantine markets by Italian merchant capitalists, with the major exception of the Black Sea, which in any case failed to attract much attention till the later 13th century. The French Byzantinist Lemerle described Alexos I Komnenos' Chrysoboule of 1082 as a massive economic capitulation, the point being that though a Byzantine merchant class survived and continued to be active down to the end of the 12th century, it had lost control of the empire's markets. 33 Going by later experience, it is possible that the vast majority of local merchants worked as brokers for the Italian firms. 34. The last 2.5 centuries of the Byzantine Empire were characterized by the catastrophe of the Venetian occupation of Constantinople, which permanently dismembered the empire and left the city itself depleted and impoverished. 35 By ferocious struggles between Venice and Genoa for control of the leading trade sectors, once Byzantine rule was restored and Genoa established a major presence through its alliance with Michael VIII Palaiologos, by the civil wars of the 1340s which saw the aristocracy contending with rebellions based on a loose coalition of urban classes that included sailors and longshoremen, by the aristocracy's decisive turn to commercial investment as landed assets were progressively lost to the Ottoman advance from the middle of the 14th century, and finally, by the overwhelming grip that Genoa even more than Venice had now established over much of the truncated empire's trade. Indeed, the Genoese had close relations with the Turks throughout the 14th century, and a very substantial part of their business was done in the Ottoman territories. 36. The idea that ancient and medieval writers were oblivious to the play of economic forces in the history of their respective societies and civilizations does not stand up to scrutiny. To Byzantine writers like George Pachymeres and Nikephoros Gregoras it was fairly obvious that Genoa's exploitation of Byzantine markets was the basis of her prosperity. 37 Pachymeres himself has some remarkable passages on the kind of dominance the Genoese had established over the empire and about the fierce struggles between them and the Venetians for the domination of Greek markets. In one of these he writes, "The Venetians and their community formerly greatly surpassed the Genoese in wealth, because they made greater use of the waters than did the Genoese, and because they sailed across the high sea with long ships, and they succeeded in gaining more profit than did the Genoese in transporting and carrying wares. But once the Genoese became masters of the Black Sea by grant of the emperor and with all liberty and franchise, they braved that, and sailing in the midst of winter in ships of reduced length, they not only barred the Romans from the lanes and wares of the sea but also eclipsed the Venetians in wealth and material. Because of this they came to look down not only upon those of their own kin but also upon the Romans themselves." 38 Here Pachymeres describes two broad periods in the commercial history of the empire, in the first of which, according to him, the Venetians established their primacy through a strategy of cabotage or coastal trading in the purely Greek parts of the empire. The Genoese later surpassed them by making the Black Sea the renewed focus of their commercial operations. This strikes me as a remarkably coherent summary of over 2 centuries of Byzantine commercial history. In both cities, Venice as well as Genoa, The aristocracy itself was very substantially involved in the trade with Romania. 39 The investments at stake were those of the leading families in both centers. But commercial capital was still widely dispersed among the alberghi. On the Genoa side, the 6 leading families accounted for 29% of all investment, a degree of concentration scarcely comparable with the much higher levels characteristic of later centuries. 40 In ca 1170 the Venetians had vastly more capital tied up in Byzantium than any of their competitors. They had a stronger hold on the islands, and this was extensive by the second quarter of the 12th century. 41 When the Genoese first sought to establish themselves in Constantinople, their newly established quarters were repeatedly attacked and even demolished in 1162 by a mob consisting mainly of Pisans, then again in 1170 by the Venetians themselves, and a third time, in April 1182, in a dreadful local pogrom against all Italians. 42 On all these various occasions, claims for compensation were submitted by the main aggrieved parties, and from these one gets at least a crude impression of the scale of their respective investments. Genoese estimates of the losses they sustained in 1162 and 1182 respectively suggest that in the previous decade or so there had been very rapid enrichment of Genoese merchants trading to Byzantine markets. 43 It seems entirely likely that the disruption of Venetian business following the reprisals against them in 1171 worked strongly in Genoa's favor. That the Latin conquest of Constantinople was largely a function of the endemic rivalry between the two main commercial powers is shown by the fact that Genoa was not officially represented in Constantinople during the occupation. 44 Venice's territory in the city expanded substantially soon after the conquest. 45 The restoration of Byzantine rule in 1261 turned the tables dramatically as Genoa became the dominant economic power in Constantinople and secured access to the Black Sea, where a colony was established at Kaffa that was thriving by the 1280s. 46 The whole period from 1270 to 1340 saw substantial Genoese investment. In 1348, according to the chronicler Gregorius, revenues from the customs collected at Genoa's colony at Pera were almost 7 times bigger than the collections at Constantinople. 47 These fell sharply in the later 14th century, which saw a prolonged recession that only lifted in the early part of the 15th century. Competition was sharper than ever in these decades, since there were no fewer than 3 colonial wars between Venice and Genoa for control of the Aegean, the upshot of which was a division, a de facto carve-up, of the sea between them. 48 Thus the colonization of the Byzantine Empire probably counts as the most striking example of a colonial-style economy before colonialism. The parallel has been drawn repeatedly, and Oikonomidis himself would speak of the economic imperialism of Western merchants. 49 An attempt in the middle of the 14th century to re-establish greater parity in the duties paid by Greek and Italian merchants led to a violent reaction which forced the Emperor John VI Kantakisnos to reverse his decision. 50 The Treaty of 1352 included a clause severely limiting the access of Byzantine merchants to Tana and the Sea of Azov. 51 The Mizrahi who were active in the rebellions of the 1340s included a layer of Greek capital that both resented its subordination to more powerful competitors and depended on them for its own survival. In Thessaloniki, the most radical faction, those known as the Zealots, even controlled the city's government for some 7 or 8 years and were led, in part at least, by the city's harbor workers. 52 Angeliki Leu argued that the civil war was an abortive effort to create a state quite different from what had existed in Byzantium, one where the interests of the commercial element would be paramount. 53 In any case, by the latter half of the century a more substantial kind of involvement emerged as members of the Greek aristocracy compensated for falling incomes from their estates by turning to large-scale trade and banking. As Oikonomidis showed, the highest levels of the aristocracy were involved in this. 54 With the number of aristocrats involved in trade growing dramatically, the urban upper class of Byzantium was at last united in purely capitalist aspirations, he wrote. 55 And the previous distinction between the Mizrahi and the aristocracy eventually disappeared. A final word. None of the leading Italian trade centers that traded with Byzantium simply replicated the pattern of their competitors. In the 11th century, Amalfi 56 had specialized in luxury imports from Constantinople for markets in Rome and Naples, integrating its trade with the southern Mediterranean by using the gold from the Sahara acquired in the Maghreb ports and in Egypt to finance purchases from the Byzantines. In Constantinople the Amalfitans were buyers, not sellers. 57 In the 11th and 12th centuries, the Venetians had traded in the local produce of the Greek mainland and Greek islands and of southern Italy, in items such as olive oil, cheese, wine, wheat, raw silk, and raw cotton. About 60% of Venice's trade with the empire is said to have been transacted in Greece. 58 Southern Calabria was a major producer of raw silk. 59 And this must also have reached manufacturing centers such as Thebes in Venetian ships. Olive oil came from the Peloponnese. 60 A Venetian by the name of Vital Valtini, who settled in Greece in the 1160s, was said to have dominated the oil market in Corinth, Sparta, and Thebes. 61 For their part, the Genoese combined the bulk trades of the Black Sea region, Phocaea and Chios, with the importation of expensive fabrics, many different types of European cloth. 62 The export of Anatolian carpets. 63 Russian furs. 64 And so on. Venice to Portugal. Unlike the rulers of Byzantium, it was Mamluk policy not to intervene in the conflicts between Venice and Genoa. In 1294 the commercial battle between them had spilled over into the far end of the eastern Mediterranean. The Syrian chronicler Al-Jazari notes that in 1294 witnesses reported that large numbers of Franks came by sea to Aeus for purposes of trade and that they belonged to two nations. One lot were called Venetians, the other Genoese. As acts of hostility escalated between them, they got into a bitter fight and on one day alone over 6,000 people were killed. The Genoese got the better of the Venetians. 65 Al-Jazari was describing a crucial part of the prelude to the major war that developed 2 years later, which began and ended with the Venetians setting fire to Pera and the Genoese retaliating by massacring large numbers of them in their quarter of the city. In the 12th and 13th centuries, the expansion of Italian business interests in the Levant ran parallel to a rapid growth of Muslim trade and settlement on the Malabar coast. 66 The Levant cotton trade was dominated by the Italians, so that by the late 15th and 16th centuries in peak years the total volume of Venetian cotton imports from all sources could exceed 4,000 tons. 67 They had substantial interests in the Levantine sugar industry, for example, in the villages around Tyre, where the most important sugar plantations of the Syro-Palestinian coast passed into Venetian hands in 1123.68. With the fall of Acre in 1291, Venetian sugar interests were relocated to the islands. In Cyprus in the later 14th and 15th centuries, the Corners, a powerful Venetian family, built a thriving enterprise in sugar. 69 In 1183 the Spanish traveler Ibn Jubayr saw innumerable loads of pepper being shipped to the Sudanese port of Adhab and transported from there in numerous caravans. 70 Barely 7 years later, the value of goods exported by Christian merchants trading through the Nile ports was estimated to be well over 100,000 dinars, and this at a time of considerable political tensions. 71 The number of merchants from the west trading in Alexandria in 1216 was put at 3,000 by the historian Al-Makrizi. 72 In ca 1260 Venetian sources indicate large cotton shipments from Acre. 73 Candia in Venetian-controlled Crete became a major spice market in the early 14th century. The sugar and cotton exported there from Alexandria were re-exported to Italy in Venetian galleys. 74 By the middle of the century the papers of the Venetian notary Bresciano reflect massive imports of Italian and Flemish textiles into Candia, something that was doubtless true of other Venetian colonies. 75 By the end of the century the volume of Italian business had increased dramatically. Investments could run as high as 450,000 dinars with the Venetians in the 1390s, and between 200,000 and 300,000 dinars every year between 1394 and 1400 in Genoa's case. 76 And by the 15th century when, as Braudel says, Venice was unquestionably the vigorous heart of the Mediterranean. 77 Thanks largely to its trade with the Levant, merchant galleys with goods worth 1 million ducats plus 400,000 in cash were sailing from Venice for Alexandria and Beirut. 78 The Levant trade was the middle segment of a circuit that extended to the ports of Malabar in South India and beyond them into Southeast Asia. Here the great counterpart to the crusading period's creation of numerous Latin trading colonies in the Near East with their own consuls, hostels, warehouses, marketplaces, and churches. 79 was the expansion of Islam, which, similarly, begins in the 12th century and reaches its commercial zenith in the 15th. The oldest reliably datable mosque on the Malabar coast was founded in 1124, at Madai. 80 By the end of the 13th century Muslim settlements were well established both there and on the Coromandel coast. 81 Reflecting an expansion across the entire western half of the Indian Ocean. Even in the early 13th century, it has been claimed, the East African coast was largely Islamic. 82 And certainly by the end of the century the evidence from Kilway implies a very large Muslim resident population. 83 By ca. 1331 Ibn Battuta describes a vast network of Muslims all around the periphery of the Indian Ocean. 84 These were essentially commercial networks drawn from many different parts of the Near East. Calicut's Muslims who tendered their allegiance to the Rasulid Sultan al-Ashraf II in 1393 reflected a multiplicity of geographic origins. 85 And the same is suggested in Barbossa's report that by the second decade of the 16th century these cosmopolitan merchants departed to their own lands, abandoning India and its trade. 86 Following the dramatic and violent way in which the Portuguese made their entry into the Indian Ocean trade, with Vasco da Gama insisting on the expulsion of the Muslims from Calicut and bombarding the town when its ruler refused. 87 That the crushing of the Venetian spice monopoly was the premeditated goal of Portugal's maritime expansion in the 15th century can, of course, be ruled out. The strategy of Atlantic expansion evolved only gradually. 88 There was, as Luis Felipe Thomas has argued, no coherent imperial project till the last 2 decades of the 15th century, and what he calls the calculated imperialism of a model that was imperial, globalizing, and state-driven. 89 From the reign of Dom Ferdinand, Portuguese royal power had found its strongest support in the population of the ports. 90 Where the Portuguese merchant class grew in strength. 91 But in the partnership that evolved over the following century between the monarchy and private capital, the state can scarcely be described as a passive agent of the latter. Financially, it depended on the resources of big Lisbon merchants like Fernão Gomes ca. 1469 and, later, of powerful syndicates of German and Italian businessmen, but it was the crown that both drove and monitored the process, and there was never any clear-cut demarcation between the finances of the state and its commercial capital. 92 All commercial capitalisms of the 16th to 18th centuries would come to be inextricably bound up with the state, but in Portugal's case the relationship was posited as immediate. It was the crown that would act as a merchant company on the west coast of India, setting up feederias in various key ports, buying up pepper, spices, and other precious commodities, which they would ship to Europe and sell there at a huge profit. 93 The Portuguese, of course, were quite clear who their competitors were. Trying to convince the members of his council of the need to capture and retain Malacca, Albuquerque wrote, "Since we gained control of the Malabar pepper trade, Cairo has not received any except what the Moslems have been able to take from this region. I am very sure that, if this Malacca trade is taken out of their hands, Cairo and Mecca will be completely lost and no spices will go to the Venetians except those that they go to Portugal to buy." 94 The target here, in 1511, was the entire Red Sea route, a circuit dominated by a sort of massive joint venture between Venetian capital, Cairo merchants, and the suppliers in Calicut. But moving back along the chain, the majority of his captains agreed with Albuquerque. It was essential to take the city of Malacca, to expel the Moslems, and to build a fortress there. 95 Portugal's commercial and religious war against Islam 96 occupied the greater part of a century and was never completely successful, but in Calicut the effects of her intrusion were felt almost immediately. Already by 1507 one traveller, the Italian Ludovico di Varthema, was writing, "Calicut was ruined by the King of Portugal, for the merchants who used to come there were not there, neither did they come 97. It was Cochin that became Portugal's economic base in the region, and the bulk of Portuguese pepper from Malabar was exported from there. 98 By 1512 Albuquerque was telling King Manuel that the net value of shipments from India was now worth 1,000,000 cruzados. 99 If so, these levels were never subsequently sustained. The majority of actual cultivators were St. Thomas Christians. 100 Pepper was sold to the Portuguese factory in Cochin by merchants from their community and by Cochin Jews. 101 Apparently, the king had asked officials to deal with Christian and Hindu traders and to keep the Muslim merchants away from trade activities. 102 Dom Manuel's royal capitalism. 103 was a curious mixture of mercantilism and messianism. 104 Where hard-headed business decisions and a Mediterranean-style economic war were cloaked in religious zeal and a great deal of both ignorance and bigotry. The habitual use of force as an acceptable part of the competition between substantial blocks of capital was now, for the first time in the history of either sea, transposed from a theater where it had flourished for centuries to the Indian Ocean, where its major targets were the powerful Muslim commercial networks that straddled the entire ocean from Kilwa and Sofala in East Africa to Sumatra and the southern Philippines. In Cochin itself, the principal merchants of the port relocated to Calicut by the 1520s, forced out by what one historian calls an atmosphere of coercion and violence. 105 Ahmad Zain al-Din's late 16th century history, Tufat al-Mujahideen, has graphic descriptions of the violence inflicted on Malabar's Muslim communities. He writes of the burning of the Jami Masjid in Calicut in 1510, the earlier demolition of the Cochin Mosque, the seizure of ships, destruction of property, and so on. There was also the repeated personal humiliation Muslims were subjected to, and of course bloodshed. Zain al-Din had an acute sense of the history of his own lifetime, knowing that the advent of the Portuguese had been ruinous for the prosperity of Muslim commerce in the Indian Ocean. The Portuguese, he writes, had sought to secure for themselves a monopoly of this trade. 106 They had established themselves in the greater part of the seaports of this part of the world. 107 They had even found their way to the Chinese Empire, carrying on trade in all the intermediate and other ports, in all of which the commercial interests of the Muslims have been in consequence consigned to ruin. The Portuguese rendered it impossible that any others should compete with them in the trades they sought to dominate. 108 The Muslims of Malabar had seen the bulk of their international commerce massively disrupted and were left only with the coasting trade of India. They had become impoverished and weak and powerless. 109 There is a fascinating reference in these passages to a self-financing model that became characteristic not only of Portugal's trade in Asian waters but, even more crucially, of the better organized Dutch expansion that would later replace it in the 17th century. The Portuguese monarchy was chronically short of cash and sought to sustain the European side of its monopoly of the spice market by involving the biggest German and Italian capitalists as investors and encouraging governors like Albuquerque to finance the royal share of purchases from profits generated by Portuguese trading within Asian markets. 110 At the Malabar end, there was never any real monopoly, since exports to Lisbon never seem to have exceeded about 40% of the total output of pepper even in the early 16th century, and fell dramatically by the end of the century, when Francisco da Costa reliably estimated that of a total production of 258,000 quintals, exports to Portugal were a meager 20,000 to 30,000 quintals. 111 In 1587 Ferdinand Kron, Cochin agent of the Fuggers, wrote that although ca 300,000 quintals of pepper were produced annually in southern India, only a very little of this came into the hands of the contractors to be taken to Europe. 112 Thomas has argued that Portuguese commerce in the 16th century developed predominantly in the Indian Ocean, over a network of short and medium-range routes which actually encompassed almost every coast of Asia. The main reason which drove the Portuguese to apply themselves to the local trade seems to be that the Cape route to Portugal was often a loser. 113 In short, Portugal's Asian trade cross-subsidized the trade to Lisbon, since overheads were so high in the latter. Pepper was grown on literally thousands of gardens in Malabar. 114 The Portuguese simply did not have the logistical setup to deal with producers directly and certainly had no way of controlling the producers. 115 Therefore, price domination had to be enforced through agreements with the ruler of Cochin and other local rulers. A low fixed price was vital to the whole enterprise, as King Dom Manuel had conceived this initially. In 1503 the price of a bar of pepper was fixed at less than half the market price prevailing in Calicut 3 years earlier. 116 prices would remain fixed for decades. But Malabar pepper was a highly competitive market with over a dozen regional centers where merchants bought the produce wholesale. Competition was fierce in those markets. 117 This accounts for the purely theoretical nature of the Portuguese monopoly, since, as Cesare de Federici noted, probably in the 1570s, the bulk of good quality pepper was being shipped to the Red Sea because merchants connected with that trade paid more and got a better quality of produce, clean and dry and better conditioned. 118 This is the essential reason behind the resilience of the Mediterranean route that Brodel constantly drew attention to. 119 If the royal capitalism of the early 16th century was eventually abandoned for a more straightforward semi-absolutist conception of the state's relationship to trade, 120 Portuguese colonial enterprise, or the Asian thalassocracy that formed its core, became even stronger as a magnet for an agglomeration of capitalist interests that is probably best described in Henry Bernstein's idea of classes of capital. At the top were the biggest German and Italian capitalist houses who combined in powerful syndicates to finance the actual expeditions to India, such as the one in 1505 in which the Welsers had a very substantial investment of 20,000 cruzados, or agreed to handle sales in Europe, with pledges to buy a stipulated quantity of pepper at an agreed price. Both arrangements were fraught with tensions bound up with the volatility of this market, with the crown quite capable of reneging on contracts. Florentine merchants were well entrenched in Lisbon, and many of them financed and joined the Portuguese on the earliest ventures to the Indies during the first quarter of the 16th century. 121 The South German commercial houses had strong organizational structures and worked through cartel arrangements with one another. 122 They amassed capital far beyond the capability of any Florentine merchant banker. 123 So that even at this rarefied level there were interesting differences. Considerably below these giant capitalists were the richer casados of Cochin, settlers of Portuguese origin, who at various times acted as financiers to the Estado and dominated Cochin's coastal trade. 124 Between 1570 and 1600 the casados, a powerful mercantile group with considerable capital resources, virtually turned Cochin into one of the biggest entrepôts of Asia. 125 Their interests extended all over the Indian Ocean. 126 However, from the second decade of the 17th century, there was a mass exodus of casado traders from Cochin to the opposite coast, as the latter part of the 16th century saw dwindling supplies of pepper thanks to mass disaffection among St. Thomas Christians who had seen their bishop arrested twice and begun to cooperate with the traders of the Ghat route in retaliation. 127 Finally, Malabar's own native Muslims, the Mapilas, were among the largest financiers of Portugal's imperial project in Asia. 128 And were doubtless active in much of the trade that escaped Portuguese control, the vast amounts of pepper that crossed the Ghats to make its way to the east coast, from where it was widely exported. In economic terms, the fragile basis on which Portugal's armed thalassocracy rested was obvious to members of its elite. In 1563 the Ottomans offered the Portuguese a free trade agreement, with the latter being given the right to establish trading houses in Basra, Cairo, and Alexandria and to trade freely in all the Ottoman-controlled ports of both the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, in return for similar freedoms for Ottoman merchants to trade throughout the Indian Ocean, with the right to establish commercial agencies of their own in Sind, Cambay, Dabul, Calicut, and any other port they desired. 129 Against this quite remarkable proposal one Fidalgo is supposed to have argued, if the Turks were allowed to travel freely to India, and establish factors, and trade in merchandise wherever they wished, not only would your Majesty's own profits suffer greatly, but the rest of us would be left completely empty-handed, because all of the business would immediately fall to the Turks. There was a clear reference here to Portuguese private capital. He went on to say, as for pepper and other controlled spices, this would also be threatened by allowing the Turks to establish factors in India. Even now, When they have not been allowed to openly compete against the Portuguese, it is known that they conduct a trade in secret, carrying spices to Hormuz, to Basra and to Bengal, Pegu, China, and other lands, and especially to their own markets, despite the great risks involved. Thus, local Muslims would leave them even better informed and better organized, such that by means of they could send as much as they wanted, and become masters of the lion's share of the trade in spices. 130 Here it was an entrenched network of trading communities that was seen as the biggest potential competitive advantage the Ottomans would have if commerce was completely free, that is, not deterred by the permanent threat and actual use of violence from the Portuguese side. 131. In his great history of Italy, Francesco Guicciardini saw Portugal's breaking of the Venetian spice monopoly as the most memorable thing that has happened in the world for many centuries. 132 This was written late in the 1530s and was a remarkably accurate assessment, not only because commercial positions that Venice had built up over centuries were plunged into depression and drastically affected by the new trade regime. 133 But more obviously because Portugal's opening of the Atlantic reconfigured the whole shape of commercial capitalism as the world had known it till then. It opened the way for a new capitalism which would soon be reflected in the commercial dominance of the Dutch in the 17th century as well as England's expansion in the same century. In 1519 the Venetians were perfectly aware of Portugal's devastating impact on the Levant pepper trade, and for the next 10 years they were totally at the mercy of the Portuguese as global supplies of pepper were cornered by the latter. 134 But Brodel rightly insisted that Venice remained a formidable economic force throughout the 16th century. As late as 1585 there were still some 4,000 Venetian families scattered throughout the cities and lands of Islam as far away as Hormuz. 135 Nor was the Red Sea route ever completely stifled. In 1560 the Portuguese ambassador at Rome received reports that enormous quantities of pepper and spice were arriving at Alexandria. 136 In 1593 the Fuggers were similarly told that Alexandria was supplying Venice with as much pepper as Lisbon received. 137 However, by the second decade of the 17th century Venice's primacy in the Mediterranean was finally over. 138 The Italian crisis of the 17th century has been characterized as a gradual introversion of the northern Italian bourgeoisie, a progressive closure to the world beyond Italy. 139 If so, Guicciardini's judgment was even more prophetic. Dutch primacy. The fall of Antwerp in August 1585 triggered a vast exodus of refugees from the southern provinces of the Netherlands to the north, with major consequences for Amsterdam and Dutch commerce. Amsterdam's prosperity after 1600 was built by émigrés from Antwerp. 140 Over half the Dutch East India Company / Verenigd Oost-Indisch Company or VOC's starting capital of 6.42 million guilders was subscribed in Amsterdam. But among Amsterdam investors the biggest individual investments were made by men like Isaac L. E. Mayer and Balthasar Koymans, all émigrés from Antwerp. 141 They were Walloon or Flemish exiles and provided close to 40% of the company's total capital. 142 It was their vast wealth and international connections. 143 That enabled Holland's rapid breakthrough into the rich trades of the Mediterranean and Asia. The 17th century was dominated by the competition between English and Dutch capital. The trajectory of Dutch capitalism runs from its rapid expansion in the early 17th century to its decline in the second quarter of the 18th century, with a peak in the decades around 1647 to 72, described by Jonathan Israel as the zenith of the Republic's world trade primacy. 144 Dutch trade with Asia had far outstripped that of the Portuguese possibly as early as 1601. 145 The clash with England for mastery of the Mediterranean trade exploded in the late 1640s, prompting the first of several navigation acts by which English capital sought to curb Dutch dominance. In 1661 Colbert assumed the direction of commercial affairs in France, and by the late 17th century the French had emerged as a major commercial power. 146 With the last quarter of the century dominated by a confrontation between them and the Dutch. 147 The 1680s was also when the VOC was at the peak of its success as an Asian power. 148 The crushing Italian supremacy of the 12th to 15th centuries had encapsulated a capitalism of networks, the only kind indigenous to the Mediterranean countries and the wider world of Islam. The new capitalism of the 17th century was driven, in contrast, by joint stock companies that emerged from the maritime fringe of northwestern Europe and enjoyed the strong backing of the state. They were capitalist enterprises of a higher power than the imperfect royal capitalisms of Iberia, but like them they retained a public or semi-public character that embodied a quasi-formal delegation of sovereignty that made them formidable competitors. 149 The main East India companies were the most powerful of the joint stock companies in the 17th and 18th centuries, and the competition between them was such that David Hume, in an essay published in 1742, could famously say, "Trade was never esteemed an affair of state till the last century." 150 The head-on clash between the English and the Dutch generated the doctrine that came to be called jealousy of trade. 151 Toward the end of the 18th century Adam Smith agreed with Hume that trade had changed European politics in the 17th century. In Wealth of Nations he refers to mercantile jealousy which inflames, and is itself inflamed by the violence of national animosity. 152 State and capital now had a unifying national interest in securing or retaining commercial dominance. In Of the Jealousy of Trade Hume wrote, "Nothing is more usual, among states which have made some advances in commerce, than to consider all trading states as their rivals." 153 In the late 19th century Gustav von Schmoller expressed this more forcefully. Commercial competition, even in times nominally of peace, degenerated into a state of undeclared hostility. It plunged nations into one war after another, and gave all wars a turn in the direction of trade, industry, and colonial gain. 154. To Josiah Child, who became governor of the English East India Company in 1681, the essential characteristic of the Dutch model was its peculiar integration of state and capital. At the top of Child's list of reasons for Dutch economic success was the fact that Dutch councils of state, the lawmaking bodies, were composed of trading merchants who had lived abroad most of their lives and who had great practical and theoretical knowledge of commercial matters. 155 In Observations upon the United Provinces of the Netherlands, Sir William Temple would likewise note this particular feature of the Dutch Republic. Among its strengths, he claims, was government managed either by men that trade, or whose families have risen by it, or who have themselves some interest going in other men's traffic, or who are born and bred in towns, the soul and being whereof consists wholly in trade. 156 In other words, the VOC and its predecessor companies typified the high degree of interaction of ruling oligarchy with private enterprise which characterized much, if not most, of Dutch overseas commerce. 157 The VOC was the creation of the Dutch state as much as of the merchants who had actually opened up the East India traffic. 158 And, like its later, Atlantic, counterpart, the West India Company, intimately entwined with the country's regent oligarchy. 159 In short, the nexus between state and commercial capital was altogether more direct here than anything reflected in the strong social and commercial ties between the merchants and financiers of the City of London and the British state. An aristocracy. 160 That were coeval with it. The sheer efficiency of Dutch capital stemmed from the remarkable efficiency of its shipping industry, the massive concentration of capital in Amsterdam's Exchange Bank, established in 1609. 161 The technical sophistication and flexibility of the Dutch fine cloth industry. 162 And the sophistication of Dutch methods and technology. 163 More generally, but beyond these factors, all essential, was a commercial strategy defined by its single-minded concentration on the rich trades of Europe and Asia, by far-reaching vertical integration into source markets and, most strikingly, by the sheer scale of its Asian trade network. 164-165 And the way the VOC was able to integrate its local, inter-Asian trade into a largely self-contained if expanding circulation of capital that minimized the need for payments in silver. 166 In most ways, it was the Asian part of this strategy that showed just how much the Dutch entrepot was harnessed to the actual machinery of the Dutch state. 167 Since Dutch commerce in Asia was heavily armed from the outset. 168 By 1623, the Dutch had 90 ships in the East Indies and 2,000 regular troops posted in 20 forts. 169. Ralph Davis explained why Dutch shipping was more efficient. Before the 17th century, Dutch shipbuilders did not have to look out for the defensibility of their ships but simply carrying capacity and cost of operation. They evolved hull forms that maximized cargo space in relation to overall dimensions. Because they were flat-bottomed, they draw not so much water as our ships do, wrote the English explorer George Weymouth in 1609. And therefore must have less masts, sails, tackling and anchors, than ours have, and are therefore able to sail with 1/3 part of men less than ours, or thereabouts. Thus, by the advantage they gain of us in burden, and by the charge they save in mariners' wages, and victuals, they are able to carry their freight better cheap than we. 170. Within Europe and large parts of the Mediterranean, barter was widely used as a mercantile strategy because it was always more profitable to traders to export goods rather than money. 171. However, in Asia the crucial constraint on European trade, as the Portuguese rapidly discovered, was Europe's inability to supply Western products at prices that would generate a large enough demand to provide the necessary revenue for the purchase of Asian goods. The only major item that Europe was in a position to provide Asia was precious metals. 172-173. The resurgence of economic conflict between Spain and the Dutch in 1621 and the embargo on Dutch shipping in Iberian ports. 174 were therefore potentially disastrous to continued Dutch expansion in Asia, because they choked the transfer of Spanish-American bullion to the Netherlands and created an endemic shortage of specie there. The VOC in particular required an immense regular input of bullion to settle its balances in the East Indies. 175. Instead of seeking infusions of capital from Amsterdam, the VOC's Governor-General at Batavia, Jan Peeters Zoonkoon, evolved a commercial strategy or master plan that encouraged the Dutch to participate extensively in the trade of the Indian Ocean. 176. No other European commercial power did this on quite the same scale or with the sophistication and ruthlessness demonstrated by the Dutch through most of the 17th century. With their precocious base in Taiwan, they commanded a major share of the Nagasaki trade, which meant that a large part of their Asian operations could be financed with Japanese silver and, to a lesser degree, Chinese gold. In 1652, for example, the VOC exported from Nagasaki 1,555,850 guilders of Japanese silver, of which less than 9% arrived at the company's headquarters in Batavia, the remainder ending up in China. 177. Yet bullion stocks were never enough to resolve the problem of financing commercial accumulation in Asian markets, and the VOC would eventually create a vast continental system of barter which, reduced to its simplest elements, embodied an exchange of Indonesian spices for Indian textiles. This is the sense in which the sales of spices formed the basis of company expansion in other spheres of trade in Asia. 178. And the reason why the directors could state in 1648, the country trade and the profit from it are the soul of the company which must be looked after carefully. 179. The company became an Asian trader on a large scale. 180. With major positions at one time or another in everything from Chinese sugar and Japanese silver to Japanese copper, spices from the archipelago, indigo from Guyana and Gujarat, cotton cloth from the Coromandel, pepper from Malabar, cinnamon from Ceylon, raw silk, Dhaka muslins, and opium from Bengal, silk from Persia, coffee from Mocha, and so on. In 1619, when Koen sent his blueprint of the Asian trade to the directors in Amsterdam, the company already had a permanently circulating capital of between F2.5 and F3.5 million in the East Indies, and Koen wanted more. 181. After 1647, the resumed flow of Spanish silver to Amsterdam reversed the decline of bullion remittances to the East. 182. And by the middle of the century the East India fleet was returning home with cargoes worth between 15 and 20 million guilders, roughly equivalent to the combined value of the Cadiz and Smyrna fleets. 183. By 1673 Sir William Temple would refer to the vastness of the stock turned wholly to that trade and to the VOC engrossing the whole commerce of the East Indies. 184. Renewed access to Spanish silver in the late 1640s and a boom in Leiden's textile industry triggered by conversion to the expensive fabrics known as camlets and laken meant rapid Dutch domination of Mediterranean markets 185, with Turkey now absorbing a third of Leiden's output. For the English this spelled a sudden crisis as massive quantities of fine goods began to be loaded onto Dutch vessels at Livorno for the English as well as for the Dutch market 186. It was this sudden maritime crisis that formed the background of the first thoroughly worked out piece of English protective legislation, the Navigation Act of 1651, and of the First Anglo-Dutch War 187. The Ordinance of 1651 established a model for the tighter Navigation Act of 1660, which remained at the heart of English maritime policy for nearly 2 centuries, providing that all goods imported to England should come directly from their place of production and that no foreign ships should trade with English colonies 188. The years from 1651 to 1672 have been described as the peak of Anglo-Dutch commercial rivalry 189. However, from the mid-1660s Colbert's mercantilism became the pivot of a new struggle for Mediterranean dominance, this time between France and Holland. With the French tariffs of 1667 unleashing a commercial war in which Colbert's clear objective was to capture the rich trades, wresting control from the Dutch. 190 By the 1690s the French could make rapid inroads into the Ottoman market, and by 1701 were selling more fine cloth there than the Dutch. 191 The Dutch had dominated Smyrna for most of the 17th century. 192 As late as 1680 silver remittances to the Levant were running at well over 2 million guilders a year. 193 In 1675 the majority of Europeans in Smyrna were reported to be Dutch. 194 However, between 1688 and 1719 the number of Dutch merchant houses there fell drastically from ca 25 to only 6,195, clearing the way for the overwhelming French domination that characterized the Levant for the greater part of the 18th century. Richelieu and Colbert reflected ideas that overtly aligned the interests of commercial capital to those of the state. In the words of the French diplomat Nicolas Messenger, Richelieu did not find any means more effective to increase the power of the king and the wealth of the state than to increase navigation and commerce. 196. Much of the précis above is based on Jonathan Israel's tightly argued history of the Dutch commercial system, which ends by suggesting that the basic reason for the decisive decline of the Dutch world trading system in the 1720s and 1730s was the wave of new-style industrial mercantilism which swept practically the entire continent from around 1720. 197 A comprehensive interventionism took hold of northern Europe, with fatal consequences for Dutch export markets and industries. 198 Within Europe, the Dutch rich trades were devastated during those decades, and in India the English East India Company had decisively overtaken the Dutch in most parts of the country where they were present by 1740. 199 The essential vitality of the 17th century entrepot had been largely destroyed by the middle of the 18th century. 200. England's rise to dominance. In England the conscious use of state power for commercial ends 201 first came to the fore in the revolutionary decades in the middle of the 17th century, roughly a whole century after the Elizabethan commercial expansion began. That expansion, as Brenner showed, was driven by the rapid growth of the import trades and had nothing to do with English cloth merchants looking for new markets. 202 The remarkable feature of the import trades of the late 16th century is their interlocking structure, with the same groups of entrepreneurs dominating the various companies floated between 1573 and 1592. 203 English overseas commerce was thus highly concentrated and of course remained so as long as it was organized as a cluster of commercial monopolies ruled by a handful of big London merchants. A close-knit group of Venice Company merchants with widespread operations helped organize the Levant Company in 1592, and the East India Company in turn, when it was founded in 1599, was dominated by the Levant Company merchants. 7 of the original 15 directors were Levant Company merchants. 204 Levant Company members provided between 1/4 and 1/3 of the total fund invested in the first, third, and fourth joint stocks of the East India Company. 205 By 1630 the total combined value of Italian, Levantine, and East Indian imports was £527,000, in 1634 £689,000, and in 1669 £1,208,000, showing where the dynamism of England's trade lay for much of the first half of the 17th century into the early years of the Restoration. Nothing better demonstrates the dominance of the import trades throughout the 17th century than the fact that exports were very largely a function of the need to finance these substantial and rising levels of imports. For example, English merchant importers increased their cloth exports in order to pay for increased imports, and they generally fell far behind. 206 It was this that caused major concern about the balance of trade in England. The import boom of the second quarter of the 17th century 207 fueled a steady increase in re-exports from the 1630s onwards. 208 In fact, the growth of a re-export trade was the chief innovation of the later Stuart period 209 and bound up both with the monopoly created by the Navigation Acts as well as the new mass production industries linked to the colonial trades in plantation produce. 210 Between them imports and re-exports sustained a new, gigantic wave of expansion of English merchant shipping, especially in the years 1660 to 89. 211 Not only did the Levant trade rank high in the overseas commerce of Restoration London 212 but the same years saw a near doubling of England's plantation tonnage. 213 Tobacco imports had registered a five-fold increase between 1620 and 1640, leading the way to sugar. 214 London's sugar imports trebled between the 1660s and 1680s, with 600 importers active in the trade in 1686. 215 In the same year there were 1,283 merchants trading to the West Indies, of whom 28, with turnover exceeding £10,000, accounted for just over 50% of total imports by value. 216 They were among the biggest colonial merchants and could accumulate sufficient capital to diversify investment around their core business into shipowning, joint stocks, insurance, wharf leases, and industry. 217 London accounted for 80% of colonial imports and 85% of all re-exports ca 1700, and in the last decades of the 17th century England established a larger stake in the Atlantic than any other country in Northern Europe. 218 Tobacco, sugar, and Indian calicos accounted for the bulk of England's re-exports and prefigured the mass markets of the 18th century. 219 By 1700 the English planters in Barbados, Jamaica, and the Leewards were supplying close to half the sugar consumed in Western Europe. 220 Of the 170 London merchants classified by Zadie as big colonial merchants, two-thirds are said to have had a substantial trade in the Caribbean. 221 That would make around 110 merchants with substantial stakes, which makes the Atlantic trades vastly more accessible than any of the trades to the East, Levantine, or East Indian. By its charter of 1592, the Levant Company was restricted to 53 persons, and recruitment to the Levantine trade required both wealth and family connections. 222 The richest and most active traders were, in Brenner's words, joined in a ramified network of interlocking family relationships, the members of which controlled a major share of the trade. 223 In the East India Company, the largest of the joint stock ventures, 24 directors claimed that they held more stock than 400 of the generality. 224 Again, it is useful to conceptualize London's commercial capital in terms of classes of capital, with the eastward trading combine that formed the heart of London's commercial establishment. 225 Forming a substantially more powerful layer than the middling stratum from which the vast majority of colonial merchants derived. 226 On the other hand, in terms of commercial concentration, the two trade sectors were not vastly different. During 1627 to 1635, when the trade to the Levant ran between £200,000 and £300,000 a year, some 24 Levant Company merchants controlled 54% of the trade. 227 Which is not dramatically higher than the 50% share controlled by the biggest 28 merchants trading to the West Indies who were mentioned previously. Regardless of whether trades were reserved or open, economic concentration worked in the same way. In the Mediterranean in the early part of the 17th century England's main commercial rivals, the Venetians and the French, both lost ground rapidly. The Venetians were undersold and driven off the stage, their agents complaining of the low price of the cloth sent out by the English. 228 By the 1620s, Livorno had emerged as the prime commercial base for England's trade with southern Italy and the Levant. In 1629, Wood reports, there was said to be 4 million crowns worth of English goods lying on the quays of Leghorn. 229 In the Treasure of Traffic, Lewis Roberts noted that 1,000,000 ducats in cash were exported from Livorno annually. 230 The most modern and fully equipped port in the Mediterranean. 231 It played a crucially important part in the Levant trade as a center where English exports and re-exports could be converted into currency. 232 That the Levant Company could repeatedly attack the East India Company for its export of bullion to India suggests that the Levant trade itself was largely a barter trade, that is, one where the bulk of imports was financed by the export of cloth, tin, spices, and so on. Thomas Munn claimed, of all Europe this nation drove the most profitable trade to Turkey by reason of the vast quantities of broadcloth, tin, and sea, which we exported thither, enough to purchase all the wares we wanted in Turkey, whereas a balance in money is paid by the other nations trading thither. 233 On the other hand, in the current islands where the English purchased about 2/3 of the crop, there was practically no market for English goods and payment had to be made in ready money. 234 In 1629 the Venetian ambassador reported that the Levant Company, having a considerable capital, buy up beforehand the produce of the poorest of the inhabitants of these islands, so that for them the prices are almost always the same. 235 Advance payments were used to ensure low stable prices. In Italy, English merchants ran a deficit on the trade in goods with all Italian states through most of the 17th century, which they could successfully transform into a trade surplus thanks to the surplus on invisibles, that is, net earnings from shipping. 236 Insurance and the commissions charged on English exports. 237 It was this commercial strategy that would later form the heart of the city's economic dominance in the 19th century. The Levant Company was not a joint stock, members traded independently on a regulated basis. 238 Factors were recruited as apprentices on 7-year terms, after which they were paid a commission on all goods they handled that varied from 2 to 4%. Of course, as with the East India Company's servants in India, factors made a good deal of profit from their own personal trading. 239 Wood's history of the Levant Company suggests that the 3 factories at Constantinople, Smyrna, and Aleppo reached their greatest prosperity and size in the latter half of the 17th century. 240 However, the bulk of the commerce was concentrated only in those factories and there was a strong tendency to discourage expansion at other trading stations. 241 By the 1680s both the East India Company and the French had become major sources of competition. The Levant merchants would complain bitterly about the import of Indian raw silk and silk goods by the former, but the Crown consistently backed the East India Company against its critics. 242 Meanwhile, Colbert's revival of the Languedoc cloth industry made the French even more formidable rivals, as they proved to be for the Dutch as well. By the end of the century, French imports from the Levant were soaring, and by the 1720s signs of a rapid decline became visible in the fortunes of the English Company. 243. The 18th century saw the decimation of English trade in the Levant. 244 The result both of France's domination of the textile market and of the company's own fatal policy to curb attempts at expansion and to discourage the opening of new markets. 245 It was left to the East India Company to note, in 1696, it has always been observed that the particular traders in a regulated company content themselves to go to a certain known place in trade, ever taking a measure of their profit and loss before they go out. 246 In addition to which, throughout the late 18th century trade was hampered by a company regulation forcing merchants to make all purchases in the Levant by the barter of goods exported from England and forbidding the export of coin or bullion to Turkey, whereas French and Dutch merchants carried large quantities of coin to the Levant, where local traders preferred outright sales to barter. 247 By the 1730s only some 50 or 60 Levant Company merchants remained active traders. and it was widely believed this handful of monopolists deliberately curbed all initiative, enterprise, and expansion in pursuit of high profits on a limited business. 248 Again, the company's factors were crucially dependent on Jewish brokers in the Ottoman markets, but the fear of potential competition from them sustained strong resistance to the admission of Jews to the company. When they finally were admitted, Jewish members of the company were banned from employing fellow Jews as factors in the Levant. 249. In the 18th century, well over half the seaborne trade between Europe and the Middle East came to be controlled by the French merchants of Marseilles. 250 And French competition was widely acknowledged to be the main cause behind the collapse of the Levant Company. If the Mediterranean had been the seminal ground of England's commercial expansion in the latter part of Elizabeth's reign, by the 18th century the decisive centers of gravity had firmly shifted to the Atlantic and the East Indies. By 1750 almost half of England's merchant fleet was engaged in the transatlantic trade. 251 From the 1730s there was a huge increase in the volume of capital advanced to the colonies by specialist groups of commission agents. 252 Jamaican estates tripled in value and planters like Peter Beckford could die leaving fortunes worth 300,000. 253 Pounds sugar began to be financed by longer-term lending on mortgage, and when Henry Lascelles died in 1753, he had ca. £194,000 out on loan to clients in Barbados and Jamaica. 254 Lascelles had financed his loans by borrowing from London bankers, which shows us that New World slavery was tightly integrated into financial and commercial webs centered in London. 255 By around 1770 the total sum owing to London merchants by West Indian sugar planters was in the region of several million pounds. 256 Doubtless the same was true of American planters. In 1784 Thomas Jefferson described them as a species of property annexed to certain mercantile houses in London. 257 By the 1770s the American colonies provided 40% of British imports and took over 40% of Britain's domestic exports. 258 The transformation of the East India Company from a purely commercial organization into a political power. 259 was of course its most distinctive feature historically. However, an inordinate stress on what John Brewer has called the privatized imperialism of the East India Company. 260 runs a double risk, both of distracting attention from the fact that the company was always run by a group of extremely rich capitalists. 261 And of failing to see, or not seeing sufficiently, that its transformation from a purely commercial entity into an imperialist one redefined the framework within which new forms of commercial capital proliferated from the end of the 18th century to spawn the powerful commercial lobbies of the 19th, such as those which lay behind the Opium Wars. In the pages that follow the focus is thus on the purely commercial or capitalist aspects of the company's operations, similar to those that K. N. Chaudhary foregrounded in his substantial monograph The Trading World of Asia and the English East India Company. The English East India Company was a tightly centralized business organization where the investment decisions were made by the court of directors working through the central managerial committees in London. Capital sums were assigned to individual factories from London. 262 The business model was of course import-driven, which in turn implied a massive export of capital to finance imports and the vital part played by the re-export trades in closing the gap that would otherwise have opened up in Britain's visible trade balance. 263 In the EIC's case, capital exports took the form, overwhelmingly, of precious metals, which were purchased initially in London from the goldsmith bankers and later from the 18th century, on the continent. 264 The company's Asian import portfolio was so finely differentiated that it took more than 200 pages in the ledger books to list them. 265 But by and large imports were dominated by a few key commodities such as cotton and silk piece goods, raw silk, pepper, tea, and so on. Distribution at the London end took the form of quarterly sales attended by individual members of the company who were themselves substantial exporters, as well as by wholesale dealers from Holland, Germany, and elsewhere. 266 With orders for future supplies being adjusted on the basis of the actual prices received at those auctions. At the Indian end, the advance contracts had to be made in anticipation of the exact orders and financial resources that were to come from England. The post-Restoration period saw calicos rapidly gaining in popularity, and by the 1680s the company was importing more than 1.5 million pieces, with the textile share of total imports exceeding 80% by value. 267 To secure this vast supply, the company relied on substantial local merchants acting as brokers with the power to ensure that orders would be fulfilled on time. The company's servants advocated the use of middlemen on the ground that if they dealt directly with the weavers, at the year's end, when we expected to be invested of our goods, we should undoubtedly come short of half our quantity. 268 In other words, the risk of default by the weavers was shifted to the shoulders of the merchants. Chaudhary notes, all commercial risks were to be borne by the Indian merchants, and if the latter made a loss on the company's business they were still expected to carry on contracting for goods as before. 269 Weavers, of course, refused to work without substantial advances, which Chaudhary confusingly calls their working capital. 270 When the advances, the capital laid out on labor and on raw materials, came from the company, the working capital was strictly that of the company, since the disbursements of cash made through their brokers involved a circulation of that part of the company's capital which went into enabling the labor process, including reproduction of weavers' labor power. In the 1720s Alexander Hume noted, the English and Dutch, who are the greatest traders in this country, do their business wholly by their brokers, who are their principal merchants. 271 Forward contracts with large wholesale merchants were the rule both in the Coromandel and in Bengal. 272 With merchants who contracted for the investment, frequently borrowing large sums of money to carry it on, and wealthy bankers acting as their guarantors. 273 The company wouldn't always secure such guarantees. The wealthy merchants living in Hooghly or Qasim Bazar habitually refused the company's demand for financial security as their credit and business status were unimpeachable. 274 Hume states in the same memoir that the greater the advance the more certain the company was of receiving the goods on time, which is probably why in Bengal the group known as Dadnate or Dadan merchants were usually paid as much as 50 to 75% of the contract value in advance. 275 From the 1750s, with large parts of India reeling under the impact of the Maratha incursions and the damage inflicted on mercantile fortunes, the substantial merchants who acted as brokers for the company found it less and less possible to guarantee delivery, and the system broke down. The Dadan merchants withdrew from the company's trade, thus forcing it to establish more direct control over producers, a drive that culminated in a series of regulations that sought to reduce weavers to the status of company employees, with restrictions on their mobility, tighter supervision of looms, and a more overtly coercive use of debt. 276 Indebtedness became an integral part of production for the company in the final decades of the 18th century, and absconding workers were pursued remorselessly. 277 Dutch exports from the Coromandel ran at almost 2 million guilders by the late 1660s. 278 While total EIC exports were often in excess of £1 million a year a century later. 279 Volume production meant that the European companies dealt with whole clusters of weaving villages, either on their own or more usually through their brokers, on a model broadly similar to the widely dispersed Verlag networks that South German commercial firms like the Fuggers had built their prosperity on in the 13th to 16th centuries. 280 For most of the 17th and 18th centuries the companies were crucially dependent on local merchant capitalists. 281 Who had the resources to run their own commercial networks and even finance production on behalf of the company. Both the English and the Dutch used the big merchants of Qasim Bazar for their silk buying in North Bengal. 282 Bengal silk, Coromandel calicos, Agra and Bayana indigo, etc. were all, like Malabar pepper, highly competitive markets. For example, the contract price for silk was an object of intense bargaining between the merchants and the European trading companies. 283 However, by the 18th century the competition of private, mostly English, merchants injected a new dimension into the commercial dynamics of the East India Company. British private capital and its involvement in the commerce of India saw a steady expansion in the early part of the 18th century and then a bigger and more rapid expansion in the later 18th century, following developments that quickly opened the inland trade of Bengal to private capital and saw the contemporaneous capture of Surat in 1759. Already by the later 17th century the company extended a wide measure of official toleration to the private shipping that emerged in Indian ports with sizable European trading communities over which the British had some control. 284 Maisulapatnam 285 Madras and Calcutta became, in turn, the major hubs of a burgeoning country trade that was progressively dominated by private capital. In the context of company dominance, the term private capital is of course ambivalent, since it would have to cover the private trading activities of officials like the governors of Madras who were big-time private traders at the start of the 18th century, other company servants with commercial interests of their own, as well as the greater mass of so-called free merchants who were entirely outside the company. In 1681 came the company's dramatic and sudden decision to withdraw from the local trade of the Indian Ocean, 286, and a potentially vast field opened up for the expansion of non-company commercial capital, where the main competition stemmed not from the company itself but from indigenous Asian capitals trading to the Red Sea and to markets like Asia and trading between the main coastal regions of India. In the trade between Surat and Bengal, the free merchants who eventually gained control of Calcutta's shipping faced formidable competition from Asian ship owners. 287 Yet British dominance of India's carrying trade was swift, and by the 1730s Asian-owned ships had largely ceased to trade between Bengal and Surat. 288 By the 1780s free merchants were growing rapidly in numbers and wealth. 289 began to supply a large part of the company's exports of textiles. 290 and took the lead in opening up new areas for trade. 291 One upshot of this surge of private commerce was that as much as ca. £15 million could be sent home in remittances over the 27 years between 1757 and 1784. 292 By the 1790s the massive expansion of Bengal indigo, much of which came from Awadh and further afield, was dominated by private merchants. 293 Their chief contribution to the commercial history of both Britain and India were the houses of agency which Calcutta-based free merchants were largely responsible for establishing. It was this layer of capital that helped to destroy the monopoly of the East India Company early in the 19th century. 294. The transatlantic trades were roughly a century ahead of British private enterprise in Asia in innovating the commission system as the chief method of trading typical of commercial capitals in that sector. The reason should be obvious: private capital was dominant in the colonial trades by the main part of the 17th century. Indeed, it never faced the challenge of the big company merchants except for the Royal African Company's short-lived monopoly of the slave trade. This precocious development of non-monopoly, private enterprise was significant because already by the 1660s the colonial trades were among the greatest of English trades. 295 In India, houses of agency only evolved from the 1770s and then more rapidly from the 1790s. Following Cornwallis's ban on servants of the East India Company engaging in private commercial enterprise. 296 But the Calcutta agency houses are the most palpable link between the two main periods or epochs of British commercial capitalism, whose dividing line lies at the start of the long 19th century, in the years after 1784, which saw the ending of the American War of Independence, a boom in new commission houses. 297 And a radically new economic conjuncture that saw banking revolutions on both sides of the Atlantic, a dramatic expansion of the cotton industry in Britain, and a surge in manufactured exports to the US and other international markets. Meanwhile, the EIC's trading monopoly was formally terminated in 1813, that of the Levant Company in 1825. 4. British mercantile capitalism and the cosmopolitanism of the 19th century. Agency houses to managing agencies. In Aden in 1927, a young French socialist by the name of Paul Nizan found a microcosm of the mercantile capitalism of the late 19th century, but here stripped to its bare elements, devoid of the cosmopolitan cultural facades of Beirut or Alexandria. There was no news except what came in cables from the agencies. European newspapers piled up unopened in the corners of bedrooms. 1 No theaters, no publishing houses, no libraries. All the decor was forgotten and temporarily abolished. 2 Every second of time that they passed, or rather, that passed them by, was subject to the pressure of the world market. In Aden, this pressure was an immediate presence, there were no intermediaries. 3. Every heart hung on the electric waves that traveled under mountains of sea at a rate of speed which no shareholder of Shell tried to imagine, for these men were replaceable parts of an invisible mechanism that slowed down on Sunday, because of religion, and was periodically jammed by the violent accidents of economic crises. This whole mass of machinery, bolted together, without safety valves, vibrated like a structure of sheet iron. 5. They were men obsessed, and they were dying by inches in the service of anonymous capital. 6. If Nizan is to be believed, the most powerful capitalist in Aden at the time was a leather merchant from London, the chief of a great company whose offices wield more power between Suez and Kenya than any European ministry. 7. Mr. C, as Nizan called this businessman, possessed what 3/4 of the individuals most liberally endowed with a sense of their own importance do not have: cable addresses in Bombay, New York, Marseille, and London, and a private cable code. 8. The telegraph had revolutionized communications between Europe and India in 1865, and Nizan's references here are a distant echo of the transformations that were bound up with that change and with the laying of the first transatlantic cable in 1866. The 1860s were a watershed in numerous other ways. In Syria, silk production expanded from just under 1 million kgs of cocoons to 3.4 million kgs in 1866, then fell sharply again by the end of the decade. 9. In Egypt, the cotton harvest expanded 4 times in size in the boom of 1861 to 66.10. Vagliano brothers established the first and largest Greek shipping office in London. 11. The introduction of steamships increased competition in the shipping market. 12. There was frantic activity among British trading companies in India. The agency houses now first evolved into what would come to be known as managing agencies. 13. The Sassoons, Iraqi Jews who had moved to Bombay shortly after 1830, fleeing persecution, cornered the Indian opium market, forcing the biggest opium trader, Jairus, to move out of commodities into services. 14. Large financial institutions like Credit Lyonnais and Société Générale began to specialize in the business of lending to Middle Eastern governments. 15. In 1862, Egypt's ruler, Said, turned to a syndicate of English and French banks, agreeing to borrow £3,292,800 and 16 pence. In 1862 it was estimated that the government of India earned a net income of £4 million from the sale of opium to the commercial firms that exported it to China. 17. 1863 saw a major bull market, with some 700 new companies registered in London. 18. In 1864 Wallace & Co. floated the Bombay-Burma Trading Corporation, extending British commercial interests beyond eastern India. 19. On May 11, 1866, the Bank of England was forced to lend £4 million to banks, discount houses, and merchants on what was described as a day of the severest credit panic. 20. And November 1869 saw the official opening of the Suez Canal. The blurring of lines between commercial and industrial capital was nowhere more evident than in the evolution of the agency houses into managing agencies and investment groups in the final decades of the 19th century. The managing agencies would become the backbone of British business in Asia, consolidating their hold over entire sectors of the economy. But the early history of the agency houses was defined by a chronic overaccumulation of capital that created a constant pressure to diversify. Among the earliest agency house merchants, John Palmer was described as an indiscreet, fussy, petulant, and indecisive man, obsessed with status, gullible and naive. 21. Already by 1820 he had to write off bad debts to the staggering sum of ca. £1.25 million. 22. In 1823 he was complaining bitterly that Calcutta was crowding out with competition. 23. His chief creditors in the city became progressively disillusioned and eventually abandoned the company toward the end of the decade. 24. In the 1820s, it seems, the established agencies found it impossible to sustain profitability to cover the interest they had to pay to depositors without recourse to imprudent speculations. 25. This was code for indigo, which had seen frenetic expansion in the 1820s and the price of which had begun to slide by 1826, when England was in the midst of a trade depression. Around 80% of the indigo grown in the presidency was financed by 6 agency houses, among whom Palmer & Co. and Alexander & Co. had the largest stakes, £5 million and £3.5 million respectively. 26 It was estimated that nearly 300 indigo factories were part of this financial web. 27 In 1827 John Palmer was boasting that his house enjoyed a degree of confidence on the part of Indian merchants unmatched by the other houses, but by late 1829, when it was obvious to them that Palmer & Co. was in serious trouble, the company's credit among Indian money lenders simply collapsed. 28 The failure of the company in January 1830 has been described as a fatal blow for the system of mercantile capitalism which had operated since the 1780s. 29 Within 4 years all the other major Calcutta agency houses crashed as well, opening the way to a reordering of the commercial capitals active in the East India trade. William Jardine became the leading figure among the country traders in Canton as China was flooded with cheap opium in the 1830s. 30 Exports from India reached the enormous level of 40,000 chests by the end of the 30s. 31 By 1832 Jardine and James Matheson had taken over Canton's leading opium firm, Charles Magniac & Co., renaming it Jardine Matheson & Co. Some 8 years after Magniac died. 32 Both partners were Whigs and avid supporters of a showdown with the Chinese authorities. Denouncing the EIC's conduct as one of subservient timidity and lobbying furiously through their paper The Canton Register, through petitions to the House of Commons, and through private conversations at the top level in the Foreign Office. 33 As the government in Peking swung into action to stop the traffic, Jardine in 1838 would complain to Jamsetji Jijibhoi, Jardine Matheson's biggest trade constituent with whom they were transacting more than £1 million worth of business annually. 34 That the persecution of the opium dealers had now spread to every province in China. 35 A year later, now back in England and asked for advice by the Foreign Secretary, Jardine suggested a show of force. 36 The main upshot of the first of the Opium Wars was Britain's acquisition of Hong Kong, about which Matheson told Jardine, in January 1841, so independent will Hong Kong be that it will even be allowable to store opium on it as soon as we build warehouses there. 37 It was no exaggeration for one scholar to write that William Jardine had masterminded British strategy in the Opium War, or literally masterminded the government's approach towards China and the Opium War. 38 In the middle decades of the century, Jardines had more than 150 correspondents in Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, but this was essentially an information network, important though that was. 39 The most important of their Bombay associates acted as brokers only, refusing either to buy or advance on crops. 40 When the Chinese legalized opium in 1858 and all dealers in China faced similar competitive conditions, so that prices and costs in India became crucial to continued success in the trade. 41 Jardines would lose out hugely to a competitor with much higher levels of vertical integration on the supply side. In a brilliant monograph, Edward L. E. Fevour argued that the real strength of the Sassoon Group lay in their practice of advancing as high as 3/4 of costs to Indian dealers willing to consign shipments on a regular basis. Jardine's associates in India attempted the same, but, as their advances were provided through large agency houses in Bombay and Calcutta, they failed to affect the producing areas where Sassoon purchased unharvested poppy crops through experienced agents. 42 Sassoon's methods were so successful that by 1871 Jardines had only one considerable account, and had ceased to invest its own capital regularly in opium. 43 Early in 1871, the Sassoon Group was acknowledged to be the major holder of opium stocks in India and in China. They were owners and controllers of 70% of the total of all kinds. 44 Beaten out of opium, Jardines diversified into shipping, railway construction, banking, and insurance, and later bought out Matheson & Co., which was probably the biggest managing agency in China, with its own interests in mining, insurance, and railways. 45 Strong capital growth became characteristic of many of the agency houses that developed into managing agencies in the late 19th century. Jardine, Skinner, & Co., a firm founded by one of Jardine's nephews, saw its capital expand from £100,000 ca 1845 to £660,000 by 1860 and £1.3 million in 1890.46 by the First World War. It was one of the biggest managing agency houses in Calcutta, with interests in trade, industry and shipping. 47 Another Scottish firm, James Finlay & Co., expanded its capital by £2.21 million over the years 1861 to 1910, that is, at an average rate of ca £45,000 a year. 48 Harrisons & Crossfield, a small firm of tea merchants that evolved into a global plantations and trading company, saw the total book value of its assets grow from £564,436 in 1908 when it became a limited liability company to £2,867,168 10 years later. 49 Much of this sort of expansion was fueled by agency houses diversifying into control of joint stock companies in the jute, coal, tea, and rubber industries, showing how problematic the distinction between mercantile capital and industrial capital had become under this transformed form of merchants' capital. From the 1870s on, commercial firms became active promoters of joint stock companies. The techniques they evolved to enhance control over capital were every bit as modern as that ascribed by Hilferding to the financing of the American railway system. In finance capital, Hilferding posited a distinctive financial technique, the aim of which is to ensure control over the largest possible amount of outside capital with the smallest possible amount of one's own capital. 50 When the Calcutta agency houses floated numerous jute, tea, and coal companies on the British and local capital markets, retaining a percentage of the equity and a managing agency contract. 51 They were of course doing precisely that. Chapman notes that from a dispersed shareholding of perhaps £2 to £3 million, Birds and Jairus were able to direct an investment of £20 million. Yule's capital was only £1.2 million, and it looks as if the firm controlled an even larger capital investment than Birds. 52 The disproportion between owned capital and effective control over a larger mass of capital mobilized from the market was a key feature, indeed the very basis, of the managing agency system. On the eve of the Second World War, 61 foreign agencies were managing more than 600 rupee companies. Of the 10 major British houses or groups, Andrew Yule managed 59, Bert Heilger 37, Martin Byrne 34, Beg Sutherland 27, and so on, and of the agencies listed here, Andrew Yule, Bert Heilgers, and Martin Byrne were among the 10 largest corporate groups in India in 1951.53. Yet Kidron points out that by the late 40s foreign managing agencies held, on average, under 15% of the paid-up share capital of their managed companies. 54. Other features are worth underscoring. Late 19th century managing agencies had the strong backing of the city firms they were connected with, established substantial interests in individual sectors so that between them the leading agencies dominated the main sectors they were active in, and were often highly diversified concerns. To illustrate these aspects briefly, among the rupee companies, 7 managing agency houses controlled 55% of the jute companies, 61% of the tea companies, and 46% of the coal companies. This ca 1911.55 Indian jute manufactures remained almost completely dominated by British businessmen right up to the end of the Second World War. 56 The involvement of agency houses in the great rubber boom of the 1900s. 57 would eventually mean that in Malaya as late as the mid-1960s over 180 British companies owned in excess of 800,000 acres of rubber trees. 58 Andrew Yule & Co., which managed over 60 companies in India by 1917 and had a strong presence in the jute industry, also described itself as the largest producer of coal in the private sector in 1963.59. Most jute and tea companies were in turn trade financed by the city. In 1871 James Finlay and Co.'s Glasgow head office advised the Calcutta and Bombay branches that the Royal Bank of Scotland would cover acceptances to the extent of £100,00060. In 1890 Finlay's Calcutta manager reported that he was running as much as £40,000 or £50,000 of bills with different banks for each of the two major companies. 61 Finlay's built a very substantial stake in the tea industry at the end of the decade, when it controlled a capital of £4,458,400, had 74,000 acres under cultivation and as many as 70,000 workers in India and Ceylon. 62 Finally, Forbes in the 1930s had over a score of interests as exporters and importers, bankers, brokers, shipping and insurance agents, merchants, commission agents, and engineering and building contractors. 63 Balmer Lorry, a Calcutta agency house of London parentage, had interests ranging over the production, warehousing, and marketing of tea, heavy and light engineering, steel fabrication, including a wide range of containers, and the manufacture of switchboard and other electrical equipment. 64 The London House of Steel Brothers & Co. were into timber extraction, paddy buying, oil drilling, cotton ginning, cement making, tin dredging and rubber planting. 65 Between the wars Steels became the largest of the rice milling and exporting firms in Burma, with a total milling capacity of 5,500 tons of cleaned rice daily ca 1915 and control of close to half the country's paddy crop by the Second World War. 66 The point worth retaining from all this is that the managing agencies were pure emblems of Britain's mercantile capitalism, reversing the relationship between trade and industry in the sense that control of industrial enterprise was here subordinated to what were essentially trading companies that still earned a major part of their profit from commissions. Umiyabugchi's statement that the managing agency houses with large industrial interests continued to have strong interests in trade 67 understates the case, since the agencies remained merchant houses and commercial firms and can hardly be compared with the industrial enterprises that had emerged both in the UK itself and elsewhere in the world by 1914. 68 City cosmopolitanism, the whole surface of the globe. To Marx and Engels, who linked the idea of cosmopolitanism to the trade expansion of the mid-19th century, it seemed self-evident that capital would scour the whole surface of the globe, nestle everywhere, settle everywhere, establish connections everywhere, in an endless search for markets and for raw materials. 69 In fact, confining ourselves to the Scottish and English families that dominated most managing agencies in India runs the serious risk of underestimating the distinctiveness, as well as the real strength of British mercantile capitalism in the 19th century. At one level, Victorian capitalism was strikingly cosmopolitan in that London and the industrial towns in the north of England acted as magnets for commercial firms from all over the world. The number of German merchant houses in Manchester alone grew from 28 in 1820 to 97 ca 1850. 70 The more successful of them included N. M. Rothschild at one level and Engels's father at another. The number of Greek firms settled in Manchester rose dramatically in the late 1840s and 1850s, and exceeded the number of German houses by the mid-60s. 71 Among the richest of these, Spartali & Co., based in both Manchester and London, was probably typical of the UK-based trading houses that pioneered Britain's commercial penetration of the Middle East in the mid-19th century, given that almost no native British firms were resident in Beirut in these years. In 1855 British imports to Syria were estimated to be about £1,200,000 and 72 pence in an official report from that year. One of the key factors in the recent surge of British trade was described as rivalry amongst the Levantine merchants in London engaged in the Syrian trade, especially the firms of Spartali and Lascaridi, who have given unusual facilities to their correspondents, thereby enabling them to sell British goods in Syria nearly as cheap as in England. 73 The striking fact here is that the increase in British trade seems to have been carried out mainly by Lebanese firms engaged in direct trade with England, and that the 29 Lebanese houses that dominated this trade used a handful of Greek and Lebanese firms as their agents in England, among them Spartali and Lascaridi in London. 74 In 1857 this firm was said to be worth £100,000, 75, which would make it one of the wealthiest merchant houses in Britain at the time. Again, when David Sassoon swore allegiance to the Queen in 1853, he spoke not a word of English, signing his naturalization certificate in Hebrew. 76. The Sassoons of course had their headquarters in Bombay, but their head office in London was almost entirely manned by co-religionists recruited mainly from Baghdad and Persia. 77. When the family patriarch David's eldest son Abdullah finally moved to England in the 1870s, London became the firm's nerve centre, with all major policy decisions and directives originating from Leadenhall Street. 78. And the Greek merchant houses in England were no different. The Raleigh Brothers' head office in London was almost entirely staffed by Greeks from Chios, where the family originated. 79. By the end of the 19th century, Raleigh surpassed both Jardine Matheson and Finlay & Co. in terms of size of capital. 80. At another level, British capitalism drove trade expansion for much of the 19th century, even in the decades when Britain's chief manufactured export, cotton piece goods, was rapidly losing market share in Europe and America, and Britain's share of world trade in manufactures declining markedly after 1870.81. The volume of international trade grew fivefold in the years between 1840 and 1870,82, and much of this was the work of British commercial firms. At mid-century, according to data compiled at Palmerston's request, the distribution of British mercantile houses worldwide was as follows: in North and Central Europe, 501, in the Mediterranean and Middle East, 281, in North America, 142, in South America, 460, and in India and China, 111.83. These figures tell us nothing about the scale of commercial investment in these various regions, since houses varied considerably in size, but they do convey a clear impression of the sheer spread of British businesses, which dominated international trade in India, South America, and China for most of the 19th century. To take one example, there were 41 British houses in Buenos Aires in 1836, more than all the other European countries combined. 84. In particular, the prodigious commercial expansion of the Victorian era saw a very wide range of commodities trading at increasingly massive levels. Palm oil, raw cotton, opium, wheat, tea, teak, rice, coffee, cocoa, jute, rubber, and ground nuts all saw major periods of expansion in the mid to late 19th century or in the early 20th century. Thus the value of UK's palm oil imports rose from £58,286 to £1,755,982 over the years 1817 to 1854.85. These, as Lynn says, were massive volumes for the export market. 86. The volume of cotton exports from Egypt grew from an annual average of 65,160 cantas in 1822 to 24 to 6,982,000 cantas in 1910 to 13.87. India's opium exports to China climbed to a staggering level of over 90,000 chests or 5,715 metric tons a year by the 1870s and 1880s. 88. Brazil's export of coffee rose from 9.7 million sacks in the 1830s to 26.2 million sacks in the 1850s. 89. Teak exports from Burma went from an average of 85,000 tons in 1857 to 64 to 275,000 tons in 1883 to 4.90. Colombia's coffee production grew from 114,000 sacks in 1874 to 3,453,000 sacks in 1932.91. Rice exports from Saigon increased from 284,000 tons in 1880 to 1,548,000 tons in 1937.92. By 1895, Siam was exporting 61,800 tons of teak, virtually all of it felled by British companies. 93. The value of Gold Coast cocoa exports rose from £27,000 in 1900 to £10,056. in 1920.94, and Senegal's groundnut exports more than doubled from 227,000 tons to 504,000 tons in 1910 to 30.95. The spasmodic nature of some of this commercial growth meant that some commodities saw short bursts of expansion in particular years. Thus there was a vast expansion of tea cultivation in Assam in the years 1856, 60, 96. The raw jute consumed by Indian jute mills rose from 2,248,000 bales to 4,459,000 bales in the 1900s. 97. There was an unprecedented boom in rubber in 1909 and 1910. 98. And the new rail connection from Kano to the Niger saw an enormous expansion in Nigeria's groundnut crop in 1912 to 14.99. Moving perspective slightly, the tonnage clearing Black Sea ports grew from 228,000 tons in 1831 to almost 12 million tons by 1910. 100. There was a threefold increase in the value of Britain's total trade with Latin America in 1865, 1913. 101. India's export values increased nearly 5 times between 1870 and 1914. 102. And Karachi's trade expanded by a factor of 4 between 1882 to 83 and 1904 to 5.103, with the exception of Saigon and Senegal. Almost all of these movements of expansion were bound up with British commercial interests. For example, Liverpool was the center of the British palm oil trade. Britain was the main consumer of Egyptian cotton and exercised direct control of the Egyptian economy after 1882. Opium was a government monopoly first established by the EIC and remaining so throughout the 19th century. British export houses like Phipps Brothers & Co. dominated the Brazilian coffee trade in the 1870s. 104. Modern Karachi was a purely British creation. Burma teak was controlled by the Bombay Burma Trading Corporation, which had a 65% export share by the 1890s. 105. And so on. Because the computed real value of imports into the UK was apparently not ascertained until 1854, when it became obvious that Britain had run up what J.Y. Wong has called a phenomenal global trade deficit. 106. And the gap widened markedly during the period 1875-1900, as exports slowed and manufactured imports began to rise sharply, the trade deficit with industrial Europe and the US growing very rapidly after 1870.107, yet the balance of payments on current account remained positive. Throughout the latter part of the 19th century 108, thanks to the growth in invisible exports or Britain's dominance in world shipping, insurance and other commercial services, and to the gigantic surge in British investments overseas 109, in short, to the primacy of British mercantile capitalism conceived in the broad sense of the entire range of commercial and financial interests bound up with the city. Thus, the late 19th century Gladstonian treasury model depended crucially on invisible exports and Britain's ability to sustain those in the face of widening trade deficits. In 1898, when the country's visible trade gap swelled to £194 million, Edward Hamilton had to allay fears by pointing out, in the first place, we supply foreigners every year with a huge amount of capital. The aggregate amount may be put at £2 billion. The interest on this at 4.5% would be £90 million, which is being paid in the form of imports without any corresponding exports. In the second place, there are also invisible exports to be taken into account in the shape of freights and profits on our vast shipping trade. May be put at £90 million. When therefore the excess goes on increasing, there is no reason to suppose that it is due to other causes than interest due on the increased capital invested abroad and an augmented carrying trade. 110. The upshot of being able to sustain such a regime down to its catastrophic collapse in 1913 to 1937 was that in 1913 Britain was the only nation whose interests were global, or, more accurately, truly global. 111. The liberal cosmopolitanism of the city, which described itself as free trade, reflected the rapid internationalization of the British economy from the mid-19th century. On the other hand, it never precluded imperial aggression when this was required in the strict interests of bondholders, bankers, and the agency houses. Numerous commercial lobbies were strident in their support for Palmerston's government during the Second Opium War. 112 Similar interests prevailed in the annexation of Sindh in 1843-113 or in the annexation of Burma in 1886, which had been preceded by demands for decisive government action to forestall the French treaty with King Thibaw, which would have given the French extensive rights in Upper Burma. 114 Here Wallace Brothers played a key role in coordinating a wave of protests by chambers of commerce all over Britain, leading the mercantile pressure for British intervention, given that the huge forestry interests of its subsidiary, Bombay Burma Trading Corporation, were at stake. 115 However, Britain's occupation of Egypt in 1882 was by far the most extreme case of an economically driven intervention. Here both French and British economic interests were at work. Wilfrid Blunt, diplomat turned anti-colonialist, wrote that Gambetta was closely connected with the haute finance of the Paris Bourse, and was intimate with the Rothschilds and other capitalists who had their millions invested in Egyptian bonds. 116 The Anglo-French regime of joint control looked solely to finance and troubled itself hardly at all about other matters. 117 David McLean, London manager of the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, is supposed to have said, "I want to see England take Egypt and hold it." 118 Gladstone himself had an exceptionally large holding in Egyptian government bonds, £40,567, or 37% of his entire portfolio. 65 other MPs also had investments in Egypt. 119 The bombardment of Alexandria in the second week of July 1881 was, as Kynaston has called it, a turning point in Gladstonian liberalism. 120 By July 20 there were about 3,800 British soldiers, sailors, and marines in the city. 121 Yet Egypt already had over 90,000 Europeans living in the country, and it was certainly the emergence of a popular, national movement in 1881 and 1882 that triggered the call for occupation by British troops. 122 Greek dominance in the Levantine boom. The origins of the Greek Levantine dominance have to be sought in the dramatic decline of French trade in the Mediterranean toward the very end of the 18th century. Down to the 1780s France accounted for the biggest share of Ottoman trade with Western Europe. 123 But in the 1790s French trade in the Mediterranean was almost totally destroyed. 124 By the end of the 18th century Greek-owned ships were entering the Western Mediterranean ports in groups of 4, 6, 8, 10 vessels, or more. 125 By 1798 1 out of every 3 ships arriving at Marseilles from the Levant was Greek-owned. 126 Further east, Greek-owned ships represented over half of all entries to the port of Alexandria in 1780 to 1821 and close to 60% of all entries in the port of Odessa in 1801 to 21.127. By then Greek commercial houses had also taken over a large part of Smyrna's trade, and the richer ones among them had correspondents all over Western Europe. 128 By the 1810s Greeks from the Ottoman regions were settling in Odessa, Marseilles, and Livorno to set up commercial networks for the burgeoning trade in Ukrainian grain. 129 By the early 1820s both of the leading Greek houses, Rhodokanashis and Rallies, had settled in Odessa. 130 The years around 1850 were the heyday of the Greek merchant houses exporting from Odessa. 131 By 1863 the owner of one of the most important firms in Odessa was telling the French consul, "We can no longer compete with American grain in the English market. The means of transport remain expensive and the distance great." 132 Rallies adjusted to the slump in Russian grain by expanding globally, establishing branches in Calcutta, Bombay, and New York. The rise of Greek-owned shipping and the resurgence of Greek nationalism in the 18th century were both powerful factors in consolidating a mercantile Greek diaspora. This included both political refugees and members of the old commercial houses of Constantinople, Salonika, and Smyrna, sent out to set up branches abroad and extend the operations of the parent firm. 133 As early as 1812, one observer noted, some branches of the migrating families are always left in Turkey, from the convenience to both parties in a commercial point of view. Thus by far the greater part of the exterior trade of Turkey, in the exchange of commodities, is carried on by Greek houses, which have residents at home, and branches in various cities of Europe, mutually aiding each other. 134 Of the main ports of the eastern Mediterranean, Constantinople had the largest concentration of Greeks, while Smyrna had a very large number of Chian merchant houses by the end of the 18th century. 135 The Greek upper class of Istanbul contained two sectors of very different origin, on the one side an Ottoman bureaucratic elite of provincial origin that lived in the old quarter of Fener, which was the seat of the Orthodox Church and a repository of the educated Greek dialect of Constantinople. 136 Hence known as Phanariots. On the other, a larger mass of merchants active in textiles, banking, and shipping who were almost all from Chios. As a mid-18th century French report put it. 137 The bulk of Chian families who were settled in Pera were decimated in the massacres of 1822. 138 They were all strong supporters of the struggle for Greek independence and included the most important business families of the diaspora that would now develop an even wider radius in the commercial centers outside the Ottoman Empire: the Calvo-Corsi, Rodokanachi, Raleigh, Scalise, Baltazzi, and other families. By 1860 over half of all tonnage entering British ports from the eastern Mediterranean and Black Sea was handled by Greek merchants of Chian origin. 139 Among them the Raleys and Rodokanashis were the biggest Greek commercial houses in Odessa in the 1850s. 140 were strongly represented in ports like Liverpool and Marseilles, and probably had the largest organizations and capitals of any merchants operating in London at the time. 141 Intermarriage was extensive, so Scalise & Co., the biggest shipping brokers in Liverpool, were simply the Liverpool branch of Raleigh Brothers. 142 The Baltazzi, in a rather different pattern of evolution, rose rapidly in the world of international finance and became leading bankers of Istanbul, with banking networks that straddled all the main financial markets of Europe and the Mediterranean. 143 Another banking family, the Zarifi, of local origin, likewise stayed in Constantinople, acting as bankers and diplomats to Sultan Abdul Hamid. 144 Demetrius Vikalas's autobiography My Life tracks the complex trajectories through which Greek merchant families affected by the struggle for independence found themselves having to reassemble businesses both in Istanbul and in the wider networks that now included London as a leading hub of the diaspora. Both his grandfathers were from Istanbul families which experienced massive disruption in the 1820s, but survived and prospered economically. Vikalas himself was sent to London in 1852 to work as a clerk in the family business there and eventually became more famous as a writer and as the first president of the International Olympic Committee. 145 As the Ottoman Empire was opened up economically between 1838 and 1843, starting with the Anglo-Ottoman Commercial Treaty of Balta Limani, Pera in Constantinople saw a massive influx of Europeans. In 1839 to 79 100,000 Europeans moved to Pera, which became Constantinople's predominantly Christian diplomatic and commercial district. 146 Anastasiadou claims that the Greek population alone grew 5 or 6 times in the late 19th century. But next to Istanbul, or more precisely Beyoğlu, it was Izmir/Smyrna that was described as the true commercial capital of the empire. 147 Here the Greek presence grew very substantially, so that Greeks outnumbered Turks by the 1870s. 148 Most banks and bank managers were Greek, half the top merchants, lawyers, and doctors in Smyrna were Greek, and the buildings on the cordon were mainly Greek-owned. 149 These developments were part of the wider economic boom that engulfed the Levantine ports in the 19th century and apply with modifications to Beirut. 150 and of course to Alexandria. Beirut's population grew from ca 6,000 around 1,820 to 150,000 in 1905, 151, while Alexandria's growth, given the bigger size of the city, was just as formidable, from 181,000 in 1865, 232,000 in 1882, 319,000 in 189, 7152 to almost 600,000 in 1927, 153 by the 1920s. Foreigners made up 17.4% of Alexandria's population, and of those almost 50% were Greeks. 154. Beirut and Egypt were convulsed by the silk and cotton booms of the 1860s. In Mount Lebanon the silk industry was restructured and industrialized to the benefit of French capital. 155 While Alexandria's rapid expansion as the main East Mediterranean port saw the number of Europeans quadruple in the 9 years of Said's reign. By 1864 there were 50 to 60,000 Europeans in the city, mostly Greek, Italian, and French. 156 Alexandrian families of Muslim origin had almost no share in the fantastic enrichment that characterized certain Greek or Syrian families in the 1860s. 157 As early as 1839, when foreign mercantile firms, the so-called maisons de commerce, had been expanding rapidly, 12 Greek merchant houses, Raleigh included, had already captured 33% of the Alexandria cotton export market, with the largest Greek house, Tosiophrairs ETCIE, exporting 11% of Egypt's cotton. 158 In these early years, 2 Greek friends of Muhammad Ali were said to be among the richest merchants in Alexandria, both cosmopolitan merchants with agents in other Mediterranean ports such as Marseille and Livorno. 159 By 1872, when expansion resumed with more than £200 million of raw cotton being shipped to European markets. 160 The Greek hold on the export economy was more entrenched than ever. What finally clinched it and secured its dominance for the next 4 or 5 decades was the defeat of Egyptian nationalism by the display of military force in 1882. 161 Britain's occupation of Egypt ushered in the heyday of cosmopolitan Alexandria. 162 The palmy years from 1882 to 1936, when the size of the cotton harvest more than doubled in the years before the outbreak of the war. 163 Britain transformed Alexandria into a trading station where cotton was amassed, controlled, sorted, weighed and dispatched. The agents of large international firms had to be based there. 164 But the trade was tightly controlled by the big cotton exporters, of whom the biggest were Greek firms linked to the Benakis, Chaemis, Salvagos, and so on. These large Greek exporters formed the wealthiest and most powerful group within the Greek community. 165 In less than a year of the British taking over, the bigger export firms would move to establish the Alexandria General Produce Association, which exerted a firm grip on the city's cotton exchange. 166 And which native Egyptian growers would come to look upon as a cartel of sorts. 167 Of the 24 founding members of the association, 15 were Greek, with Theodore Rallies as president and Emmanuel Benakis as vice president. 168 Ilbert writes that between 1885 and 1934 the power of the association was such that no one could touch it. 169 By 1890 Alexandria's business elite numbered some 150 individuals, with a smaller circle of 60 capitalists controlling the largest share of assets. 170 The biggest of the Greek-owned firms was Chormi, Banaji and Co. Again, the founder of this firm, Emmanuel Banaji, came from a Kayan family that had fled the massacres of 1822 to start up a textiles business, importing Lancashire goods. On Syros. 171 He belonged to the second generation of the Greek diaspora, the Depteroclassatae, whose fortunes were closely bound up with the British. The Chormi/Banaji business had dozens of branches in the Egyptian interior, in rural towns like Zagazig, which thrived on the cotton trade. They employed only Greeks in their Alexandria office. Following the occupation, the Greek commercial bourgeoisie of Alexandria built an entire quarter to the east of the city called Quartier Grec. The Benakis moved here in 1884, living in a villa opposite Theodore Rallies. Here was a group with a fierce sense of its own class location, fervent Anglophiles, fluent in English and French, and almost totally ignorant of Arabic. Emmanuel Banaji himself preferred Greek to other languages and exuded a strong nationalism. The Benakis were passionately interested in political developments in Greece and became avid supporters of the ultranationalist Venizelos. Banaji himself left Alexandria in 1911 to become the Greek Minister of Finance and then Mayor of Athens. 172. Ketrov underscores the cosmopolitan origins of the Greek capitalists who dominated Alexandria's cotton trade and many of its insurance, banking, brokerage, and import businesses. 173 But this was a cosmopolitanism that allowed for both racism 174 and a sometimes visceral Greek nationalism. Trimi states that the Benakis were cosmopolitans, yet their more intimate relations were almost entirely confined to Greeks. 175 Mansell suggests that they became Greek nationalists as well as cosmopolitan Alexandrians. 176 Alexandria's upper-class residential areas were less mixed ethnically than, say, the Old Hara, the Jewish quarter, where Greeks, Italians, and Syrians lived side by side. 177 Business cosmopolitanism required no level of interaction beyond those dictated by the pursuit of accumulation. The Benakis knew little of Egypt except how to exploit or, depending on the point of view, develop its economy. 178 A description of Alexandria ca. 1909 recalls Nizan's portrait of Aden. All considerations of science, art, and archaeology are choked by the city's strenuous commercial activity, it states. Affairs of commerce, the state of trade, the movements in stocks and shares form the staple of the daily round of conversation in the clubs, in the streets, on the wharves, on the trams, in the trains, in short, everywhere in the city. Now wholly and wholeheartedly given to the worship of the modern deity Mammon, who exacts the most exclusive devotion from his followers. 179. Alexandria exerted a peculiar fascination on its Levantine residents. The celebrated poet Cavafy, whose father's firm P.J. Cavafy & Co. had traded in cotton and grain, with branches in Cairo, London, and Liverpool, and failed in 1876 when he was 13, forcing his brothers to take what jobs they could as clerks and managers with other Greek companies. 180 knew he would never be able to leave. You said, I'll go to another country, go to another shore. Find another city better than this one. Cavafy then tells himself. You won't find a new country, won't find another shore. This city will always pursue you. You'll walk the same streets, grow old in the same neighborhoods, turn gray in these same houses. You'll always end up in the city. 181. 5. Commercial practices. Putting out or the capitalist domestic industries. Marx's own recurring characterization of commercial capital as inexorably subordinate to industry and to industrial capital obscures the fact that historically a wide range of industries worked for merchants' capital. The chief but not the only form this took was what historians writing in English call the putting out system. Hilferding referred to industrial sectors organized in this way as capitalist domestic industries. 1. Next to large-scale commerce, which Marx was willing in one passage to describe as a form of capitalist production, 2. The capitalist domestic industries were probably the most widespread form of capitalism for centuries together. John Clapham regarded capitalist outwork as still the predominant form of industrial organization in Britain in the 1820s. 3. When the spinning of cotton began to be mechanized in the last 2 decades of the 18th century, a vast amount of extra weaving capacity was required. To work up the vast quantities of machine-spun yarn now being turned out, and this extra capacity was supplied by an enormous expansion along traditional outwork lines, as a whole new army of men, women, and children were recruited to the handloom, for thus outwork was not some dying pre-industrial dinosaur, but a perfectly rational, viable, and adaptable form of organization in many industries. 5. It showed remarkable powers of survival throughout the 19th century in the wholesale mass production of cheap ready-made clothing. 6. With the coming of the railways, London wholesale houses in the shirt trade sent their work into the country as well as to the East End. 7. In fact, London remained the largest single centre of outwork production anywhere in Britain in the 19th century. 8. Carlo Poni offered a convenient definition in 1985, production that was essentially domestic, and therefore dispersed, was organized and dominated by entrepreneurs who were traders and exported to near and distant markets. In its classic form, the workers received the raw material from the merchant entrepreneur and were paid by the piece when they handed over the finished product. He went on to say, according to Sombart, This cottage industry is already a manifestation of the modern capitalistic mode of production, the essential characteristic of which was the laborer's dependence on the capitalistic entrepreneur. 9. In German, this dispersed or decentralized form of organization is usually referred to as Verlag and the merchant deploying it as a Verleger, in English as the putting out system or as outwork or homework, and the merchant as a putter out or just as often as a merchant manufacturer. Capitalist production in the strict sense may be said to have begun with the putting out system. 10. The essence of the system was that the subjection of labor to capital occurred in a form that did not presuppose its simultaneous subordination through the labor process. It was not embodied in the structure of the labor process or reflected in its technical characteristics. As Marx says repeatedly, at the outset it takes it as it finds it. 11. It does not therefore directly change the mode of production. 12. Where mode of production simply means the labor process itself. On the other hand, and this is crucial, it was essential that the merchant controlled, managed, and coordinated production itself, that is, the interconnected labor processes through which the commodity was finally produced. The dispersal of living labor was retotalized in the final commodity thanks to the merchant's control and integration of production. Poni's definition contains the essential elements of this paradox: the dispersed nature of production, its organization and control by entrepreneurs who are basically merchants, the merchant's control of the raw material and designs, the widespread use of piece rates, and finally, from Sombart, the subjection of labor. From its broad origins in the 12th century, the putting out system reached a crescendo in the 17th and 18th centuries. Even after its heyday, it showed astonishing resilience. When the option of factory production became available to manufacturers in the 19th century, they could still prefer outwork because of its lower overheads, higher rates of exploitation, and greater flexibility in hiring and firing labor. 13. These were all characteristics of the system that favored the countryside over urban locations, so that by the early 18th century the bulk of all wool, linen, cotton, and blended cloth in Europe was produced in the great rural districts of England, France, Germany, the Low Countries, and Switzerland. 14. The crucial constraint was the availability of home workers, and where employers had the option of cutting costs by moving to cheaper labor in the countryside, they did so. When they did so in a big way in the 18th century, what evolved was the kind of capitalism that has been labeled proto-industry, that is, concentrated industrial regions that specialized in mass production for export markets. 15. What Liss and Soli have called industrial mass production in the countryside. 16. In the Beauvaisis in northern France, a typical region of this sort, textile production was widely dispersed through the countryside, with enormous levels of output even in Colbert's day and sales outlets controlled by powerful merchants. 17. But as Pony pointed out, proto-industry was not a purely rural system. 18. The Flemish woolen industry of the 13th century was a largely urban industry. So was the wool industry of Florence from its inception in the 13th century to its decline in the early 17th. And when concentrated in the towns, as it largely was initially, the skein of Verlag could give medieval and early modern cities the appearance of great manufactories. 19. Of one vast factory, as Eleonora Carus Wilson described the great clothing towns of Douai, Ypres, and Brussels as they were in the 13th century. 20. In both periods, and regardless of whether production occurred in towns or in the countryside, when the putting out system was used in a regular, systematic way, it always implied mass production, sales to a general market. In Marx's expression. 21. In England by the 18th and 19th centuries, outworkers were producing at the behest of capitalists for a mass market, not for individual customers. 22. Some industries relied heavily on outwork. 23. Bethel notes that at the beginning of the 19th century, several industries were to a large extent organized on these lines: the spinning and weaving of basic textiles, much of the manufacture of personal consumer goods such as clothes, boots, and stockings, and the making of certain common items of hardware, of which nails were the most important. These were mass markets in consumer goods which were supplied by large capitalists. 24. Variously described as big urban manufacturers and merchants or merchant manufacturers or large wholesale houses, 25 While the workers were wage earners working with their own tools in their own workshops and homes. 26. The basis of the merchant's dominance was a dual one, the first lying in a monopoly of the raw material, which was either inaccessible locally and thus too expensive or, where accessible, the focus of a ferocious struggle between merchants and artisans. In a very fine study of the Cholat linen industry, Tessilu argues that successful putting out required merchants to buy up as much yarn as possible to deprive direct producers of independent access to raw materials. 27 Putters out could only achieve their goals by monopolizing raw materials, buying up the yarn before it reached the market, and forcing weavers to sell to or take commissions from them exclusively. 28 The other foundation of mercantile control over artisan labor was the merchant's ability to organize the overall production process in ways that would have been impossible for isolated groups of workers within it. The following pages summarize some of the historical work that concerns industries that made extensive use of the putting out system. The key fact to note is that merchant firms were the main owners of capital and employers of labor in each of these industrial sectors. Merchant manufacturing. The great Florentine fortunes were made in banking and trade, never in manufacturing, wrote Raymond de River. He noted that only a minor part of the Medici capital was invested in the wool and silk industries. 29 However, Sergio Tognetti has since shown that the rapid expansion of the silk industry, especially from the later 15th century, was very largely financed by the city's great cassette, the banking and commercial houses that were at the cutting edge of North Italian capitalism. 30 It is hard to say how far the same was true of the woolen industry. In the 1480s, for example, one of the biggest commercial houses, the Strozzi, had a total of 21 wool firms. 31 This was probably far higher than the average investment of other families from the Florentine banking and commercial elite. Braudel's view of a vertically integrated industry where one end of the chain would be represented, for example, by the possession of a wool washhouse in Old Castile, the other end by piles of textiles in a store in Alexandria. 32 is largely contradicted by more recent accounts of the industry, notably Goldthwaite's, which suggests instead both that no one firm had a significant share of the market. 33, and that a firm sold its products immediately to any merchant exporter who would buy them. 34. The most important woolen industries of the later Middle Ages grew up in regions where there was an abundant supply of cheap labor. In Florence, wage costs amounted to 60 to 65% of total manufacturing costs in the industry. 35 When top-quality English wool began to be used by the 1320s, the sector saw rapid reconversion to better quality wool and grew rapidly in terms of value of output. The merchant chronicler Giovanni Villani tells us, the workshops of the Arte della Lana were 200 or more, and they made from 70,000 to 80,000 pieces of cloth, which were worth more than 1,200,000 gold florins. And a good third remained in the land as of labor, without counting the profit of the entrepreneurs. And more than 30,000 persons lived by it. We find that some 30 years earlier there were 300 workshops or thereabouts, and they made more than 100,000 pieces of cloth yearly, but these cloths were coarser and one-half less valuable, because at that time English wool was not imported and they did not know, as they did later, how to work it. 36. The firms that ran the wool industry in Florence were short-term partnerships between investors and managing partners, where the managing partner dealt with production. 37 Showing that even when the city's big merchant bankers 38 did invest in industry, they cannot be described as industrial entrepreneurs, much less magnates, as Alfred Doran imagined them to be in his classic, quasi-Marxist, monograph. 39 A more realistic picture of the industry should have divided it broadly into rich owners of large factories, a larger mass of small entrepreneurs, and the great mass of cloth workers. 40 Dyers, fullers, stretchers, and menders operated their own shops and apparently chafed under their subjection to the wool guild, wanting freedom to bargain with the manufacturers. 41 The production organizers who functioned as middlemen in the putting out system were included among these sottoposti, below whom came the workers proper, the thousands who lived by wages. 42 Similar divisions characterized the labor force. Beating, carding, and combing were operations performed on the employer's premises. These were menial and tedious tasks, and the workers doing them were among the most downtrodden and the most poorly paid. 43. It is therefore interesting that these groups played a leading part in the Siam Revolt of 1378, when a large mass of workers in the industry 44 seized the government in the summer of that year and won the right to form their own guild. 45. Spinning and weaving were home-based operations, and here too the major difference was that firms relied on labor contractors called fattery to recruit and pay the thousands of women involved in spinning, but made sure weaving was closely supervised. 46. Weavers were piece-rated, owned their own looms, and did not stay long with the same employer. 47. They were often forced into debt so that firms were sure of having reserves of labor available in the future. Given that the likely average payroll size of most wool firms was anywhere between, say, 15 and 50, 48, the bulk of the labor force consisted, clearly, of the workers employed in the putting out sectors of the industry. Interestingly, the weavers themselves played no significant role in the Siam Revolt. 49. Thus, in the textile industries, putting out was hardly ever a standalone system, but was usually integrated into total production processes characterized by their combined nature. In the manufacture of wool, some operations were performed centrally on the employer's premises, some subcontracted to other, independent firms, and the rest put out. In keeping with this, the wool itself kept moving back and forth between locations and between the city and areas in the Contado. Gerard Gayet's study of the woolen industry in Sudan shows the same complicated movement. 50. Next to monopoly of the raw materials, integration of control over all these separate processes was the true basis of the merchant's dominance in capitalistically organized domestic industries. 51. Federico Melis calculated that in the wool business run by the Prato merchant Francesco de Marco Dattini, the production of 222 1/2 pieces of woolen cloth over a 3-year period required the employment of no fewer than 1,000 persons, who in turn were involved in 6,088 distinct or partial operations. 52. The bulk of a wool firm's capital was tied up in raw materials and in the outlay for wages, mostly advance payments to spinners and weavers. What predominated in production was circulating capital. Goldthwaite argues that none of the fixed capital used in the industry came from the firms, for example, the massive tentering sheds scattered all over the city or the fulling mills located in large mill complexes outside the city, along the Arno, belonged either to the wool guild or to landowners. 53. This may explain why de Roover himself derived the capitalist nature of the industry more from its subjection of labor than from any ostensible giant enterprises of the kind Alfred Doran rooted. 4. Although the wool workers for the most part were employed in their own homes and used their own tools, they were not independent artisans but wage earners who worked on materials supplied by their employers. 54. The employers, subject to severe competition in everything else, were united in a guild and used its machinery to keep wages down and to prevent workers from organizing. 55. The chief advantage of outsourcing the bulk of production to outworkers was the flexibility it gave the firms themselves, in other words, the ease with which they could curtail production by laying off workers whenever managers needed to. Silk was a massively competitive market characterized by volatile demand and a huge variety of fabrics. 56. From the early 15th century it became the leading sector of the Italian economy for the next several centuries. 57. As competition mounted rapidly in the 16th century, Florence, a leading producer, drastically reduced production of higher quality silks, downscaled to simpler fabrics, and basically retained vitality throughout the 17th century by adapting to the nature of the English market. 58. By the 1660s the city's silk industry was almost entirely geared to meeting the demands of the English market. 59. And England herself accounted for over half of Florence's total production of silk. 60. Until an indigenous silk industry began to take over the domestic market in the final decades of the 17th century. 61. But by the start of the 18th century it was the lion silk industry that emerged as by far the most advanced in Europe. The 20-odd years between 1712 and 1732 saw rapid concentration of capital in Lyons Grande Fabrique, as the network of putting out firms in the silk industry was called. In his monograph on the industry, Justin Godart cites a memoir dated 1712 that gives the total number of big merchants as around 200 and the number of homeworkers employed by them on piece rates as between 3,000 and 4,000.62. Between those polls lay a mass of weavers working on their own account, who were described as merchants and workers rolled into one and for whom no figure is given. In 1732, by contrast, a later memoir cited by Pony puts the number of big merchants or marchants fabricants at ca 70 and the number of workers at ca 80,000.63. Thus there was a substantial reduction in numbers at the capitalist end of the industry and a doubling of the mass of weavers at its base. Between those dates, the city authorities had gone on a major drive to eliminate the independent weavers as part of a concerted subordination of labor to capital that was being enforced at a social, collective level by the representatives of capital. The campaign involved allegations that the independent weavers, unable to afford the services of designers, were stealing designs from the big merchant firms with the active collusion of the workers employed by those firms. The Grande Fabrique has been described as a huge industrial and commercial complex employing ca 35,000 workers by the 1780s, nearly a quarter of the city's population and almost half its labor force. 64 Its basis remained the dispersion of labor in domestic units controlled by capital. Sewell has argued that the master weavers themselves are better seen as subcontractors than as pure wage laborers, since they hired and supervised their own journeymen. 65 But he also notes that he merchant simply paid the weaver, his subcontractor, enough to keep his family unit going. 66 The family labor that was essential to this form of capitalist organization was of course unpaid. This only adds to the irony of being told that Lyons' silk industry was the most innovative of the 18th century French textile industries in design, marketing, and technology. In terms of value of product, it was easily the most important industrial complex in 18th century France. 67 Lyons dominated the very lucrative high end of the European and transatlantic silk market. 68 Against the claims of its weavers that the success of the industry was due to the high professional quality of their work, the merchants chose to argue that the weavers were more like masons on a construction site, whereas they themselves were the architects without whom no building would have been possible. 69 What the analogy points to is the totalizing role of merchants' capital in putting the industry together and securing its dominance through a thorough knowledge of the market. The Lyons silk merchants were the first to use annual product differentiation as a strategic weapon to create barriers to entry, to capture important shares of the international market and to outmaneuver firms in competition with them. 70 This presupposed substantial investment in the production of new designs. 71 And the extraordinary flexibility with which information was used to respond to rapidly changing market conditions. 72 The use and training of first-class designers was crucial to the way the industry retained competitive dominance. Young designers would continue to spend long periods in Paris every year, visiting the most famous silk warehouses in the area around Châtelet and Palais Royal. These visits gave rise to substantial interaction between the producer firms and the needs and expectations of the market. 73 Back in Lyons, designers would work in cooperation with a weaver and specialized technicians to transfer the designs from paper to loom before they were put out to the weavers. 74 Designers were well paid and pivotal to the whole commercial strategy to keep ahead of and actively shape the Paris fashion market. Innovations had to be not only rapid but also appealing. 75 And it was only in Lyons, or in Lyons and Paris, that this programmed production of novelty, 76 changing designs from one season to another, became a ruthless market strategy that defeated even the imitation industries. On the other hand, none of this would have worked without what Pony calls the flexibility offered by the artisan or putting out organization of production, which, as he says, the Lyons merchants were the very first to exploit fully and systematically. 77 A major aspect of that flexibility was the fact that outwork was, as Bethel described it, eminently capable of rapid expansion, given an abundance of cheap labor. 78 In Lyons, industrial capacity almost trebled in the decades between 1720 and 1788.79. The Oriental Carpet Manufacturers Limited, finally, is a concise illustration of the combination of relatively advanced forms of modern commercial capitalism with domestic industry. OCM's carpet manufacturing used both factories and domestic production in widely dispersed networks that were put together by a remarkably energetic field staff across a vast region from Anatolia through Iran to Mirzapur in northern India. 80 Ottoman trade data shows there was a dramatic growth in the carpet trade at the end of the 19th century, with a large share of exports being sourced from traditional weaving towns like Ushak on the plateau ca 200 miles northeast of Smyrna. 81. In these towns, Smyrna merchants had agents who were paid 3 or 4% of the purchase price to supervise the manufacture and to accept the finished carpets. The Smyrna dealers were either agents of European firms working for commissions of 3 to 5%, or selling direct to their overseas customers on FOB basis. 82 Competition was fierce, and, in 1907, a group of Smyrna-based Levantine merchants, the most important and wealthiest carpet manufacturers of Smyrna, as they described themselves in the prospectus. 83 amalgamated to form what soon became Oriental Carpet Manufacturers. 84 OCM, which began essentially as a combination of these Levantine carpet traders and the London firm of G.P. and J. Baker, was from its inception a completely vertically integrated concern, with an immense trading capital of £400,000 and branch offices in London, Paris, Constantinople, Cairo, Alexandria, and New York. 85 After 3 years of trading, the company had earned huge profits, amassed strong reserves and paid handsome dividends to its shareholders and was responsible for the export of 90% of Turkey's carpets. 86 By 1912 OCM had branches all over Europe, in Cairo, Sydney, and Buenos Aires, and was said to employ some 40,000 weavers and factory workers in Anatolia alone, and was seeking shareholder approval for a doubling of their capital to £1 million. 87 Expansion was rapid and increase production as fast as possible. OCM had sent agents out to towns and villages across western Anatolia to establish looms in private houses to weave for them under contract. Most of the weavers were Greek or Armenian Christians, since they were less shy about letting men from outside the family into their houses. 88 The company's biographer Anthony Wynne writes that enormous effort was expended on getting both the quality and designs right. 89 The design house in Smyrna employed skilled draftsmen to produce and copy designs on squared paper to send out to the weavers. 90 Weavers were paid piece wages, with rates declining and the intensity of labor growing as one moved to the outer concentric circles of production sites which shared their common center in Smyrna. Thus the number of knots required to earn 1 piastra or kurush was 1,700 for weavers in Smyrna but as high as 3,000 in Bursa and Shavaz. 91 On the other hand, rapidity of labor was not always an advantage, a company official would say later, about the weavers in Tabriz in the north of Iran. They are very precise and clever weavers, but they give the carpet such a precision job that it looks too much like a machine-made carpet. These weavers, both men and women, were said to be able to weave at the rate of just over 1 knot per second on stretches of single color. 92 At the time OCM entered the Persian market, a large colony of Tabrizi merchants in Constantinople exerted a virtual monopoly of the Persian carpet trade. American firms first broke this monopoly by paying much higher prices. 93 Finance was the key to the carpet trade, writes Wynne. Anyone who could pay cash for ready-made rugs, or pay advances to weavers for carpets to be delivered later, had a huge advantage over the local merchants, who paid weavers in promissory notes payable several months later. 94 Also, a much better price was to be had if advances were given to the weavers, 25% lower than the price of the ready-made carpet. 95 Advances consisted of a combination of raw materials and wages. In Hamadan in 1917, when food was scarce, 3/4 of the advance was described as being in materials, which the weaver cannot eat and dare not sell. 96 Cecil Edwards, who laid the foundations of the OCM operation in Iran, worked rapidly so that by the end of 1912 practically no carpet weaving area of Iran and the surrounding countries was left uncovered, and the company was thought to control about a third of all Persian export production. 97 In Iran anyway, a substantial part of this was actually based on child labor. 98 OCM introduced an altogether more advanced organization into the industry, concentrating on large-size carpets, rigorous quality control. 99 The accumulation of a huge library of designs that were drawn up in minute detail on squared paper and sent out to Turkey, Greece, Persia, and India to be copied and given out to the master weavers. 100 Intense training of the OCM buyers. 101 Forward integration into major retail outlets in New York, Constantinople. 102 etc., and so on. The Turkish disaster of 1922 saw a large-scale exodus of Constantinople carpet merchants to London. 103 Which became the international wholesale market for medium-grade and specialty carpets from the East. By the end of the 1920s, 85% of the Oriental carpets imported into London were re-exported to Europe, the USA, South America, and South Africa. 104. In India, OCM worked largely through E. Hill & Co., which it acquired fully only in 1944. Hills was based in Mirzapur and ran an entirely home-based industry, with no factories and no heavy overheads. 105 The Mirzapur villages were company villages weaving for one or other of the carpet companies. 106 In 1969 OCM was sold to Raleigh Brothers and merged, along with other companies, into Raleigh International. A Raleigh company history describes the way production was organized in Mirzapur. Carpet manufacture is still very much a cottage industry in the Mirzapur district, but it is closely regulated by E. Hill, who remain responsible for quality and production. Though the actual weaving is done in loom houses in the weavers' villages, E. Hill buy the yarn, dye it to the required shades and produce the loom drawings. These are issued to the villagers with the weaving instructions for stitch and size and the cotton for the warps and wefts. Carpets are inspected regularly during the course of weaving by members of the company on visits to the various villages. The finished carpets are then packed and transported by road some 500 miles to Calcutta, where they are shipped to London, New York and Canada. 107. The carpet made for the morning drawing room, Holyrood House, was commissioned to Hills, which had the weaving done in one of the villages near Mirzapur. The massive loom on which it was made was worked by 12 workers, all males, aged between 16 and 30, each paid about 600 rupees a month. The size of the carpet was 10.3 m x 7.6 m, with a knot density or refinement of 210,000 knots per square meter. The time taken from completion of the design of this monster in November 1987 to delivery to Holyrood in May 1989 had been 17 months. 108. 6. The circulation of commercial capitals. Competition, velocity, verticality. The drive to monopolize markets, vertical integration, concentration of capital, and a striving for flexibility are features typical of capitalism that likewise run through the history of the bigger commercial firms. Scale and flexibility were linked. Lesser merchants lack sufficient capital to move rapidly from one branch to another, while another historian tells us that the trade of the smaller merchants differed from that of the larger ones in being highly specialized. 2. The bigger capitals were both diversified and vertically integrated. 3. By compressing the chain of circulation, what Chayanov had called the trading machine, vertical integration increased its velocity and reappropriated a part of the surplus value that otherwise accrued to middlemen. Thus Pierce Leslie described the business of South Indian coffee by saying, whereas we were expected by London to depend entirely on what we could buy on the coast in Tellicherry and Mangalore, Folkert Brothers had a network of up-country agents, and consequently were able to buy a large part of their requirements up-country at prices cheaper than those ruling on the coast. Thus, having secured the cream of the market, they were able to dictate the price on the coast, and were in a position to outbid us. It took a long time to convince the London office that we would have to follow suit, largely because nobody in London had any knowledge whatever of conditions in India. 4. Big capitals were also more diversified. The leading London merchants of the early 17th century had portfolios characterized by multiple investments. For example, in Rabb's study about 25 of the leading merchants were invested in 9 or more companies. 5 of the silk enterprises run by Milan's commercial houses. Stefano Angeli tells us the biggest houses shunned specialization. He refers to an intense diversification of sectors and markets as typical of their economic behavior. 6 Even within core businesses, the same striving for diversification was evident. Thus, Mola points out that Venetians diversified their output of every single type of fabric, producing it in distinct varieties at higher or lower prices. 7 And one of the ways in which the English textile industry began to dominate the markets of Spain and Italy in the second quarter of the 17th century, turning the table on the Italians, was through the sheer assortment of different textiles it churned out. 8. International trade was in any case always characterized by a high degree of concentration. In his classic monograph on the Venetian state and its big merchants, Giorgio Cracco laid out the axiom: to compete effectively on the international scale required a concentration of capitals and of mercantile structures. 9 As in large-scale industry and banking, concentration was driven by competition among the big players. Here are a few examples of this. At the end of the 13th century, at the start of the reign of the Mamluk ruler Nasir al-Din Muhammad, there were over 200 Karami merchants in Egypt, each employing dozens of commercial agents in various markets overseas. 10 The Karamis were well-organized maritime traders who dominated the spice trade from its Egyptian end, trading to the Malabar coast via Aden. Yet a century later, by the end of the 14th century, a large part of Aden's traffic with Egypt had become concentrated in the hands of a much smaller group of Karami families who were said to have close ties with the Mamluk rulers. 11 At the close of the 16th century, some 60 Genos bankers dominated the Piacenza affairs, the great financial clearinghouse of European capitalism where huge sums of money changed hands. 12 In the Atlantic trades, in 1686, 40 firms had handled 86% of London's tobacco imports. By 1775, when London tobacco imports had trebled in value, 90% of the trade was handled by 28 firms. 13 In the West India trade in the 18th century, 20 leading commission agents engrossed nearly two-thirds of a hugely lucrative business. 14 Of the total iron imported into Hull in 1751, 87% was handled by 10 merchants, and almost 60% by the top 2. 15 The olive oil trade of southern Italy was likewise to a large extent in the hands of a relatively small group of big Neapolitan merchants and foreign merchant houses for much of the 18th century. 16 For most of the early 19th, about two-thirds of the private trade in opium was controlled by just two agencies, Dent & Co. and Jardines. 17 And by 1871 a newcomer, the Sassoons, had acquired control of 70% of Indian opium of all varieties. 18 In the West African palm oil trade between 1830 and 1855, a half-dozen mainly Liverpool firms controlled over half the market each year. 19 Between 1895 and 1910 6 or 7 firms, American and German, exported up to 60% of the Brazilian coffee crop. 20 Around 1905 French houses at most were responsible for purchasing two-thirds of Beirut silk exports. 21 In Argentina the big four grain traders massively controlled the export market in wheat and strongly influenced local markets. 22 In the 1925-26 season, the top 5 shippers, 3 of them Japanese, accounted for two-thirds of all raw cotton exports from Bombay. 23 By 1928 West Africa's trade was dominated by just 4 large firms, 2 of whom would merge a year later to form Unilever's trading arm UAC. 24 Among this handful of giants, the French firms CFAO and SCOA were, on one description, vertically integrated trading and shipping combines. 25 In Indochina by 1938 5 French banking groups controlled 70% of the land planted to rubber. 26 And in Burma by 1939, 1.7% of the rice mills handled around 44% of the paddy crop. 27 All of the 19th/early 20th century examples here come from what are called the produce trades. These were fiercely competitive, both among the handfuls of big merchant firms that were active in them and between them and the brokers they relied on. By the late 19th/early 20th centuries, concentration and centralization were the only means of commercial survival, Bob Shenton has argued. 28 When Sir George Goldie headed an amalgamation of British merchant firms trading in the Niger Delta region and formed the United African Company in 1879, The express purpose of this, Shenton explains, was to circumvent the delta middlemen and to trade directly with palm oil producers on the Niger River proper. 29 But the drive for vertical integration was never completely successful. In the decades that followed, a spate of acquisitions gave Lever Brothers direct access to oil's EDs. But this was a soap manufacturer cum margarine producer gaining access to markets in British West Africa through trading companies, of which the biggest was the Nigerco. 30 William Lever acquired the Nigerco in 1920 for a price exceeding £8 million, funded, evidently, through the market. 31 When this was then merged with its closest rival ANE in 1929 to form the United Africa Company, the commercial arm of Unilever, which now assembled some 93 separate companies. It was UAC's experience in Africa that best demonstrated the limits to the vertical integration of a merchant firm. The relative autonomy of brokers. By the early part of the 20th century, the biggest merchant firms had reached enormous scales of operation. In British West Africa alone, UAC paid £12.3 million for produce in the year ended September 1933.32. Even as late as 1952, the value of all produce bought by it in Nigeria and the Gold Coast was over £42 million. 33 The produce trades depended on substantial volumes of working capital that were circulated as advances, and even if firms exercised tight control over the prices paid to producers, the advances only circulated via brokers and middlemen. In palm oil, UAC had a large and complex organization. In Nigeria in the late 1940s there were 5 main administrative centers, 34 local centers, and some 200 outstations that dealt with African or Syrian middlemen and employed African produce buyers. 34 In groundnuts in 1948-9 it had 150 buying points in northern Nigeria and 55 in the Benue area, divided between main local centers and outstations. In the Kano area it dealt through 28 contractors, 79 middlemen, 10 factors, and 102 outstation clerks. 36 contractors, Wright's Field House, were an essential feature of the system, but they presented one problem: because of their very size they were highly independent and were liable to use UAC commissions to finance their own operations or purchases for other trading firms. 37 Thus the really big abuse and also the most debated issue between the firms was the advance made to middlemen and factors. 38 Yet the system of advances remained virtually unchanged so long as the foreign firms continued in the produce trade. 39 Which demonstrates the structural impossibility of doing away with brokers for firms that traded outside family trading networks of the kind characteristic of the big Italian firms in the later Middle Ages or of the Greek commercial houses of the 19th century. Extending networks inland rather than relying on African middlemen to bring produce to the main collecting centers would have meant having to maximize purchases to cover the overheads of those additional buying points, which would further increase competition and strengthen the position of the brokers. 41 Response to this dilemma was pooling agreements or buying pools which, as a CFAO annual report explained, were directed specifically at middlemen and created to remedy their abuses. 41 In Burmese paddy, 4 of the largest rice milling and exporting firms formed the notorious Bullinger Pool in 1921, directed, again, against the sellers of paddy, that is, against brokers, speculators, traders, and other middlemen. 42 The Entente Senegal was likewise a combination of this sort, formed in 1889 by the export houses in Bordeaux to control the price of groundnuts. 43 Frederick Bon, founder of the Marseilles giant CFAO, who was part of this buying pool, had strong views on the African brokers, describing them in one letter from 1894 as our worst enemies. 44 All the maisons de commerce in French West Africa were in principle opposed to the advance system, even as they knew it was the very basis of their economic transactions. 45 Brokers were an endemic feature of the way capital circulated in vast sectors of the wholesale trade, and the economies of scale of dealing with large brokers created a strong tendency for firms to rely on bigger middlemen. When Venetian merchants moved inland from Alexandria to Cairo in 1552, with the reviving trade in pepper, the move was motivated by the desire to dispense with intermediaries, the Jewish wholesalers and traders of Cairo, whom Braudel describes as opulent rivals of the Venetians. In fact, European merchants were usually obliged to work in collaboration with them. 46 About Calicut the traveller Vardhima wrote, the merchants always sell by the hands of the broker. 47 In Bengal textiles in the early 18th century, the total number of merchants dealing with the English East India Company varied from 20 to 40, and they were certain to be men of substance. 48 The EIC's Bengal associates Kemchand and Mathura Das, who dominated the commerce of Balasore and Hooghly at the end of the 17th century, in turn were said to have the backing of powerful financiers in Decca, men of very great estates, moneyed men. 49 In the palm oil trade, trade goods would be advanced to brokers by European traders. Brokers would then use these goods to purchase oil in the interior markets. 50 He brokers of West Africa cut impressive figures. The leading figures of the trade made huge sums from their skills in transporting large volumes smoothly and efficiently to the coast. 51 And Lin notes, the capital required to enter the oil trade was too great for small-scale traders effectively to challenge the existing oligarchy of brokers. 52 Economies of scale in transport especially gave large-scale African brokers considerable advantage vis-a-vis smaller-scale ones. A Raleig's Brothers handbook dated 1888 states that the company used to buy rice in India from Mussulman dealers, but as their means are small, it was difficult in advancing markets to obtain delivery of our purchases, and it often happened that we were unable to complete our shipping arrangements. The solution was to buy only from a rich native merchant, who makes advances in the interior, and can secure large quantities at a time. 53 Here the cost of financing was shifted to the broker. In a move similar to Folkert Brothers' use of so-called guarantee brokers to finance purchases of raw cotton in Bombay's upcountry markets. 54 In the Nigerian groundnut trade, the Syrian Salraka was the epitome of this layer of capital. In the early 1950s he was UAC's largest single contractor. In 1954 UAC decided to end its contract with him because he had been using the £1.25 million advanced to him to buy in competition with its other buyers. 55 This must refer to Raka buying a substantial part of the Kano groundnut crop on his own account, using capital advanced by Unilever. Shenton tells us that throughout the 1930s Raka had made steadily increasing inroads into the European firm's groundnut tonnage. 56 When the Syrians attempted to bypass the European firms altogether by trading directly to Europe, the latter tried to have the colonial state abolish the native produce market in which indigenous traders sold groundnuts to the Syrians. 57 The whole period from the Depression to the Second World War, Shenton tells us, was dominated by the attack of the more or less united European firms on the Syrian and African middlemen. Indeed, the tenacious existence of these middlemen necessitated the expensive expansion of the firm's outstations, and ensured that the United Africa Company could not establish commercial hegemony. 58. One is dealing here, in competition of this sort, with a process of combined accumulation where lead firms and contractors shared the surplus value extracted from peasant households. 59 Because both contributed to the exploitation of the latter. It would be wrong to see the bigger brokers as merely passive agents of what Fieldhouse has called large-scale foreign merchant capital. 60 In some ways this sharing resembles the joint venture agreements that became a favorite medium for the expansion of foreign manufacturing firms into markets like Brazil and India after the Second World War. The difference, of course, is that substantial brokers were also actual competitors, so that the relationship was fraught with tension and contracts could be terminated and then restarted just as easily. What the ubiquity of the broker reflected both in China and in India was the entrenched position of indigenous merchant capitals that were often very substantial indeed. As one British firm explained, in the early days we did business with large and wealthy dealers. Those were the days of the big merchants who had complete control of the market. 61 Yang Feng, Jardine Matheson's Shagai comprador in the 1850s, was immensely wealthy. 62 So were the various Indian merchant communities that sustained Britain's imperial grip over India and helped finance British expansion in the country. 63 Having said this, it's important to bear in mind that there were numerous markets dominated by a mass of smaller capitals. Thus, in Santos, a major wholesale market for Brazilian coffee, some 150 local brokers handled coffee, which strengthened their hold on trade. 64 In Lebanon, a mass of middlemen acted as brokers for the Beirut export houses, themselves as numerous as 73 in the years between 1904 and 1910. Lebanese brokers obtained credit from the banks in Beirut which they recycled into loans and advance payments, working as independent intermediaries between households engaged in cocoon production and the spinning mills and trading houses. 65 And in Egypt, where Greek middlemen likewise borrowed from the urban banks to relend to cotton growers at much higher rates, the Greek consul in Alexandria could describe them in 1913 as a numerous and prospering class of Greeks. In the interior of Egypt, who made forward contracts for cotton to be able to sell it to the large export houses with branches in the interior or in Alexandria after it had been ginned. 66. Chains in the produce trades. H.J.R. Rawlings, the manager in charge of Holt's produce trade in Liverpool, described the advance system as financing the marketing of the crop in the hope of getting a substantial proportion of tied customers and being able to buy at a rather lower price than they would have to pay if all the produce were free produce. 67 Fieldhouse calls the system one of the many devices used by UAC and virtually all the other foreign trading companies as an essential means of maximizing their purchases of export produce. 68 Competition in most areas was fierce and all firms were anxious to keep up their purchases to retain market share. As one managing director responsible for the produce side of UAC's business wrote, "We must at all costs maintain our turnover." 69 Advances were thus integral to the way big commercial firms managed their investments to ward off competitors. As early as 1670 the English factory in Surat, hard-pressed for cash, had borrowed very large sums of money because of the largeness of the investments in all places which must of necessity be supplied with cash to keep the weavers from falling off to other merchants. 70. Marx encountered the advance system in its simplest form when he allowed for the theoretical possibility that the advances disbursed by the Bengal Opium Department to the growers of poppy it signed contracts with embodied a circulation of capital. 71 The theory of commercial capitalism developed in this book depends to some degree on extending this conception to the numerous trades and businesses where advances were used on a regular basis. The case Marx referred to was fairly simple in the sense that essentially it involved only three parties: the government, the cultivators, and the opium merchants and dealers at the sales in Calcutta. The cultivators mostly came from peasant castes traditionally associated with labor-intensive cash crops like tobacco and opium along a vast tract in present-day eastern Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. 72 And were described as cultivating opium at a great loss to themselves. 73 And only for the sake of the advance. 74 In most markets, however, capital circulated through more complex chains that bound a whole battery of mercantile interests at very different levels of the commercial system. None of these chains or trading machines was like any other, as the following rapid survey of examples shows. It would be easiest to arrange them by moving consistently east, starting with the Atlantic seaboard of the U.S., the states of Mississippi and Louisiana, which had well over 100,000 slaves in the early 19th century. The articulated or chain-like structure of circulation under commercial capitalism can be viewed in at least two ways. First, in terms of the internal complexity of the trading machines, how compressed or distended the chains were and their financial arrangements, and then also as vast conglomerations of commercial interests which, on a global scale, is essentially what commercial capital had come to signify by the 19th century. Thus in the cotton economy of the U.S. South, contemporary estimates were that the shippers, insurers, bankers, and merchants of New York received 40 cents of every dollar spent in the cotton market. 75 New York's highly capitalized banks were able to offer longer credit on better terms to those interested in buying cotton. 76 In the winter months, as the crop came to market in New Orleans, cotton merchants who were often agents of merchant banks based in New York or Liverpool provided advances against its eventual sale, in return for lending the factors money. These cotton merchants and their merchant banker backers received the right to sell on a consignment basis. The credit they offered generally took the form of a sight draft typically payable in New York or Liverpool 60 days after presentation. In order to limit their risk, Merchant bankers generally tried to limit the amount they advanced to 3/4 or so of the expected value of the cotton. 77 American importers were able to buy sterling debt to pay for European imports once the sterling bills of exchange were sold into the interregional or international money market. 78 and so on, to illustrate the point about diverse commercial interests being conglomerate in the movement of circulation. And of course, all of these commercial interests were bound up with the desired perpetuation of slave labor. 79. Samuel Smith, a Liverpool merchant whose firm would later become the biggest of the city's cotton brokers, has left a concise description of the cotton chain as it operated during the boom in western India in the early 1860s. In letters published as The Cotton Trade of India, he mapped out 4 very different levels of a trading hierarchy that extended from the villages in the cotton districts to large towns in the interior and from there to Bombay. They were the petty village dealers or small capitalists who made advances to the growers at the time of sowing, the wealthier dealers in the large interior towns, wholesale dealers, who financed a major share of those advances and also, very frequently, simply acted as agents for the Bombay merchants, the wealthy native merchants of Bombay with whom those large dealers in turn signed contracts that gave them advances ranging from 25 to 50% of anticipated value, and finally, the export firms or shippers to England with whom the native merchants of Bombay have been in the habit of making large contracts, though in this latter case it is not the custom to give advances. 80 The forward contracts between the Indian merchant and the foreign houses agreed on deliveries at such a price as to reimburse him for his risk in advancing, pay the cost of transport, and leave him a fair profit. 81 Quality was a major problem in cotton, but Smith was skeptical about arguments for the introduction of European agency into the interior, that is, for export firms integrating vertically, and strongly underscored the lower transaction costs of dealing with native dealers. This is a business which can never suit a European house in Bombay, since it would have to make separate agreements with some thousands of cultivators, and be willing to lie out of £50,000 or so, at present prices, for several months. 82 All the same, in the decades that followed, European exporters did find solutions to these problems and had even driven the bigger Indian merchants out of the top end of the trade by 1875.83. Elsewhere in India, the capital invested in indigo was largely borrowed capital. 84 And it has been possible to argue that indigo planters simply acted as middlemen between the cultivators and the agency and business houses in Calcutta. 85 The planters were essentially upcountry merchants supported by advances from the Calcutta agency houses. 86 In Farrukhabad in the northwestern provinces, where by 1860 some 50 different indigo concerns ran ca 150 factories, each supplied by 25 to 30 villages. 87 It was said that indigo is made at factories from the plant purchased from landlords, who contract with the ryots. 88 In Lower Bengal the regime was more direct, in the sense that households grew indigo under contract to the factory against advances that usually amounted to 2 rupees for every third of an acre. Benoy Chowdhury suggested that planters preferred this system because it was more profitable than using hired labor, since it essentially involved an unpaid labor process. 89 As one planter put it, the natives will not value the labor of themselves and families at anything while working for themselves. 90 Peasant family labor was the productive base of most of the produce trades, and its subsumption into commercial capital through the channels of circulation described here involved the appropriation of vast amounts of unpaid family labor. Cultivators had to sign a properly stamped contract at the time of the indigo advances, balances deliberately were never settled. 91 And supervision was so intense it was described as harassing and vexatious. They say that they are required again and again to plow, to crush the clods, to remove stalks, to smooth the ground, to sow at the precise moment which the planter may dictate, until neither their time nor their labor can be called their own. 92 Macaulay looked upon the indigo contracts as of the same kind as one between a capitalist and a worker. 93 The dye went through a succession of boom/slump cycles in the course of the 19th century, but in the 1870s, when there was spectacular growth, one estimate put the repatriation of funds from North Bihar at £1 million per annum. 94 Jute was completely different. an intensely competitive market with a profusion of intermediaries. 95 The Bengal jute industry was almost completely dominated by British capital. 96 On the commercial side, the biggest merchants in wholesale centres such as Narayanganj and Dhaka were European or Armenian, and both trade and manufacture had a plethora of trade associations of which some overtly excluded non-Europeans. 97 Jute was a highly organized industry, but also a perfect illustration of the integration of petty commodity producers into circulation chains where the coercion of the market had less to do with the debt devices typical of opium, cotton, and indigo and more with the more general state of dispossession of India's small peasantry. Jute was grown on minuscule holdings. By the 1930s more than 3/4 of rural families in the jute belt possessed less than 2 acres of land. 98 Krishna Bharadwaj calculated that jute was particularly favored by the very small farms of under 1.25 acres, since it absorbed a large amount of labor per acre and yielded a higher gross revenue per acre as well. 99 As if to reflect this fragmentation, circulation up the chain started with a mass of petty traders called farias or pikers who, in eastern Bengal, went about in small boats collecting small batches of raw jute which were then centralized at one of the bigger villages where the Bapparis or merchant's boat was anchored. 100 This smaller man supplies the bigger Bappari who collects in larger quantities and takes it to bigger centers, G. Morgan told the Royal Commission on Agriculture in the mid-1920s. 101 Morgan was proprietor of Morgan, Walker & Co., a firm of Calcutta jute brokers, and had been active in the trade for over 40 years. 102 His oral testimony that the petty trader buys the stuff outright suggests that no advances were involved in jute. 103 The bigger traders who collected from the farias then passed the raw jute either to up-country balers or to the big wholesale brokers/commission agents called aradars, depending on whose capital financed their purchases. 104 105 The pricing of the jute was done by the big jute brokers in the import sheds of the balers. Before it was weighed, sorted into grades, baled, and shipped to Calcutta. 106 Up-country balers would sell their share of the half-pressed jute to the mills in Calcutta either through brokers such as Morgan, Walker & Co. 107 or directly through their own offices. 108 Of the 5.5 million bales of jute consumed by the mills, a little over half were sold directly by the big European balers such as Steels and Raleigh Brothers, and the rest sold through the broking firms gathered in the Calcutta Jute Dealers Association. 109 At the factory gate the markup on unit cost was generally around 25%. 110 Despite this, it was generally thought that the way jute was traded kept raw jute cheap. 111 The key to profitability both in Calcutta and Dundee was to buy raw jute at as low a price as possible. 112 The sharp reduction in gross money income from rice and jute in the main jute growing districts during the crash of the early 1930s triggered massive transfers of land through much of Bengal, leaving a land-poor peasantry in an even worse state of dispossession. 113 Finally, briefly, in Cochin China where the production of rice expanded from 40,000 tons in the late 1870s to 3,360,000 tons in the late 1920s. 114 The rice trade is a good example of the dense conglomeration of commercial interests that characterized the produce trades of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. A powerful syndicate of paddy merchants at 115 which had 80 members in 1930-116 exerted a virtual monopoly over a massive wholesale trade, acting as the sole middlemen between the paddy growers and the milling and exporting firms. They employed agents who went from village to village in their boats, gathering in sacks of rice and draining the harvest to the town. Except for its actual growing, the collecting, husking, and exportation of rice is in Chinese hands, wrote a young American scholar in the 1930s. 117 Chinese merchants dominated every aspect of the rice trade. 118 In particular, the French were simply unable to gain a foothold in the wholesaling of rice. 119 The rice millers, also Chinese, unlike in Burma where Europeans dominated the milling industry and financed the wholesale trade. 120 Were a distinct layer of capital from the colon paddy merchants and were largely financed by the exporters through forward contracts. 121 The biggest mills could process 500 to 1,000 tons a day but competition was intense. 122 Finally, there were the Saigon-based export firms, both French and Chinese, who in turn were supported by the powerful French banking interests that financed the colony's export trade. The giant Banque de l'Indochine not the least of those. 123 in 1930, some 40 Chinese trading houses and 11 French concerns controlled more than 80% of exports. 124 Saigon itself, one of the world's biggest harbors for rice exports, was the only Indo-Chinese port accessible to modern ships. Velocities of circulation. The velocity of circulation of capital was a major determinant of the profitability of commercial capitals. Maxine Berg has even argued, profits in the pre-industrial economy were determined by the velocity of circulating capital. Capital was accumulated by reducing the duration that stocks of goods were tied up between stages of the production process and marketing. 125 Or again, just as circulating capital dominated capital formation, so the greatest gains in productivity were to be had by cutting down the time of circulation, or, in other words, increasing the velocity of circulating capital. 126 Thus velocity was already an imperative when Turgot wrote his reflections in the middle of the 18th century. He says there, the entrepreneur has the greatest possible interest in getting his capital returned to him very quickly. 127 And almost a century earlier, in 1681, William Freeman, a London merchant involved in sugar and slave trading, would aver, a quick return is the life of trade. 128. In the Baltic grain trade, which was dominated by the Amsterdam grain merchants, money could be used 3 or even 4 times in one season. 129 But this was certainly exceptional. Most velocities in international trade were much longer. Michel Ballard has calculated the average turnover in the trade between Genoese capital and Byzantine markets at 12.3 months. 130 The Venetian mute to Syria to fetch bulk bales of cotton involved a round trip of 6 months and represented the fastest available return on merchant capital, according to Brodel. 131 The mute, which initially meant the periods prescribed for loading, were organized to encourage a more efficient use of ships. The Senate fixed terminal loading dates to force merchants to end their haggling and keep the ships moving. Quicker turnaround meant not only more efficient use of shipping, but also more efficient use of merchants' capital. The shipper benefited not only from cheaper freight rates but from quicker turnover of his mercantile investment. 132 In the East India trade, advances for cotton piece goods could begin 9 or 10 months before the cloth would be received by the company's servants. 133 While the actual investment orders that also fixed weavers' wages preceded delivery by some 2 years. 134 Of course, these temporalities of capital were revolutionized in the third quarter of the 19th century with the expansion of railways, steam shipping, and new communication technologies, but the more efficient organization of the big firms would in any case have entailed a tendency to compress turnover times. Thus, the wealthy merchant houses that dominated Glasgow's tobacco trade in the 18th century were keen to achieve rapid turnover of capital, 135 and did so as well, at both ends of the circuit of their commercial capitals. By using the store system to acquire as much tobacco in advance as was necessary, they could cut down the turnaround time of incoming vessels and save on freight costs, thus freighting ships in the shortest possible time. 136 And because the Glasgow firms actually owned the cargoes they imported, they could dispose of it in huge sales to the French buyers in Scotland, again turning over capital quickly by selling tobacco rapidly in bulk to European customers. 137 Probably reflecting both sorts of influences, the average duration of the UAC's advances to its middlemen in West Africa ranged from a minimum of 10 days for Gold Coast cocoa to 28 days for Nigerian palm kernels. In 1947/8, Fieldhouse writes, the largest amount advanced to Africans was pound 1.5 m, which in fact turned round several times during the course of a single season. 138 This practice goes back to the 19th century, one British merchant telling Parliament, the moment the produce comes to hand we make them a remittance, so that they turn it over as often as possible in the course of a year. 139. Velocities of circulation were affected by both transport and communication technologies. The Russian economist Lyashchenko described banks and railways as instruments of capitalist trade turnover and argued that more rapid turnover by capitalist commercial methods such as the discounting of invoices for goods in transit had allowed a mass of smaller capitals to enter the Russian grain trade in a big way. 140 The colossal expansion of means of communication, ocean-going steamships, railways, electric telegraphs, the Suez Canal has genuinely established the world market for the first time, wrote Engels in a note to Volume 3 of Capital. 141 Or again, the main means of cutting circulation time has been improved communications, he writes in another of his addenda to Volume 3. The whole earth has been girded by telegraph cables. It was the Suez Canal that really opened the Far East and Australia to the steamer. The turnover time of world trade as a whole has been reduced to the same extent, and the efficacy of the capital involved in it has been increased 2 or 3 times and more. 142 The turnover time of world trade was of course a reference to the velocity of circulation of commercial capitals. Marx was perfectly aware of these material influences, of the way use value as such could acquire economic significance. In the Grundriss, of the 2 examples he gives of this form-determining role of use value, one relates to the durability of machines, since this purely physical aspect affects the turnover time of the total capital. The other, interestingly, concerns the remoteness of markets which, given the conditions of transport, involve a slower turnover, as e.g. capitals working in England for the East India market return more slowly than those working for nearer foreign markets or for the domestic market. 143 Elsewhere he writes about circumstances that shorten the average turnover of commercial capital, such as the development of the means of transport. 144 Moreover, with the expansion of the market under capitalism, he suggested, not only does the mass of commercial capital grow, but so too does that of all the capital invested in circulation, e.g. in shipping, railways, telegraphs, etc. 145. Banking was the other great lubricator of velocity. The link was clearly seen by Marx when he implied that the development of the credit system helped sustain a more rapid turnover of commercial capital. 146 The discounting of bills of exchange played a major role here because it financed both larger volumes of trade and a greater fluidity of circulation. 147 The speculation in bills of exchange that was rampant in the 1840s was at least partly fueled by the decision of the Bank of England's banking department to enter the discount market in a big way. Thus, bank discounts rose from £2 million to £12 million between the autumn of 1844 and the spring of 1846. 148 J. W. Gilbart's The History and Principles of Banking had already forewarned the dangers here. Trade and speculation are in some cases so nearly allied, Gilbart wrote, that it is impossible to say at what precise point trade ends and speculation begins. Wherever there are banks, capital is more readily obtained, and at a cheaper rate. The cheapness of capital gives facilities to speculation. 149 A secret committee of the House of Lords that sat to investigate the causes of the commercial crisis of 1847 laid a major part of the blame for the crisis on overtrading in the East India trade. The mechanism involved here was described in some detail by the committee, and a report in the Manchester Guardian quoted by Marx in Capital was clearly privy to this finding years before the report was officially published. About the big firms in the India trade, the news report said, houses in India, who had credit to pass their bills, were purchasers of sugar, indigo, silk, or cotton not because the prices advised from London by the last overland mail promised a profit on the prices current in India, but because former drafts upon the London house would soon fall due, and must be provided for. What way so simple as to purchase a cargo of sugar, pay for it in bills upon the London house at 10 months' date, transmit the shipping documents by the overland mail, and, in less than 2 months, the goods on the high seas, or perhaps not yet past the mouth of the Hooghly, were pawned in Lombard Street, putting the London house in funds 8 months before the drafts against those goods fell due. And all this went on without interruption or difficulty, as long as bill brokers had abundance of money at call, to advance on bills of lading and dock warrants, and to discount, without limit, the bills of India houses drawn upon the eminent firms in Mincing Lane. 150. Advances against bills of lading became common practice in the Atlantic and East India trades by the 1840s, and Engels himself thought that the kind of speculation they allowed for actually continued until the opening of the Suez Canal and the expansion of telegraph networks enabled information to travel substantially faster than goods and made the abuse of credit involved in the use of long-dated bills impossible. As bills of lading became tradable items, cargoes themselves might pass virtually through many hands between their departure, say, from New Orleans and their arrival at a Lancashire mill. 151 With steamships and telegraph connections, the process of buying and selling could be repeated many more times in a year. 152 The new commercial methods that came into vogue during the 1860s revolved essentially around a more rapid velocity of circulation. Raleigh & Co., writes Milne, spent around £1,000 a year on telegraph messages to the East in the mid-1860s and also devised a code for use by all its branches and agencies, so that the problem of corrupted messages could be overcome. 153. In his autobiography, Demetrius Vitalis described the dramatic changes that the new commercial methods of the late 19th century brought about in the fortunes of the Greek trading community. Explaining the decline of most of the major Greek merchant houses of London by the end of the 19th century, he wrote, "The most important reason the disappearance of those merchant houses was the change that occurred in trading itself. Half a century before the electric telegraph and the telephone, the most distant countries in direct communication through instant understanding. The goods were loaded on sail vessels and months went by until they arrived the port of consumption. In the meantime, the owners of the cargoes had enough time to speculate, by observing the fluctuation of the market. At that time the merchants depended on their own capital and on the credits of their correspondents, therefore, their transactions were very limited, but the dangers were also fewer than today, and moreover the merchants were more conservative. Today the growth of global trade has brought an increase of the number of banks. The banks concentrate maximum capital, which has to be invested. That way the turnover of dealings increased immensely. Today one could say that commerce aims mainly to the gain of a small profit from big and rapid enterprises, which are continually repeated. The few merchants who succeeded in applying the new system are still trading in a profitable way. The old Greek trade does not exist anymore, and those old merchant houses, where new generations of merchants found work in succession, are now dissolving, causing national damage. 154. Final reflections. The longue durée of wholesale trade can easily be constructed as a chain of competitive struggles that ranged over much of the Mediterranean and, later, of the entire globe. Venice against Genoa, Portugal against Venice, Holland against Portugal, England and France against Holland, and so on, and to some degree that history has been written in this way in one chapter of this book. But embedded within these global conflicts were smaller-scale confrontations or battles and numerous other sorts of capitalist competition. Of particular note, not highlighted here, was a vibrant Pan-Asian trading system that began as early as the 9th century and survived down to the end of the 16th century and later. The Dutch were astounded by their Gujarati rivals' capacity for competition and admitted defeat in the Persian market. 155 The European companies were often alarmed by the sheer volume of indigo exports by Asian merchants to West Asian markets. Gujarati, Armenian, and Persian merchants dominated this trade. 156 Private British shipping at Calcutta faced formidable competition from Asian shipowners in the trade between Bengal and Surat. 157 Turkish merchants were the main buyers of Yemen's coffee, and at Mocha itself European merchants were not the most numerous or active traders in the 18th century. 158 And Aden had been the hub of a vast international trade ca 1400, going by the fact that its customs duties alone, on imports, ran consistently close to or above 1 million dinars in the final years of the 14th century and very early 15th. 159 None of this has been mapped here, but the fact that it hasn't shouldn't obscure our vision of an international trading system that reached well beyond Europe. What about China? Roy Benwang has argued, challengingly, that in contrast to Europe the Chinese state had no incentive to promote any sort of capitalism. Opposition to what might have become a kind of commercial capitalism, had the government needed the merchants more and thus been supportive of them, does not mean that officials opposed markets and commerce more generally. 160 He also argues that industrial capitalism is not the necessary and obvious development out of commercial capitalism unless certain necessary technological changes occur. 161 For Europe itself he lists the possible ways in which commercial capitalism mattered to the formation of industrial capitalism, mentioning among these the fact that the decision to shift to factory production of textiles was a decision made by commercial capitalists, and that commercial capitalism developed ways of mobilizing capital whose actual concentration was only achieved under industrial capitalism. 162 Finally, it was possible for rural industry to persist for centuries without generating the sort of proto-industrialization dynamic that saw whole industrial regions emerge in Northern Europe. 163 I read all this to mean that there is nothing inevitable about capitalism and that its emergence depends, crucially, not just on markets but on the state, or at least a particular kind of state that sets out to encourage and bolster commercial expansion. Marx himself was quite clear that in the later Middle Ages both Venice and Genoa were ruled by powerful merchant interests. He referred to their merchants as the most prominent people in those states and described them as subordinating the state more securely to themselves. 164 In other words, these were medieval states directly ruled by capitalist interests. The first modern territorial states, and, with them, the modern monarchies, emerged in the later 15th century. 165 And Engels in the supplement describes Europe's trading companies as now having greater nations standing behind them. Even Holland and Portugal, the smallest, were at least as big and powerful as Venice, the largest and strongest trading nation of the previous period. 166 Mering described merchant capital as the revolutionary force of the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries, and said, remarkably, evolutionary merchant capital not only created modern absolutism but also transformed the medieval classes of society. 167 Commercially organized capitalism was characterized by the sheer diversity and flexibility of its forms of production. 168 And by extreme versatility. Pearl fisheries. 169 Hydraulic silk mills. 170 Plantations. 171 Shipping, real estate, textiles, tax farming. 172 There was practically no sector or type of investment that it did not invade, exploit, or monopolize. And as the example of Dubrovnik shows, merchants gravitated to the richest markets, hastening their development even further. 173 They were in the forefront of economic innovations, embodying a modernity which is best described as purely capitalist. Apart from bills of exchange and the other financial devices and modern ways of organizing business that were innovated in the later Middle Ages, the chief expression of this mercantile modernism was a minute knowledge of international markets. Branch organization was typical of the big Italian trading families, and a massive volume of commercial information was transmitted across those networks, going by the literally thousands or tens of thousands of letters that survive in various merchant archives. 174 The Greek merchant houses of the 19th century were, likewise, tight-knit family trading networks with high levels of vertical integration and branches throughout the Mediterranean and in England. What is striking in their case is the kind of tight integration between trade and shipping that was orchestrated by shipowners such as the Vaglianos and Ambiricos. 175 In Odessa the Greek houses had agents living in the large centers where grain was collected, whereas Western merchants preferred to buy grain from middlemen after its arrival in the port. 176 In the Bombay Presidency, Raleigh brothers began establishing purchasing agencies in the upcountry cotton markets as early as the 1860s. 177 In Sindh, where next to Folkert brothers they were the biggest exporters of wheat, they had sub-agencies at the principal centers like Sukkur, Shikarpur, and Larkana. 178 In short, in its own way, Greek merchant capital belatedly captured a major share of both Ottoman and British trade thanks to business methods that were as efficient as any, in their own way. Finally, patterns of economic domination bound up with the expansion of commercial capital were considerably wider than those of imperial control or straightforward colonialism. In fact, imperialism in the modern sense, that is, the division of the world in Hobsbawm's Age of Empire, marked a sharp break in the pattern defined by Britain's centrality in financial, trading, and shipping services. It reflected not the anarchism of the bourgeoisie, as Hobsbawm called the liberalism of the 19th century 179 and the liberal cosmopolitan order that British commerce had held in place, but the rapid emergence of national economies driven more by large-scale industry and big business than by trade. Per se 180 imperialism was a novel term devised to describe a novel phenomenon. 181 This, if you like, is the point at which trade seriously began to be driven by industry in the sense in which Marx defined this dynamic, that is, as the subordination of commercial to industrial capital. If the size of the world's merchant marine almost doubled between 1890 and 1914, whereas it had only risen from 10 to 16 million tons in 1840, 1870, 182 during the apogee of British commercial expansion, the expansion of shipping now reflected the humongous demands of the new industrial capitals. As Engels drew closer to the end of his life in the 1890s, oil, steel, and chemicals, not textiles, became the typical face of large-scale industry. In his addenda to Volume 3 of Capital, Engels' sense of this new capitalist modernity was reflected in belated references to the surge of competition between a whole series of competing industrial countries 183 and to gigantic concentrations of capital in cartels and trusts 184. All this was new, anticipated but never witnessed by Marx. But the sense of capitalist novelty was of course also reflected in admiring references to the way submarine telegraph cables, steamers, and the completion of the Suez Canal had all dramatically compressed or accelerated the turnover of world trade. Between the writing of Capital and Engels' additions to the text a completely new world had emerged, defined by a much sharper sense of nationality, greater aggression in world politics, and a sense of living at new velocities. The concentration of manufacturing capital had major implications for merchants. It allowed for the setting up of company sales offices and company-operated sales networks, and in the US by 1900 the manufacturer was ascendant, the independent merchant in decline. 185 It also brought about new forms of retail capital in the shape of huge department stores that emerged in metropolises like Paris from the 1870s. Again, velocity of circulation was the driving imperative, with sales volumes running into many millions of francs or dollars and turned over more rapidly thanks to the lower margins that giant retailers were willing to accept. 186 In the Convolutes Walter Benjamin describes the department stores as temples consecrated to the religious intoxication of great cities, borrowing part of this striking expression from Baudelaire. 187 Advertising was common and extensive by the 1870s. 188 And increasingly linked to revolutionary new forms of energy such as electricity. 189 Which lighted up the shopping arcades and department stores. In the spheres where they survived in a substantial way, speed became an ever more essential part of the way commercial capitals had to operate. Thus in Zola's novel Au Bonheur des Dames the central character Octave Morat, owner of a vast department store of that name, explained to the banker Baron Hartmann that the system of modern large-scale trading and its hugely increased power of accumulation were based on a continuous and rapid renewal of capital, which had to be converted into goods as often as possible in a single year. 190. The other thing Marx never lived to see was the expansion of French capitalism in Indochina, the massive concentration of French economic interests in rice, rubber, banking, and minerals that culminated in the stranglehold of a handful of banking groups by the 1920s. 191 To take an obvious example of this, from 1876 to 1914 the Banque de l'Indochine, the financial arm of French imperialism in Asia, as its historian Marc Mouliat described it. 192 Declared cumulative net profits of 107,311,000 gold francs on a paid-up capital of 12 million. 193 No British firm in India could have matched that scale and level of profitability, let alone the sheer concentration of capital implied in it. What was emerging in the late 19th century was an entirely new sort of capitalism, driven by modern industry but also bound up with more aggressive forms of expansion and unprecedented degrees of vertical integration in industries like tobacco. 194 Rubber and oil, which dramatically reduced the dependence of manufacturers on merchant capital. The pattern of French domination in Indochina was more advanced than anything to be found in Britain's mercantile capitalism in the late Victorian decades. There was no British counterpart to the French finance capital that dominated entire sectors of Indochina's economy. British capital's dependence on invisible earnings, which was the hallmark of the largely commercial nature of British capitalism, was also its crucial source of vulnerability once war disrupted the economic integration of the capitalist world, and the worst crisis capitalism had seen till then deepened the economic fragmentation and sense of chaos. The years from 1913 to 1937 saw a severe decline in Britain's invisible income in real terms. 195 At the height of the Depression, the classical treasury model of the economy came tumbling down in 1931, as the gold standard and free trade were abandoned and city cosmopolitanism lay in ruins in the 1930s. 196. Appendix, Islam and Capitalism. The title of this essay is borrowed from the title of a famous book that the French Arabist Maxime Rodinson published in France in 1966. When Rodinson wrote Islam and Capitalism, the traumatic defeat of Nasser and the Arab states at the hands of Israel was still roughly a year away. But, as we know, that defeat was a major watershed both politically, precipitating the demise of Arab nationalism and the discrediting of the secular leaderships that touted it, and in a wider cultural sense because the defeat led to decades of bitter introspection and to the sustained if gradual expansion of a new political force throughout the Muslim world. What I shall do in this essay is start from the problematic that Rodinson grappled with in his seminal book, namely, whether, or, more correctly, in what sense, we can speak of capitalism in the Islamic world, and then expand the notion of capitalism to include the culture of modernity that Marx saw as central to what was still a new and revolutionary mode of production. The essay is thus divided into two rather distinct parts, the link between them being established by what I shall call the indigenous form of capitalism that characterized much of the Middle East at least till the economic revolution that swept through the Gulf in the 2000s. Rodinson belonged to a generation when the largely formalist debates that dominated Marxism from the 70s had obviously made no special impact. Historians like Subhi Labib 1 Halil Inalsik 2 Abd Al-Aziz Duri 3 Robert Mantran 4 and Brodel 5 spoke of capitalism and capitalists in the Islamic world, since these seemed like the best way of characterizing the activity and economic structures connected with large-scale merchants and banking groups who were not discernibly different from their counterparts in medieval Italy. But those of them who were familiar with the Arabic sources also knew that a notion of capital was frequently discussed both in the various schools of Islamic law and by writers like Ibn Khaldun. Al-mal could of course have the generic meanings of wealth, property, possessions, and so on, but in the juristic discussions and numerous passages elsewhere it had the more correct meaning of a commodity or mass of commodities. By the 10th century the term malaya, derived from it, came to mean commercial exchange value, while the term mal-mutakawim was a commodity whose exchange value was guaranteed by the law against destruction, damage, or unauthorized appropriation. 6. Though mal by itself was often shorthand for capital, ras mal was the proper term for capital and was frequently used in the plural to mean several distinct capitals, as when al-Waqidi reports that the Qurayshi merchant Safwan b. Umayyah complained that as long as Muhammad enforced his blockade of the coastal road to Gaza and forced the summer caravans to stay put in Mecca, we are simply eating up our capitals. 7. Sahib al-Mal usually meant owner of capital, and mutamawil was later the standard term for a capitalist. In a study published shortly before Rodinson's book appeared, Labib could thus suggest that the concept of capital is used in medieval Islamic economic history. Ibn Khaldun has a detailed discussion of it, and he went on to say, we shouldn't look for the first signs of the origins of capitalism in Europe or Egypt or among any specific group of merchants such as the Italians or the Karimi merchants. A mercantile estate existed everywhere and consequently so did economic enterprises and profits. 8. The question that Rodinson started with was to know if Islam conceived as a body of doctrine laid out in the Quran and the prophetic tradition contained anything that either discouraged or militated against capitalist economic activity, and his answer was an emphatic no. Rodinson saw the economic history of Muslim-majority countries as characterized by what he called the development of commercial capital in a clearly capitalistic direction and argued, not only did the Muslim world know a capitalistic sector, but this sector was apparently the most extensive and highly developed in history before the 16th century. 9. In both sugar and textiles, for example, private capitalists could be found who employed wage workers, often under supervision by the state. 10. I'm not aware of any detailed study of the textile industry comparable to Mohammed Aurfeli's remarkable book on the medieval sugar industry. 11. But from this it is clear that Rodinson was less interested in pursuing any of these arguments in a more concrete, historical way, and was, as he himself noted, producing work of a theoretical character. 12. The reason I make this point here is that he made no attempt to ask who the private capitalists were who invested in, say, the sugar refineries and textile factories of the Mamluk period. 13. And his one-line statement, there was also a fairly extensive capitalist domestic industry, saw no further elaboration, although it was a crucial and interesting claim to advance. 14. Elsewhere Rodinson wrote, it is clear that the Quran in no way set out to modify the economic rules operating in the society in which it surfaced. The Quran contains very few purely economic injunctions. 15. He went to great lengths to show that the sole exception to this, namely, the ban on usury, was widely circumvented both in the actual schools of law through the use of so-called devices and of course in practice. For example, interest-bearing loans were considered normal practice in the Ottoman Empire, and fatwas could always be obtained to give sanction to interest-bearing savings accounts. In the 11th century, the legal scholar Al-Tartusi was alarmed that credit played such a major role in the commercial transactions in Alexandria. 16. But Rodinson went further and implied that the rationalism of the Quran and the very special importance ascribed by Muhammad to the individual. 17. Were both features that made Islam especially receptive to the pursuit and needs of business. It is striking that contracts of commercial exchange were the sole area of Islamic law where the hierarchies of sex, age, religion, and legal status gave way before an overriding equality grounded in the capacity to reason soundly. Baber Johansen quotes Saraxi as saying, "In these contracts all are equal." Tijara was essentially a means of valorizing capital. Saraxi was a leading exponent of the Hanafi school, which was by far the most pragmatic and flexible in its approach to issues of business. For example, the Islamic equivalent of the Comenda contract, called Mudaraba, was justified by him in terms of its actual economic function. Because people have a need for this contract, he writes. For the owner of capital may not find his way to profitable trading activity, and the person who can find his way to such activity may not have the capital. And profit cannot be obtained except by means of both of these, that is, capital and trading activity. 18. The agent in such contracts had nearly unrestricted flexibility in Hanafi law, possibly reflecting commercial practices in Iraq where Abu Hanifa, the founding jurist of this school, had been a cloth merchant. Since, as Zubaydah says, the trading middle classes of the Muslim were also the major bearers of Islamic religious learning, it was from their ranks that the ulama and qadis were recruited. It was always possible for the law to be shaped to accommodate the needs of merchants. Zubaydah goes so far as to claim that in the scriptures and traditions of Islam trade is conceived of as a desirable and virtuous activity, and there are certainly enough proof texts in the Quran to support this view. 19. Commerce was one of four forms of earning, hence covered by the verse Saraxi cited in connection with it, "Spend out of the good things you have earned." Shaybani, another jurist of the Hanafi school, starts his treatise Kitab al-Kasib with the assertion, "Seeking to earn is an obligation for every Muslim, just as seeking knowledge is an obligation." 20. The expression pious bourgeoisie, which Zubaydah uses to characterize this urban milieu with its close links between the merchants and the religious scholars, captures an important aspect of the way an early form of capitalism was legitimized in the wider reaches of Islam's civil society. The political economy that frames much of this history can be described as a symbiosis between tributary Muslim states and commercial capital. Ibn Khaldun saw this very clearly when in the Muqaddimah he wrote, "Wealth as a rule comes from their business and commercial activities," referring to political regimes throughout the history of Islam down to his time. The kind of commerce he had in mind was substantial, large-scale, capitalist trade. He says in the Muqaddimah, Commerce means the attempt to earn a living by expanding your capital, and the extent by which capital is increased is called profit. Labor, he wrote, is the essential basis of all profit and accumulation of capital. Taking both ideas together, it followed that the most prosperous or developed states were those with abundant supplies of labor available to those who could make commercial use of it. A large civilization yields large profits because of the large amount of labor, which is the cause of 21. Lacoste is therefore not far off the mark in regarding Ibn Khaldun as a forerunner of historical materialism. 22 Indeed, he saw himself choosing a remarkable and original method in writing his work, and described history as information about human social organization. 23 To him, the most developed states were those where capital had access to large reserves of labor, and which, crucially, did not treat the owners of capital unjustly. When they did, they triggered a dynamic that usually led to their own downfall. Ibn Khaldun notes in passing that state officials and rulers were usually jealous of the capitalists. 24 Implying that there was always a strong temptation to overtax the commercial sector, or even move in and monopolize some leading sector, as the Mamluk Sultan Bars Bey did with the Egyptian sugar industry. 25 Within the countries of Islam, large-scale commerce was driven by the concentration of demand in major metropolitan markets that also happened to be the seat of government and the base of some major ruling dynasty. In the Abbasid period, Baghdad epitomized a market of this sort and was unrivaled anywhere in the world for the sheer concentration of wealth and commercial activity. The estimate of one contemporary, Hilal al-Sabi, that Baghdad in the later 9th century had an upper class of some 50,000 individuals is a rough measure of the scale of domestic demand. 26 The fragmentation of the caliphate that came with the decline of the Abbasids served, if anything, to sustain the vibrancy of metropolitan markets by dispersing political power across a wider swathe of the Islamic world, so that capitals like Córdoba, Fez, Tunis, Kairouan, Cairo, and so on replicated the pattern of substantial concentrations of market demand on a less outsized but still important scale. Fez and Tunis both had more than 100,000 inhabitants, Cairo was considerably bigger, 27, and Istanbul with 700,000 inhabitants in the 16th century was on Brodel's description by far the largest European city at the time. 28 Ibn Khaldun, who traveled extensively between most of these major centers, saw them driving the business life of the Islamic world. But the great geographies that were written between the 9th and early 13th centuries show that the true heart of the system lay at a lower level, in smaller, commercially active centers like Basra, Nishapur, Banasa, Mahdia, Sfax, Palermo, and Almeria, and the vibrant networks they formed. They were the true backbone of the economy. Both state and private capital invested majorly in the commercial infrastructures known as funduks, khans, kaysariyas, or wikalas, solid stone buildings that were square or oblong and opened onto the street by means of a single, often monumental gate. 29 Or as many as 6 to 8 gates. Cities like Cairo in the 16th century were dense concentrations of commercial capital. 30 And the wikalas and khans were where the bulk of wholesale trade took place, commercial establishments that Labib could even describe as virtual stock exchanges. 31 According to Evliya Celebi, Bulak, the city's port area, had over 70 khans ca 1672. 32 One of the more substantial establishments of this sort in Basra was a reconvert 7th century palace built by Zubayr b-al-Awwam, one of the companions of the Prophet. When al-Masudi visited Basra in 943, this structure teemed with merchants, bankers, and maritime businesses. 33 In the Safarnama, written a century later, Nasir Khusrav claims that merchants residing temporarily in Basra would use only bankers' bills. 34 In Nishapur, a major textile center, Ibn Hawqal states that the traders with large masses of commodities and substantial capitals dominated the bigger funduks and khans, leaving the more modest ones to a smaller scale of business. Here, in the less opulent commercial complexes, there was no separation between trade and production, since he refers to shops crammed with artisans. 35 In Banasa in Middle Egypt, another major textile town, Al-Idrisi tells us that no woolen or cotton fabrics were manufactured without printing the name of the factory on them. 36 Mahdia, in the Sahel, manufactured finely worked textiles that said made in Madia, which were widely exported since the workmanship was of such a high standard. 37 The port itself attracted merchant shipping from all parts of the Mediterranean. In Almeria, according to Al-Idrisi, when the Almoravids still controlled those parts of Spain, a high-quality silk industry contained 800 looms 38, and it's worth comparing that figure with the 1200 to 2000 silk looms that Venice was known to have at the end of the 15th century and in the early 16th. 39 Examples and descriptions of this sort could be multiplied almost indefinitely if one consulted a wider range of sources than I have, but they seem quite enough to me to suggest that the Islamic world had its own forms of commercial capitalism throughout the centuries that saw the emergence and expansion of capitalism in Venice, Genoa, and Florence. So why did this largely commercial, pre-modern, or medieval form of capitalism that formed such a large part of the structure of the traditional economy throughout the Middle East down to the final years of the Ottoman Empire not evolve into a modern capitalist economy? Assuming it makes sense to frame historical questions in this teleological way, of the various explanations advanced, two seem particularly appealing. Malus Ruthven has argued that the absence of the Roman law concept of legal personality, itself bound up with the uncompromising individualism of the Sharia, prevented any wider corporate solidarity from emerging in the merchant classes. Islamic law did not recognize cities as such, nor did it admit corporate bodies. By contrast, in the West the Church, the mystical body of Christ which alone guaranteed salvation, became the archetype in law of a whole raft of secular corporations that succeeded it during the early modern period. The mystic qualities of fictional personhood originating in the body of Christ were eventually devolved to joint stock companies and public corporations with tradable shares. 40 Translating this into my terms, the non-development of capitalism was less about a failure to emerge than about the failure to acquire a more collective, corporate form that could express and contribute to the solidarity of a class. Capitalists certainly existed in the Muslim world, but they failed to form the kind of collective solidarity implied in the notion of a class. In Volume 3 of Capital, Marx had described Venice and Genoa as urban republics where the merchants subordinated the state more securely to themselves, and implicit in some combination of Ruthven's argument with my own is the further crucial thesis that this singularly failed to happen anywhere in the Islamic world. This ties in with the second, and, to my mind, even more self-evident, explanation, which is the one Mill-Ance proposes in his book, namely, that the failure of commercial capitalism in the Islamic world was essentially a failure of mercantilism. 41 It is a striking fact that there was never any Islamic counterpart of the West's violent mercantilist expansion. Again, the decisive factor here is the very different ways in which commercial capital and the state were bound to each other. The powerful state backing that English merchants received from the monarchy, what Brenner calls the Crown Company Partnership, 42 had absolutely no equivalent among the numerous dynasties that, like the Ottomans, were willing to encourage trade but unwilling of the kind of aggressive expansion that the Portuguese monarchy unleashed in the opening years of the 16th century. Of course, once the European powers embarked on their expansion into Asian markets, Islamic commercial networks were a prime target across the whole region. The violence with which the Portuguese attacked and dismantled those networks was lucidly documented by the Kerala historian Zainuddin in a late 16th century history called Tufat al-Mujahideen. If, as Brodel claims, capitalism only triumphs when it becomes identified with the state, when it is the state, 43 then the externality of the state to capital remain the chief limitation on Islamic capitalism and its transformative potential. Seen against the background of Europe's expansion and its own convulsive capitalist transformation, the sense of stagnation this began to generate was evident well before the Syrian journalist Abd al-Rahman al-Kawakabi wrote The Nature of Despotism at the end of the 19th century, shortly before he was murdered by poisoning at the age of 47. As early as 1867, Khur al-Din al-Tunisi had published a tract called Straightest Path to Know the Condition of States, in which he voiced strong opposition to the idea that all acts and institutions of non-Muslims should be avoided. 44 Indeed, Khurjman has even claimed, support of capitalism was the dominant economic theme in the modernist Islamic movement. Khur al-Din praised societies in which the circulation of capital is expanded, profits increase accordingly, and wealth is put into the hands of the most proficient. The modernist movement was bankrolled in part by industrialists and traders promoting international economic linkages. 45 But added to this entirely progressive sense of having to catch up with the West was the more profound sense of resentment that flowed from the forced marginalization of indigenous capital in those parts of the Ottoman world where, as in Egypt, the commercial sector was wrested from indigenous hands. 46 By a combination of French and Syrian Christian commercial interests, and French capital began to lobby for an invasion of Egypt toward the end of the 18th century. To say nothing of the deeper sense of degradation that was bound up with the colonization of the Arab Middle East, starting with France's invasion of Algeria and its large-scale dispossessions of tribal land, influx of settlers, banning of Arabic in government schools, and so on. The Islamic economic system should be such that he is not permitted to accumulate wealth. So said Ali Shariati in a little-known tract called Islam's Class Bias, published posthumously in 1980 and apparently his last work. 47 Shariati, of course, was seen by most sectors of the Iranian left as the true ideologue of the revolution that toppled Muhammad Reza Shah in 1979, even though his own anti-clericalism conflicted sharply with the theocracy that Khomeini successfully instituted. But if Shariati's Alawi Shi'ism was an ideology radically opposed to capitalism, for all sectors of the religious right in Islamic countries, from Maududi 48 to the Muslim Brotherhood 49 to Khomeini 50, the defense of private property was an essential aspect of Quranic orthodoxy, so that the claims of social justice had to be reconciled with an economic order based on inequalities. This, in any case, was the heart of tradition, of the clergy's organic relationship with the propertied classes, in gram-size terms the block between the ulama and the devout bourgeoisie which to Shariati had destroyed Islam's class radicalism. Shariati's reading of Islam as riven by its duality between the Islam of the caliphate, of the palace, and of the rulers and the Islam of the people, of the exploited, and of the poor 51 was sharply contested by Khomeini's chief intellectual emissary among Iran's middle-class youth, Mortaza Motahari, who simply reject the notion that early Islam belonged to the oppressed and the Quranic principle that even the most depraved have the possibility of salvation. To Motahari, class harmony was vital. To his mind, injustice came not from a wealthier class but from imperialism, secularism, and Pahlavi oppression. 52 The gradient of the traditional form of capitalism that survived into the 20th century was one that ran from merchant capital's entrenched economic position in Iran and the Gulf countries to its enforced colonial marginalization in Egypt and its non-existence or near extinction in French-controlled Algeria. In Iran, the Jairus were a decisive part of the social and financial base of the revolution, and the post-revolution economy has even been characterized by writers like Ali Ansari as a mercantile bourgeois republic. 53 Abrahamian has shown how profoundly concerned Khomeini was to retain the support of the more affluent merchants even as he unrelentingly attacked the sectors of capital linked to the monarchy. In Ali Khamenei's description, the bazaar was the bastion supporting the republic. 54 So that in this sense these forms of capital played a politically decisive role. But if so, nothing was further removed from this than the pattern that evolved in the Gulf where, as Jill Crystal argued, the merchants were bought off collectively by the state, that is, depoliticized or politically marginalized in exchange for a sizable portion of oil revenues through real estate speculation, agencies for foreign firms, government contracts, and so on. Oil transformed political life by freeing the rulers from their historical dependence on the merchants. 55 In fact, it did much more than that, because the Gulf, as Adam Hani shows in his seminal study, was the only sector of the Arab world where the 2000s saw a major watershed, completely transforming the nature of capitalism in the Gulf countries both by integrating capital across the region to create what he calls Khaliji capital and by allowing for its rapid global integration, so that by the end of 2007 the Gulf Cooperation Council state and private capital between them owned an estimated $2.2 trillion or more in foreign assets, more than the total held by China's central bank in the same year. The scale of development has been prodigious, and arguably the Gulf is the only part of the contemporary Islamic world where a modern bourgeoisie has emerged, structured around large domestic conglomerates and qualitatively distinct from the merchant elites that straddled the main part of the 20th century. 56. Yet this is where the paradox or seeming paradox lies. If advanced forms of capitalism happily coexist with political and religious authoritarianisms, what do we make of Marx's vision in the Manifesto, where capital both internationalizes and strips away all inherited traditional obsolete forms of life? If none of the states in the Middle East are religious in any strict sense, none of them can be described as secular either. 57. For example, in Egypt a constitutional amendment of 1980 made Sharia the principal source of legislation, creating a duality in the country's legal system. Moreover, secular leaders have, almost without exception, manipulated Islam for their own purposes and even encouraged Islamist forces. In Algeria, Chadli Ben Jadid, the army man who succeeded Boumediene, quietly encouraged the Islamists as a means of reducing the left. 58. In Egypt, Sadat gave strong moral and material support to Islamists in the mid-1970s. At the height of the bloody confrontations between the Egyptian state and the active Islamist organizations, the state used the mass media to promote a steadily increasing diet of religious programs. 59. And of course in Pakistan and Sudan military rulers tried to buttress their legitimacy by declaring the application of the Sharia in their legal systems. 60. These have also all been repressive regimes with staggering levels of censorship even under socialist leaders like Nasser. 61. In the final preface to All That Is Solid Melts into Air, Berman refers to the still unfolding history of radical authoritarianism, with a passing mention of Khomeini. 62. In 2004 the Lebanese journalist Samir Kasser argued that the endemic lack of democracy in the Arab world and the civic powerlessness bound up with it were the main reasons why religion could emerge to channel people's frustrations and express their demands for change. 63. By religion he meant the upsurge of Islamism that dominated the last quarter of the 20th century. Kasser himself was assassinated in June 2005, most likely at the hands of the Syrian security apparatus. Islamism is not faith but the manipulation of faith through schematic doctrinal constructions based on fictional continuities with the past, literalist readings of scripture, an aggressive cultural xenophobia, and a puritanical social conservatism that seeks to stave off the emancipation of women and youth. It transforms Islam into a political ideology whose aim is to create an ostensibly Islamic state by enforcing the Sharia and peddling the illusion that a Sharia-based government will finally embody God's sovereignty on earth. It presupposes and exploits a culture of mass religiosity and, as Ali Rahnima has shown in a brilliant book, in Iran, under Ahmadinejad and his close aide Ayatollah Mesbah Yazdi, was capable of calculatedly encouraging superstition as a means of short-term political manipulation. 64. But, and it is essential to conclude by saying this, the ubiquitous presence of an Islamist political sector and its inroads into the public sphere might engender the illusion that Arab/Muslim cultural modernity is a dead letter today. To me it seems that nothing is further from the truth. As the late Syrian philosopher and Marxist Sadiq Jalal al-Islam noted in a vibrant essay on the Rushdie affair, none of Rushdie's Western defenders came anywhere near regarding him as a Muslim dissident comparable, say, to dissident writers in the then Soviet bloc. This, al-Islam suggests, is because their own Orientalist assumptions about the contemporary Middle East interiorized the Islamists' views of their societies as bastions or backwaters of conservatism. In truth, however, intellectual life and cultural activity in the Muslim world is not as Islamically conformist, religiously unquestioning, and spiritually stagnant as one is led to believe from the countless accounts, interpretations and explanations given by Western commentators, critics, journalists, specialists, politicians, and the media in general à propos of the Rushdie affair. Moreover, al-Islam tells us, within the entire realm of Islam the Arab world produced the strongest and most vocal defense of Rushdie on the part of intellectuals. 65. This tradition of subversive intellectualism, as I'd like to call it, has for decades been the true backbone of Arab cultural modernity. Reiterating al-Kawakabi's scathing critique of despotism in a more contemporary world, it preserved the legacy of the Nahda as what it clearly saw as an unfinished agenda. The modern Arabic novel seethes with subversion. From this vibrant and complex tradition of fiction to Saad al-Awanis's essays in Qadaya wa Shahadat 66 to iconoclastic pleas for a sexually open and liberated Arab society such as Muhammad Kamal al-Labwani's Love and Sex in Fundamentalism and Imperialism 67 to the numerous religious modernists who have emerged both in the Arab world and in Iran 68. It is ultimately the consolidation and further expansion of this critical, anti-authoritarian, politically subversive strand of Middle Eastern culture that will give the emerging struggles for democracy the intellectual weapons they need to combat what al-Labwani calls the culture of old extinct classes dressed up in the garb of true and authentic Islam.